Okay, this video I will go through the Selangor Addmaths paper. So this is the 2024. This is the Selangor Addmaths set 2. Yeah, this one is Addmaths. And then this is paper 2. Okay, I already did the paper 1 last video. So let's go. Okay, skip the formula. Okay, question number 1. Oh, by the way, this question is very similar with the set 1. Yeah, because I'm doing the Selangor set 2. The Selangor set 1 is like, yeah, the questions is very similar to this. Okay. So all these questions it's like I it would be very similar lah with the set 1. Okay, let's go. Diagram 1 shows a flower garden in the shape of a combination of two squares owned by Mr. Ashvin. Okay, in the Selangor set 1 paper also, the diagram is also look exactly the same. Okay, it's just that the value here is a bit different only. Okay, yeah, so it's very similar. Okay, if he has a fence of length 100 meter, okay, the fence length 100 meter means the perimeter is 100. Okay, perimeter equals 100 because the fence is here, 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 here. Okay, and mention about this is two squares, right? So I think if you drew a line here, you can see the two square already. So this one is y y, this one is also y, this one is also y, and this is another big square x x. This is x. Okay, from here to here is also x. So how to find this side? You take x minus y lah, because x is the whole side, and then you minus with the y, you get x minus y here. So the fence length 100 meter, perimeter 100, and then 500 meter square is area of the garden. So I think the 500 meter square is what? Is the area of these two square combined, which is x times x, x square plus y square. But let's write area first. Let's write area first. And then they say find value of x and y. Okay, this is easy. Let's use the perimeter. Uh, let's do the perimeter first. So perimeter is all the outside length tambah together. So you have x plus x plus x, which is 3x. And then you plus with the x minus y here. Let's put a bracket. And then plus with y got 3y. So 3y equals to 100. All right, the bracket you can just remove it because before bracket is plus. So if before bracket is plus, you can just remove the bracket. If before the bracket is minus here, then you have to be careful because if this is minus, then you kena tukar tanda. Yeah, everything inside the bracket have to do change sign if this is minus. But if it's a plus, no problem. So straight away just plus only. 3x plus x is 4x. Negative 1y plus 3y is just plus 2y equals 100. Okay, I realize this one can simplify further because all these numbers can divide by 2. So boleh kecilkan. Semua nombor boleh bagi 2. So divide 2 is 2x, divide 2 is y, divide 2 50. Okay, now I will stop here because there's two unknowns. So definitely later I have to do simultaneous equation. So I need another equation from here. Okay, and then afterwards I take the two equation and then do simultaneous lah. Means do the penggantian or penghapusan thing. Okay, let's find the area now. Area, all right. I will just find the area of big square plus with the area of small square. So big square area is x times x, which is x square, and then small square is y times y, y square equals 500. Because that's how you find area of square. Just take the length times with the width, or like, yeah, the width. Okay, sampai sini I realize already this equation is actually a non-linear equation, and this equation is actually a linear equation. What do I mean by that? Linear equation means the highest power is 1. So as you can see, the highest power is 1, but this one other square, right? So this is a non-linear equation. Okay, when you have two equation, satu linear, satu non-linear, you will always use penggantian method, the substitution method. Okay, we cannot use penghapusan. Penghapusan is only when both equation are linear, baru you boleh guna the penghapusan method. This one you must use the penggantian method. In English, it's called the substitution method. And how you use the substitution method? Call this equation 1, call this equation 2, and you always start from the linear equation. You have to start from the non-linear equation and make y the subject or the x the subject, up to you. Means jadikan the y single or the x single, yang mana-mana pun boleh lah. Okay, let's jadikan y single because then you don't have fraction, right? If you jadikan y single, so it will be 50 minus 2x. And let's call this equation 3. And then what happens is you sub the equation 3 inside the equation 2. Okay, so now it becomes sub, wait, I'll just write here lah, sub 3 into 2. That means you have to look at equation 2 and write this whole thing. But when you write it, you will write x squared plus y. Okay, when you write y, you open a bracket. Square equals 500. Because the y sudah diganti dengan 50 minus 2x. Yeah, that's what it means by sub 3 into 2. It means you replace the y with this 50 minus 2x. And now, you can just continue here and then you will get x later lah. Because your equation only has x now. Okay, first is to expand this lah. Okay, how do you expand 50 minus 2x square? Okay, the method is you have to take 50 square and you will get 2500, and then you have to take 50 times negative 2x times 2. Okay, so 50 times negative 2 is negative 100 times 2 is negative 200x. And then the last step is take the negative 2x square, you get positive 4x square equals 500. Okay, so this is how you expand this expression. Okay, sampai sini saya nampak ada square. So kalau ada square, it means this is a quadratic equation and you have to susun everything on one side equals 0. So whenever you see square, you always do this. Now everything on one side equals 0. Susun jadi general form and then press calculator to factorize lah. Okay, x square plus 4x square, 5x square, minus 200x is, yeah, minus 200x. 2500, the 500 I can move here. And you should move it because you want it to be equal 0 later. So plus 500 jadi minus. So 2500 minus 500 is positive 2000. And then equals 0 lah. Okay. Okay, now everything on one side equals 0 already. But before you press calculator, you have to check two things. First is you have to check whether all these numbers boleh tak dia kecilkan. It means boleh tak dia bahagi dengan can it divide with the same number. Kalau boleh bahagi dengan satu nombor same number, you have to bahagi lah. And also one more thing you have to check is make sure this is positive. If it's negative, then you tukar tanda for everyone. It means like everything you change sign lah. Okay, this one actually all these numbers can divide by 5. So kecilkan, simplify. So divide by 5. Divide by 5 is 40. Divide by 5 is 400. Okay, when you reach here, now you can press calculator, right? And let's hope that the calculator give me a good looking answer. Because if it's not a good looking answer, I have to use quadratic formula, right? But this one, it will be a good looking answer. Yeah. What's the meaning of good looking answer? Good looking answer means the calculator give you the answer yang boleh tukar jadi fraction. Okay. So yeah, my calculator give me 20. Okay. But there's only one answer. So what it means? It means 2 equal roots. If they give you one answer means there's only one root, but you have to write 2 times. But you just for the second time you just repeat the same thing. That's what it means. 2 equal roots. Okay. So when you write atas bracket here, you also have to open 2 bracket and then write x minus 20, and here just repeat the same thing, x minus 20. That's what it means. Because the 20 you move it back here, so it become minus 20 lah. Okay. So it means that your x only have one answer lah. You don't have to bother with rejecting one of the answer because both the answer is the same thing. So there's nothing to you don't have to think about which one to reject. Both also take. I mean, like there's only one answer lah, so just take that one answer. Okay, so now you know your x. Now it's time you find the y. So when x equals 20, you can sub back into equation 3 to find y. So y equals to 50 minus 2x. X is 20, and then now it becomes 50 minus 40, and you get 10. So the soalan asks you to find x and y. So that's the answer, right? Okay, I recommend you to write one more baris. And then you write, for the last baris, you write x equals 20. And I think it's in meter, yeah. Everything is in meter. And same with the information here is also in meter also. Okay, yeah. So just write 20 meter and then y equals to 10 meter. And there you have it. That's the answer, right? Okay, continue. Okay, number 2. This is Form 4, Chapter 4. It's the indices log punya chapter. Because I see the log already. That's how I know lah. It's a log question. It is given that log x y square base 10 equals to 2. Okay, this is information. Okay, and then log 10 x power 3 y equals 4. This is also information. Okay, and then find the value of log base 10 square root xy. Okay, this is the soalan lah. The question. So let's write down the question. Log base 10 square root. Okay, I know square root is power 1 over 2. So let's change this to bracket power 1 over 2 like that, right? Okay, now I'm sure I have to use the information above here to do this question, right? Mesti dia bagi info ni sebab dia nak kita guna kan. But the masalah here is the info they give us is log base 10 xy square. This one is log base 10 x power 3y. But the one I want to find is log base 10. Okay, at least the base is same. Yeah, that's the only thing good about the information lah, which is the information, I mean the log base is same with what I want what I want to find here. The log base is same, right? So no need to change base, right? But the problem is what's inside here. Like it's x, y, and then square root. But this one is not same. This one is x, y squared. This one is x power 3y. So what I will do now is I will use the multiplication law. I will use the law of logarithm formula, and I will try to separate this. Okay, I will separate this. So what is the formula? I will use this formula: log a mn equals to log am minus log an. Okay, the way I teach is I usually tell my students, I said single log times, you can separate it, come separate log plus. Oh, this one is plus. Okay, but if this is divide, then this will be minus lah. Okay, yeah, if this is divide, this will be minus. Okay, let me write the divide one. So this is the division law: m over n equals to log am minus log an. So single log times, separate log plus. Single log divide, separate log minus. And as you can see, the xy square here in between is actually times. So actually you can convert this information so that it becomes log 10x plus log 10y square equals to 2. There's a square here, right? Okay, actually this square is the power. So when the log something got power, the power you can hantar depan macam tu, right? So that is the first information. Okay, do that for the second also, right? So for this one I will use different color. Okay, so for this also I will do the same, but this one is single log divide, so it becomes separate log minus, so it becomes log 10 x power 3, and I told you the 3 later can bring in front, minus log 10y equals 4, right? And then the 3 boleh buat apa? Ya, boleh hantar depan. Okay, so remember when the log number got power, the power can hantar depan. Okay, after you reach here, how to continue? Let's see. Okay, what I want, log 10 xy power 1 over 2, right? So, alright, this one, siapa yang power 1 over 2? Siapa yang square root? Is it just x or y or both? Actually, it's both, right? So actually, it's like that. Log 10 x power 1 over 2, y power 1 over 2. That's what it means actually. Yeah, because both the square root, you can see it covers the x and the y, both the x and y. So the square root is for both. So both also got power 1 over 2, right? And this one also, I can use the multiplication law, which is single log times separate log plus. So it becomes log 10 x power 1 over 2 plus with log 10 y power 1 over 2, because this one is times. That's why it becomes separate log plus, right? And then what happens is this 1 over 2 and this 1 over 2, you can carry that in front. So it becomes 1 over 2 here, 1 over 2 here, right? But if I want to find the value of this, I need to have the log x and the log y. Do you agree? I need to have the log x. I don't need x and y. I don't need the x and y. I just need log x and log y base 10. So that I can sub inside here. So is there any way I can find it from here? The answer is yes. You can do simultaneous. Because as you can see, this one is log x plus 2 log y equals to 2. This one is 3 log x minus log y equals 4. So you can see this one and this one is same. This one and this one is same. So actually, yeah, you can do it like simultaneous equation. Okay? And I will do the elimination method, penghapusan cara. And let me show you how I will do it. So you can see log x, the coefficient is 1. But for the other equation, the log x coefficient is 3, so it's not the same. For the log y, coefficient is 2. For the log y here, the coefficient is -1. It's not the same. So you want it to be the same so that you can hapus, right? So what I can do, I can take this equation times 2. I can take this equation times 2, because once I do that, then the log y coefficient becomes -2, and then the 2 and -2 I can hapus already. Yeah, just plus them together. Because because you want to hapus, you need to make sure the nombor depan kena sama. If the tanda tak sama, tak apa. Because tanda tak sama, you can just plus. Kalau tanda sama, you minus. Kalau tanda tak sama, you plus. Right? Just make sure the number is same first. Another way to do it is take this equation times 3. Because if this one everything times 3, yeah, you can also same with this, right? Then you can take ini tolak ni. Boleh juga. Okay, so I will do it like that, times 2. So everything times 2, 3 times 2, 6 log 10x. Negative log y times 2 is -2 log y. And then 4 times 2 is 8. And as you can see, 2 log y and 2 log y memang boleh hapus. But you don't minus. Don't. Jangan tolak. If you minus, what happens if you minus? Minus jadi plus, and then 2 plus 2 become 4 log y. That's not good. Okay? You want them to hapus. Alright? You want to delete them. If you want to delete them, you want to eliminate them, you have to make sure they become 0. So what you do, you should plus. right? So remember, when the number is same, but the sign is not same, you always plus. You will always plus if the sign not same. Okay, so nothing here means 1. So 1 log x plus 6 log x is 7 log x. And then 2 log y minus 2 log y is just 0. So I can just cut, right? Equals to 2 plus 8, which is 10. So now you have your log 10x, which is 10 over 7. But do I have to do anti-log? Do I have to find out what is x? No, I don't need the x. I told you I need the log x and the log y. Okay, so if I have the log x is good enough already. Now it's time to find the log y. So when log x is 10 over 7, you can substitute this one inside this equation or this equation, doesn't matter. So let's say I sub into this one lah. I think this one lah. I can also lah, both also tak ada masalah. So let's sub into this one lah, the second one. So it becomes 3 log x, which is 10 over 7. And then minus log y equals 4, right? Okay, minus log 10y equals 4. And I'm trying to find log y now. Okay, I'm trying to find log y now. So 3 times 10 over 7 is 30 over 7. And then the 4, you can bring it over here, become minus 4. The negative log y, if you bring it over there, become positive. So now you know your log y already. Just press 30 over 7 minus 4. Okay, 7 times 4, 28. 30 minus 28, 2 over 7. Okay, this is the two information I need. So now you can sub the 10 over 7 inside the log x here, and then you can sub the 2 over 7 inside here. And now, just do this, and then plus, then you get your answer lah. Alright, atas darab atas, bawah darab bawah. 10 divide 2, boleh jadi 5, so 5 over 7. 2 and 2 can cut, so left with 1 over 7. And then 5 over 7 plus 1 over 7, 6 over 7. So that is the answer. Alright, that's all. Okay, move on. Number 3. So this is a function question. Yeah, from 4 chapter 1. Fungsi. Yeah. So let's do it now. It is given that fx equals to square root 3x minus 5, comma x bigger or equals 5 over 3. Okay, what is this? This is the undefined case for the function. Undefined case means this value, if you sub inside, you will get math error. That's what it means. Okay. Actually, no. Actually, it's bigger or equals. It means any number that is 5 over 3 or bigger than 5 over 3, if you sub inside, you'll get math error. And let me tell you why. Because you can't square root negative number. You can't square root negative number. That is why if your function got square root, you have to make sure the 3x minus 5, it means whatever inside the square root here, you have to make sure that thing cannot cannot be negative. Yeah, cannot be negative. So it has to be always bigger, bigger or equals 0. That is why x has to be bigger or equals 5 over 3. This is where it comes from lah. Okay, but this is not that important because yeah, it's the information, right? It's given in the question. Okay, but I just hope you know what this means lah. That's why I'm explaining it to you. Okay, it says it is given that this function has an inverse f inverse x, and the soalan number 1 says give justification for the existence of f inverse x. Alright, first of all, I want you to know that this function has inverse. Okay, has inverse, right? And what they want is they want you to give the reason, the justification why the f inverse exists, right? So the reason for why it exists is because this function is a one-to-one relation. Okay, so I'll just write f inverse x exists because fx is a one-to-one relation. One-to-one relation. Okay, I will explain it using graph. Okay? So let me explain to you why it exists. So only one-to-one relation has inverse. Okay, so there's 4 types of relation. Okay, so I write here types of relation. So you have one-to-one, you have many-to-one, you have one-to-many, and you have many-to-many. Okay, and what you have to remember here, only one-to-one and many-to-one is considered function. Because function is when each and every object has only one image. So only one-to-one and many-to-one is considered function. This is not function. And for one-to-one, only one-to-one relation has inverse. So this one you have to remember. Only one-to-one has inverse, and only one-to-one and many-to-one is considered function. Okay. So now I will talk about the horizontal line test. Okay, so you can actually test whether it's has inverse by using the horizontal line test. But first you need to draw the graph. Right? So for example, if your graph is like that, and you want to test whether it has inverse or not, you can do the horizontal line test. If the horizontal line test cut the graph at one point, then it means it has inverse. Okay? But this function is square root 3x minus 5. And if you try to graph this out, you will not get a straight line. You will get like a curve. Okay, and I will show you how the curve looks like. Uh, I mean, okay lah, I'll just find the points lah. I can just draw a table, right? And then we can just find some points, then we will know whether it's a curve or a straight line, right? So first of all, they already said here x has to be bigger or equals 5 over 3. So if you sub 0, you sub x 0, what happens is 0 times 3 is 0, 0 minus 5, negative 5, square root negative 5, math error. Yeah, because you can't square root negative numbers. So of course you cannot sub this. So what you can sub is 5 over 3. Yeah, 5 over 3 you can sub because they got put line here. It means the x can be 5 over 3. So let's try to sub and see what I get. And I'll tell you now, you get 0. Because 5 over 3 here, the 3 cut, 5 minus 5, 0, square root 0 is 0. So that is the first point. For the second point, what you can find? Let's just find one more point lah, that is bigger than 5 over 3. Okay, 5 over 3 I think is 1 point something, right? 1.666. So maybe let's put 2 and 3. Okay, enough lah, no need so many points. Okay, if I sub 2, what's gonna happen? So if the x here become 2, 2 times 3 is 6, 6 minus 5 is 1, square root 1 is 1. So the next point is 2, 1. What about 3? 3 times 3, 9, 9 minus 5, 4, square root 4 is 2. Okay, now I will graph it out, you know. Okay, I know the question never asked me to do this, but I'm doing this for you to understand fully, okay? So I will just do it now, eh? Okay, so this is the graph, right? So where do you think is 5 over 3, 0? Okay, this one is 1.66 by the way, 503. Okay, so I'll just put like 1, 2, 3 like that lah. And then here I'll just put 1, 2. Okay, okay, this is like just make it simple lah. It's just a sketch question. So 503 how? 1.66, right? Okay, this is 1, this is 2. Okay, I can put 2 lines here because when I put 2 lines, this becomes 3 over 3, this becomes 4 over 3, this becomes 5 over 3, this becomes 6 over 3. Makes sense, right? Because 6 divided 3 is 2, and then 3 divided 3 is 1, and then 4 over 3, 5 over 3, and 5 over 3 is here lah, right? But the 3 over 3 and the 6 over 3 are erased. Okay. Okay, next point is 2, 1, which is here, and then 3, 2 is here. And let me tell you, when you draw, you will not get a straight line. It will not be a straight line. It will not be a straight line. It will be a curve. Yeah, and the curve will look something like this. Okay, maybe I don't want to draw so long, something like that. Okay, so this is how the graph will look like. Okay, but it will keep on extending, by the way. Yeah, it will just keep on extending. Yeah. So if you want to use the Desmos to, how to say, because you can just go internet, search Desmos, and then use the graph calculator and then type the equation in. Yeah, they will show you this graph also, same thing. Okay, now I need to know whether it has inverse or not, right? So you do the horizontal line test. So as you can see, when you do horizontal line test, the horizontal line cuts the graph at one point, and that is also why this function has inverse. Yeah. So what is the justification? F inverse exists because fx it is a 1-to-1 relation. But I think this is only worth 1 mark. Yeah, this is only worth 1 mark. Okay. So just remember this lah. Only 1-to-1 has inverse. Okay. And if they give you in graph form, you use horizontal line test to to do the horizontal line test. Okay. For the vertical line test, okay, the vertical line test is to test whether it's function or not. That one is vertical line test. Okay, let's continue with number 2 now. Number 2 says determine f inverse x and its domain. Alright, if you want to find f inverse x, I can just do it without the graph also. So square root 3x minus 5. You want to find f inverse, right? First thing first, you let the left hand side equals to y, and then the right hand side also equals to y, like that. Okay. This is the method I usually teach my students lah. So just let both sides equals to y. Fx equals y, 3x minus 5. Square root 3x minus 5 equals y. And then both sides also you find x. Yeah, both sides you find x. It means sini cari x, sini pun cari x. But how do you find x? You pindah the f to the other side. And when you pindah the f, it will become f inverse. Okay. And then here also do the same, find x. So how do you find x? First you pindah the square root, becomes square. And then pindah the net minus 5 jadi plus 5. And then pindah the times 3 becomes over 3. Okay, now that you successfully find x on both sides, now you combine these two x together. So what happens when you combine this? F inverse y equals to y squared plus 5 over 3. So now you have your f inverse x lah. Just change the y to x, x squared plus 5 over 3, and that is the answer, right? But wait, the soalan says determine f inverse x and its domain. Okay, domain means you have to write out the range for x beside here. Okay, okay. If you want to find out the range of this domain, you have to look at this. You have to look at this, which is the domain for the fx, right? But the domain for fx and the domain for f inverse x will not be the same. They will not be the same. Because when you do f inverse, the graph looks different already. The graph position also change already. Yeah, so it makes sense why the range will change also. Yeah, the domain range also will change, right? So now the question is, what is the corresponding domain? Okay, for fx, the domain is the x has to be always bigger or equals 5/3, because as you can see the graph, yeah, there's no graph here, there's no points here. Every x coordinate has to be 5/3 or bigger than that, right? But when you do f inverse x, right, what happens is this graph actually will get reflected on this line, the y equals x line. It will reflect up. So this thing will reflect up here, right? And I will use the black pen now, the black color, to show you how it will look like. Okay. So what happens is, let's say this point, it's 5030, right? But when you reflect on this line, the x coordinate and y coordinate actually terbalik. They actually switch place. So instead of 5030, this becomes 0503, which is like somewhere here. Somewhere here. After you reflect. Okay. Then what about the 21? 21. It becomes 12. Yeah, it becomes 12. Okay. Then what about the 32? It becomes 23. So 12. Okay, I need to. So 3 is like around here. So 23. Okay, like that. So actually, it ends up looking something like that. After you reflect, can you see they are a reflection of each other? It's like a mirror. Like you put a mirror here and then they pantone. Okay. And it makes sense because when you do inverse, what does it mean? Inverse means you are actually taking your object and image, you reverse them, right? You remember you learn about function like if like this is function f, then the other way is f inverse. So that means what happens is the object and image ends up switching place. That means your x coordinate and your y coordinate just terbalikkan lah. Just terbalikkan. That is why the original coordinate 21 becomes 12 now. And then 32 becomes 23 now. Okay. So this is the inverse, f inverse x. And this is the fx, right? And as you can see, the domain change already. Yeah. Instead of x bigger, I mean bigger or equals 5/3, now it becomes what? So let's look at the range now. So as you can see, the paling kiri punya point is the paling kiri punya point, the first point, the x coordinate is 0, right? But the paling kanan punya point, okay, that one tak ada limit. That one I don't know where is it. Like it just keeps going, right? So I think I know the range already. The range is x bigger or equals 0 lah. That's the range. X bigger or equals 0. Okay. So I repeat one more time. For fx, the range is x bigger or equals 5/3 because all the graph you can see all the points is like from here onwards to the right. But when you do inverse, it starts from 0 now. And then yeah, there's no graph here, right? So it's just go in this direction, right? So that's why the range for f inverse x is x has to be always bigger or equal 0. Okay. Or another way to look at it is just okay, because the first point is 5030 ma. So when you do the inverse, when you reflect using this line, you will get 0503, which is this point, 0503. So that is why lah. That is why the range also changed lah. Okay, hope you understand. That is the answer. Okay, let's do 3b. It is given that fx is 1 over x, x cannot equal 0. Okay, this one is the undefined case for this function. Okay, and then gfx is 2x. Find number 1 gx. Okay, this question is a very common question that will come out in exam 1. Okay, and I believe this comes out in paper 1 also. Yeah, because I did the paper 1 last video, so I still remember very vividly. I still remember clearly they asked this same type of question. Okay, but I remember in the paper 1 when I do the Selangor set 2 paper 1, tak payah let. Tak payah let. But this one I'm not sure. I haven't. Okay, let's see. Fx is 1 over x, gfx is 2x. So remember, when they give you a single function, this one is called single function fx, and then they give you a composite function. This one is composite because it's two function combined. So it's called composite. And then they nak cari gx means cari balik single lah. So remember this, when you see the soalan give you a single function and a composite function and then ask you to cari balik the single function, There's two method. You have to remember there's two method. One method is you need to let, another method you don't need to let. And the way I teach my student to remember is you always start with the composite function first. So the first baris, look at the composite and write it down. So G, I'll use big bracket fx equals to 2x. And then you check whether inside here dalam punya function ada ke tak ada. If you have the inside function, then you kena let. If you tak ada the dalam function, then you tak payah let. So it's very easy to remember. Kalau dalam ada kena let, kalau dalam tak ada tak payah let. That's how I teach my own students to remember it. Okay. And if you kena let, it will be a little bit more work to do. Because kalau kena let is like you kena banyak kerja lah. But if you tak payah let, it will be much more easy one. Because tak payah let, because kalau dalam tak ada, you tak payah let. And also kalau dalam tak ada, luar mesti ada. So you can just refer the outside function and then sub and then then just do it. Okay. So let's see this one, dalam ada ke tak ada? Dalam fx ada ke tak ada? As you can see ada. So yang kalau dalam ada means it will be a bit more susah one. Out of, because there's two possibility mah, dalam ada or dalam tak ada. Yang dalam ada one is the a bit more susah one because yang tu kena let. Okay. So kalau dalam ada, later kena let lah, but don't let first because kalau dalam ada you terpaksa kena masukkan. So fx is 1 over x, you have to put it in like that. Macam tu equals to x. Okay. And then now you let, because now you stuck already. Why stuck? Because you don't have the function g. Because kalau dalam ada, luar mesti tak ada. Kalau tak percaya tengok gx mana ada gx. You nak cari gx, so tak ada kan. So you cannot take the 1 over x, you sub inside the gx punya x, tak boleh because you tak ada x, tak ada gx. So what you have to do now is to let lah. Okay, the step you have to memorize it, you have to remember. The step is like this. You let y equals to bracket and then cari x. I repeat, let y equals bracket, cari x. Okay, let y equals bracket, so let y equals 1 over x, cari x. How to cari x? It's 1 over y lah. Okay, for those who's wondering, like, sir, how you get this? Okay, come I show you. So I will conteng a bit here, buat satu working sini. So it's actually come from here. Y equals 1 over x, and saya nak cari x kan? So you boleh naikkan x ini, jadi xy sama dengan 1, so x equals 1 over y. Macam ni datangnya. X equals 1 over y. Okay, sekarang you boleh rewrite the whole thing. Instead of writing g bracket, you write gy. Because you already let y equals bracket mah. So just gy lah, equals to 2x, and for the x is just 1 over y. So now it becomes 2 times 1 over y, 2 over y. Okay, if gy is 2 over y, what is gx? It will be 2 over x, right? And that is the answer. Okay, but since other x dekat bawah, you have to, it means there is undefined case. So x cannot equal 0. Yeah, you have to write the undefined case. Whenever there's fraction and your x duduk bawah, you have to write the undefined case beside the function. Okay, one more thing I want to mention. In Selangor set 2 paper 1 Addmaths, Selangor set 2 paper 1, which is the last video I made, they actually asked this question also, but it's different because the one yang tu tak payah let punya. Okay. Yeah, but I already upload that video, so if you want to watch it, just go there and find it lah. But I don't remember which question. Okay, tapi I'm very sure ada soalan macam ni. So that means in this trial they actually asked two questions, like two similar questions. Okay, one in paper 1, one in paper 2. Okay. Yeah, so very important. So make sure you know both the method. The cara yang kena let pun kena tahu, cara yang tak payah let pun kena tahu. Okay, second question. They want you to find g power 2nx. Okay, I already have gx. Right? But this is weird because they never give me the n, right? If they ask me to find g power 2x, I can just do it easily. Or if they want to find g power 4x, I can also do it easily because they got give me this value. Because g power 4 is g 4 kali, right? But this one they just put 2n here. So that is the problem because we don't know what's n. We don't know what is n. So what I will do now, I will find out the gx, the ggx, the gggx, and the g4x, because I want to see what pattern this function has, and then I will try to guess what's the answer for this. Okay, so what I will do now is I will do for this 4, because I know the 2n here, even though I don't know the n value, but I know when you take any number times 2, you will end up with an even number. So I will how to say, take note the answer for g power 2 and g power 4 here, because these are both even number, right? And we'll see what I'll get later, and then maybe that will be the answer lah. Okay, so let's try to do the g1x, g2x, g3x, g4x, and see whether it has some patterns or not. see whether the answer forms a pattern, and if it forms a pattern, what kind of pattern it is, and try to make a guess and estimate the answer for g power 2 nx. Okay, for gx I already know it's 2 over x. Okay, I know that. But g2x it will be what? G big bracket gx, ggx, and then dalam gx ni kita boleh sub 2 over x, and then what happens, the 2 over x have to sub again inside the gx punya x. That's what it means by g bracket 2 over x. It means you take 2 over x, ganti dalam gx punya x. So what is gx? 2 over x, but the x kena ganti sekali lagi dengan 2 over x. So now it becomes 2 divide 2 over x. So what is 2 divide 2 over x? It becomes 2 times x over 2 lah. I repeat, 2 divide x over 2, 2 bahagi 2 over x is 2 times x over 2, which is x. Because 2 times x over 2, the 2 took out, so left x. Okay, now let's do for g3. What is g3? It will be g 3 kali, which is g big bracket g power 2x, like that. Okay, g2. Okay, and I already have the g power 2x. It will be x. So I'll just sub the big bracket here, just sub x gx. But wait, gx bukan suruh buat ke? Gx is 2 over x, right? So this one is 2 over x. It means the g power 3x and the g1x same answer. Now let's see what happens for the g4x. Okay, g4x I will use the last one to help me, which is g3, right? So I'll just write g and then g3, like that. Or maybe some student want to do g2 g2, can also. Okay, but I will do like that. G3x. So it becomes what? So the outside g I write it first, and then the inside g3x I already do it just now, is 2 over x. But wait, g2 over x, isn't it same with this? You see, same, right? So it means the next step will be same with this also, and then the final answer also same, is equals to x. Okay, so I think I see it now. The g1x and the g3x answer sama, and then the g2x and the g4x answer sama. That means when the power here is even number, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, then the answer will definitely be x. And if the number here is odd number, nombor ganjil, then the answer will definitely be 2 over x. So that's the pattern. It's alternates between 2 over x and x. So it's like 2 over x, x, 2 over x, x. So if g power 5 will be 2 over x, g power 6 will be x. And it just keeps going like 2 over x, x, 2 over x, x, 2 over x, x, like that, right? So for this question, they want the g power 2 and x. So I'll write dot, 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 dot here. I'll write here g power 2 and x is equals to what? Is equals to x. And the reason is very simple. It's because 2 times n, I don't know what is n, but if, okay, let's assume n is 1. What is 2 times 1? 2. But let's assume n is 2. You get 4, right? Let's assume n is 3. You get 6, right? Let's assume n is 57. Okay, what is 2 times 57? You will get 114. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what n you put. It doesn't, the n value is not important, because in the end you will get what? Even number, 2, 4, 6, 114. And you know when this number is even number, you will get x for the answer. That is why I can conclude that the g power 2 n x is x. Okay, let me erase all this. Okay, I think I will write something here. I'll write since 2n is always even number, and then comma, then baru I tulis this g power 2 n x equals to x. Then it makes sense. Okay? So yeah, this is how I would do it. So that's all. So that's it. Okay, let's do number 4. This one is from 4 chapter 2. Yeah, confirm. It's called quadratic equations. Actually no, quadratic inequality. Yeah, because I see does not touch already. So okay, let's do it. Diagram 2 shows a curve y equals what? Negative x squared plus 2x minus 1. Where is it? This one. Okay, boleh. And then a straight line y equals mx plus 3. Okay, this is the straight line. Okay, and as you can see, they never touch each other. Okay, but actually it doesn't matter whether it touch or no touch. Whenever the question give you satu equation straight line and satu equation curve, you have to do simultaneous one. You have to take these two equation, gabung jadi satu equation. Okay, doesn't matter what the question says. Okay, but let's read the question also lah. Let's read the question also. Find the range of values of m. Range means your answer either bigger or smaller, or bigger sama dengan, smaller sama dengan. That's what it means by range. Okay, they say by using number line method such that the straight line does not touch the curve. Okay, what is number line method? Number line method is a method you use to solve quadratic inequalities. So let's talk about quadratic inequalities. Inequalities dalam bahasa Melayu, ketaksamaan. Ketaksamaan. Apa tu ketaksamaan? Okay, kalau persamaan, dia ada equal. Dia ada simbol sama dengan. Tapi kalau ketaksamaan, dia ada simbol macam smaller, bigger, smaller, macam ni lah. Like this one. These are all ketaksamaan, right? And the way to solve it, you learn three methods. The first method you learn is called the graph sketching method. Okay, graph sketching method. Second method you learn is called the number line method. Number line method, which is what I will do later for this question because the soalan already specific cakap nak guna method ni. And then the third method is called the table method. Okay, the table method, right? Okay, if the soalan never mention what method, we will always do this method, graph sketching method, because that's the easiest one. This one you have to sketch the graph, and then kalau bigger, lorek sini. Kalau smaller, lorek sini. You remember, right? Yang tu lah. Okay, but this question we will use number line method, right? And also I want to talk about what it means by does not touch the curve. It means this curve and this straight line, they never touch lah. So when you see the keyword here, does not touch, that's the keyword, does not touch. It means what you have to do. You have to do b square minus 4ac smaller than 0. Okay. Whenever you see the word you does not touch means you always do b square minus 4ac smaller than 0. If they say touches 2 point, then b square minus 4ac bigger than 0. If they say touches 1 point, b square minus 4ac equals 0. If does not touch, b square minus 4ac smaller than 0. Okay. But before you do this, you have to take these two equations, do simultaneous first. Simultaneous means you combine these two equations into one. You cannot just take this equation and then do b square minus 4ac smaller than 0. That is wrong. If you take straight away, take this and do, it's wrong. It's wrong. Okay. Because the relationship yang does not touch is between the curve and the straight line, not the curve and the x-axis. If you straight away take this and do this, it means you are saying that this curve does not touch x-axis, which is not the case here. The case here is what the curve does not touch another straight line. That is why you have to do simultaneous first. Okay lah, just remember one thing. If the soalan give you a straight line equation and the curve equation, just do simultaneous. Doesn't matter whether they touch 2 point or touch 1 point or does not touch. We don't care. We just do simultaneous first. After do simultaneous, then only we do b square minus 4ac bigger 0 or equal 0 or smaller 0, depending on whether it touch 2 point or touch 1 point or no touch lah. But this one is no touch, right? So later I have to do b square minus 4ac smaller 0. Okay, let's call this equation 1. Let's call this equation 2. And you can see they are both y equals y equals. So y equals y. So when I do the simultaneous, when I want to gambung these two equations into one, I'll just write y equals y, and then the left side y, I write mx plus 3, and then the other side negative x squared plus 2x minus 1 minus 1. And now I will susun so that it becomes general form. So it means everything on one side equals 0, and then I'll do this, do b squared minus 4ac smaller than 0, and then I'll get the answer. Okay, but I already know later it will end up with quadratic inequalities because of this. They already say number line method, right? So confirm later I will end up with a quadratic inequalities, not a quadratic equation. Okay. I already know it because the soalan already said use this method. So confirm you know already it will end up here. Okay, but let's get there first. Yeah, let's focus on what's in front of us first. So let's try to make this general form. So everything on one side equals 0. So the negative x square have to tulis dulu. So pindah sini jadi positive lah. And then the mx I will write next. Okay, this one I have to write next. 2x jadi minus 2x. And then minus 1 pindah jadi plus 1. 3 plus 1 is plus 4. Okay, you can see this is not a general form because general form dia boleh ada x boleh sekali saja. Ya, x hanya boleh muncul sekali. So what you can do here is you take out the x like that. So you left m minus 2 plus 4. Why you buat macam tu? Why you do like that? So that later when you put in the ABC, the b will be this whole thing lah, m minus 2. Okay. Okay, sekarang sudah general form. Now we can see the ABC value clearly. Now we can do the b square minus 4ac smaller than 0. So just open bracket for b, one more bracket for a, one bracket for c lesser than 0. Okay, why less than 0? Because does not touch. Okay, b is m minus 2, a is 1, c is 4. M minus 2 square, when you expand, you get m square minus 4m plus 4. Because m square is m square, and then the next step is m times negative 2 times 2. So negative 2m times 2, negative 4m, and then negative 2 square 4. Negative 4 times 4 is negative 16, lesser than 0. So you end up getting a quadratic. 4 minus 16 is negative 12, lesser than 0, right? So this is a quadratic equation because ada square kan. But it's not quadratic equation, it's quadratic inequalities because they is smaller. Okay? If this one is equal, then we call it quadratic equation. If this is equal, very easy. You just do this, and then m equals, and then just write the answer, then siao already. But for inequalities, you can't do like that. Kalau ini smaller, you cannot do like that. You have to use different method, and there's three method you learn: graph sketching, number line, table method. Okay, I will show you the graph sketching method first. Okay, the graph sketching method is the method yang semua student kena tahu. Okay, because this is the most common method we do it, and it's the easiest and the fastest way to do it. So m squared minus 4m minus 12 smaller than 0. For graph sketching method, okay, I'll do it on the side here because the soalan says don't use this, right? So the graph sketching method looks like this. You will press calculator, the ABC, and then get the 2m answer first. So you will get negative 2 and 6. Okay, wait, let me press. Okay, my calculator give me negative 4, negative 12. 6 and negative 2. Okay lah, the same lah. Okay, so this one is 6, this one is negative 2, and then this one is m minus 6, this one is m plus 2, right? But instead of writing equal 0 here, you have to write lesser than 0. It means you have to follow yang atas lah. But this equal, you don't write smaller. No, no, no. That one is, this one is equal. And then next thing, you do a graph sketching. You sketch a graph. And then here you write the small number, here you write the big number. Small number is negative 2, big number is 6. And then now you start to shade the region. So if you want to shade the region, you have to look at these baris, the bracket punya baris. So if it's bracket smaller, you will shade one region, and it's here. If it's bracket bigger, you have to shade two region. It will be here and here, right? Okay, this one you shade in middle here, so the answer will be the shaded region. The answer will be the shaded region lah, which is in between negative 2 and 6. And the way we write it is like this: negative 2, 6 in between. So that is the answer. Okay, but for this question we can't do it like that, of course, because they want the number line method. So that is why I do it on the side for the graph sketching. So now let's do the number line method, but you will end up with the same answer later here, right? So what is the number line method? You draw a number line lah. You draw a line. So draw a line. Wait, before you draw the line, actually you have to do this step first. Okay, so it doesn't matter which method you use, whether it's the graph sketching, number line, or table method. This step memang kena buat sampai sini. Okay, it's just that sini baru dia start jadi lain. So it means I will have to continue. I mean, I have to repeat the same thing. M plus 2, smaller 0, m equals 6, m equals negative 2. This one also have to do until like this, right? But now it gets differently because now I use number line method instead of the graph sketching method. So now I have to do number line. So I'll draw a line. Okay, I have to put some numbers on the line. And what number do you think I'll put? Confirm will be these two numbers lah, negative 2 and 6. So the negative 2 will be the smaller number here. So negative 2 will be here, 6 will be here, right? And then you will write down the region. So what is this region trying to represent? This region represents what? It represents m smaller than negative 2 because it's on the left side of negative 2. And this region represents what? M bigger than 6, right? And then the region in middle, this region represents m in between negative 2 and 6, like that. Okay. And then now your job is to take any number less than negative 2 and then sub inside the left hand side. Okay. So what number is smaller than negative 2? You can go with negative 3. Okay, and then later for this you will also sub using the m, but choose a value that's between negative 2 and 6. Okay, I think I'll choose 0 because 0 is like easy to sub. Okay, m bigger than 6, you can choose m equals 7. Okay, okay, now what you do with all this value, you sub inside this side. Okay, the bracket, which is m minus 6, m plus 2. Actually you want to sub this one also can, you will get the same result. Yeah, nak sub ini pun boleh, sub ni pun boleh. Okay, because actually this one come from here. Yeah, this one actually come from here, so it doesn't matter which one you sub. Okay, but usually I suka ganti yang ini, yang ada bracket punya. So when you ganti, what you get? You end up getting bracket, m minus 6, m plus 2. So negative 3 minus 6, negative 3 plus 2. But the smaller zero don't write. The smaller zero don't write. Okay, because you are trying to see whether you get positive or negative or not. Okay. Later the smaller zero, after we done all this, then baru kita tengok yang smaller zero tu. Now we never write. Okay, negative 3 minus 6 is negative 9. Negative plus 2 is negative 1. And when you times, you get 9 positive, which is bigger 0. And that means this is a positive region. You will end up with a positive answer. Okay. For here, you will do negative m minus 6, so it means 0 minus 6 lah. And then m plus 2 is 0 plus 2. And then you end up getting negative 6 times 2, negative 12, which is smaller than 0. So this is a negative. You will get negative answer for this region. What about here? Bracket, bracket, m is 7, so 7 minus 6, 7 plus 2. 7 minus 6 is 1, 1 times 9 is 9, bigger 0. So this is a positive region. Okay, because you end up getting positive answer. Okay, now you're done with all this. Now it's time to focus on the right side. Just now we only sub here, right? So when we sub here, some region we get positive, some region we get negative. But now you look at the question and see what they want. They want the bracket to be lesser than 0, smaller than 0. It means your bracket, you want it to be negative. So if you want it to be negative, which region you need to take? The middle one lah, because the middle one you end up getting negative for your answer here. This one you get positive. So the answer is this, right? Is this region. And how do you represent this region? This one lah. So the answer is m between negative 2 and 6. And as you can see, the answer is same with the graph sketching method here. Okay. But this question you have to do it like this because the soalan wants you to do this method. Okay. But make sure you know the graph sketching method also. Okay. This is important. All right. That's all. Let's continue. Okay, I'm gonna do B1. So B1 says sketch the graph of gx equals 2 bracket x plus 3 square minus 8. Okay, when you sketch graph, you need to find some points first. You can't just go straight into the sketch. You have to find some points and you have to find some important points. So what are the important points? The x-intercept, the y-intercept, and if it's a quadratic, you better find the minimum maximum point or the turning point. And if they got give you the domain, the range for x, which is the domain, you also have to find out like what is the first point and the last point if they got give us domain. But this question they never give us the domain. Yeah, they never give us the x punya like julat, dia tak bagi kan. So we don't have to worry about that. So we just have to find the x-intercept, y-intercept, and the turning point is good enough, right? So you can just open a table. Just do a table, and then no need so big lah because not many points, right? Okay, like this is good. So I will just find some points here, and the points I said just now is what? X-intercept, y-intercept, and the turning point, right? So when you find x-intercept, y-intercept, you usually sub x0, y0. Okay, and believe me, for the x-intercept, you get two answers here. How come I know this is because this is a quadratic. Yeah, and if you look carefully, this equation is actually in vertex form. What is vertex form? Vertex form means the quadratic equation looks like this: ax plus b square plus q. And if it's in vertex form, you can take out the turning point easily. Okay, it will be negative pq. The x coordinate will be this number right here, but you have to change sign, tukar tanda, and then the y coordinate will be this number. Okay, so actually for the turning point, TP turning point, we actually have already from here. It will be negative 3, negative 8. Okay, yeah, because the equation is already changed, is already convert nicely to the vertex form, so I can just take it out like that, right? Okay, now what about the y-intercept? Sorry, the y-intercept. Okay, so you just sub x equals 0 lah. Okay, some student they might ask me this question. They might say like, hey sir, do I have to expand this thing become general form? It means like x plus 3 square you kembang and then times 2 and then minus 8 and then become general form baru sub x kosong. Actually, kalau you nak buat macam tu boleh juga. Okay, tapi it will take time lah. Okay, tapi tak payahlah. Okay, you terus sub je lah x kosong. Okay, why you want to waste time? Just sub x kosong and then 0 plus 3, 3 square, 9, 9 times 2, 18, 18 minus 8, 10. Okay, so that is your y-intercept. What about your x-intercept? You sub y0, right? Okay, this one I think I have to write the working down because it will be like two answers and yeah, it will be a bit difficult to do it in my head, so I will write it down. So 2 bracket x plus 3 square minus 8, the whole thing equals 0. Because y equals 0 means the whole thing equals 0. Okay, so now I mean the gx equals 0 lah. Okay, so now how do you find x? Okay, you have a choice. You want to expand this, can also. You don't want to expand, can also. You nak kembang ke tak nak kembang ke, itu up to you. But I won't kembang. Okay, I won't kembang. Because I can just pindah the 8, becomes positive 8, and then 8 bahagi 2 sini dapat 4 kan. And then you left with x plus 3 square. And how do you find x? Just pindah the whole square to the other side lah. This is why I didn't choose to kembang. But if you kembang can also. But if you kembang, then the 4 have to bring it here already. If you kembang this, the 4 I have to bring it here because it becomes general form. And then tekan the ABC lah. But you'll get same answer also lah if you do like that. Okay, but kalau saya takkan kembang. Instead I will pindah like that. But when you pindah square root, remember ada dua jawapan plus minus. So x plus 3 equals to square root 4, which is 2. But there's another answer, x plus 3 equals negative 2. Right? So from here you get your answer already. X equals 2 minus 3 is negative 1 lah. Okay, because you pindah, right? So, oh my god, not enough space. Can I make this smaller? Oh, no. Uh, okay, I'll just write here lah. So x equals negative 1. That's the first answer. Okay, and then for this is x equals, okay, negative 2 minus 3 is negative 5. So this is your x-intercept, negative 1, negative 5. So now I go to my table, I write negative 1, I comma negative 5. Okay, I'm done with all the points. Now we can try to sketch the graph. Okay, usually when they ask us to sketch, they will give us the domain. Okay, the range of x. It means they will like tell you, okay, it goes from where to where. And you have to find out the first point and the last point here, right? But since this question don't have, then we don't need to do that. It means dia tak bagi range. It means you can draw, there's no restriction where you need to draw. So it's like you don't need to know the first point and the last point lah. Okay, because they never give us the domain, right? So now it's time to sketch. Okay, I always teach my student draw the y-axis first. Always draw the y-axis first. And if you want to know where to draw the y-axis, you look at the x value. If all the x value is negative, then your y-axis should be paling kanan. Okay. If it's all the x value positive, then you draw paling kiri, right? So as you can see, it's like the x value is like all negative, negative 1, negative 3, negative 5, 0. So my y-axis, I will put it here so that I have enough space here to put negative 1, negative 2, negative 3, 4, 5, right? And the positive, I don't even need it because there's nothing positive here. After I draw the y-axis, I will start labeling the highest value for y here. So you can see the highest value is 10, and then you got use 0, negative 8. So what you can do, 10. Okay, instead of going 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I will just go 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 0. Because if you do like that, you will get there faster, right? You will reach there faster. And then negative 2, negative 4, negative 6, negative 8. And also, I don't like when my graph have a lot of numbers. Yeah, that's why I don't like to write 1, 2, 3, 4, like, yeah. Okay. So I will just do like that. Okay, now for the x-axis, I know I will not be using this part of the graph. There will be no graph there. So I'll just draw here. Okay, sini tak ada graph pun. So it's just x, and then here, okay, look at the value, negative 1, negative 3, negative 5. So just go negative 1, negative 2, negative 3, negative 4, negative 5. Okay, done. Oh, by the way, this is a sketch question. Sketch question, you don't need to use graph paper. You just sketch in the answer space provided. Ya, awak lakar je dekat ruang yang dia sediakan. Tak payah guna graph paper semua. And all the scala also, you don't need to follow any scala. Like, just lebih kurang lah. But make sure it's like lebih kurang sama panjang also. Kalau tak, nanti you punya graph punya shape nanti tak cantik. Okay, let's go. 0, 10, where is it? That's the first point. Negative 1, 0, where is it? It's here. Negative 5, 0, it's here. Negative 3, negative 8, that's the turning point, which is here. And the shape will look exactly like a quadratic curve, which is a U shape, or you can call it like a smiley face. Okay, let's draw it. So you have to use freehand, so it will look like that. Okay, let's go like this. Okay, and then go up. Okay, done. Alright, I want to ask you something. Is it okay if I draw kasi outside macam tu a bit, like extend the line like that? Can I do that? Yes. Yes, because this question never give us the domain. If they got give us domain, for example, they want to draw x between, like, let's say negative 5 until 0, then you have to make sure the line have to stop at here already. Same for 0, stop at here also. Okay, if they got give us the domain. But since this question tak cakap, tak bagi domain, dia tak ada restriction, you can panjangkan if you want. Okay. Okay, done. That is the answer. Okay, one more thing is to write the equation. Gx equals, okay, what's the equation? 2 bracket x plus 3 square minus 8. Okay. Oh, as for the points here, I recommend you always label the turning point. So what's the turning point? Negative 3, negative 8. So you label that. Okay. That's how I teach my student in my class. I always tell them, Okay, if you don't want to label all the points, it's okay. Like all these points don't need to label, but the minimum point or the maximum point, I mean the turning point lah, try to label it. Okay, it means like right beside the coordinate like that. For the other points you don't want to label, it's fine. But for the turning point, try to do that. Okay, so as you can see, yeah, that's the axis of symmetry lah. Okay, so that's it. Now we can do question 2. Okay. Okay, it is given that hx is 2x plus p square plus q. Okay, here comes another equation. Tadi gx, sekarang hx. So this is another, but it's like a bit similar, right? So 2 bracket x plus p square plus q. So it's also in vertex form, and the a is also 2, but the p and q dia tak bagi, right? Okay, let's see what it says here. State the range of P and Q. Oh, nak cari P and Q punya range. Julat. If the graph of HX is on the right of GX and the position of minimum point of HX is higher than GX. Ah, okay. So this one, the black color one is GX, right? So what happens to the HX? It's on the right side of GX. That means the axis of symmetry will be higher than the GX lah. Because for GX, where is the axis of symmetry? The Parksy symmetry is here, and this line is x equals -3, because it's a vertical line straight down the x-axis at -3, right? So what happens if the hx is on the right side? It means the hx punya axis of symmetry will be somewhere here lah. Okay, but we don't know where. We just know that it's on the right side. That means the axis of symmetry will be bigger than -3, right? And they already give us the equation for hx, even though it's not complete, but it's in vertex form, so we can actually take out the axis of symmetry from here, right? So the axis of symmetry would be the x coordinate of the turning point, and you take out dari sini. But when you take it out, kena tukar tanda jadi -p, right? But we do know that the -p has to be bigger than -3. Why? Because I told you the hx graph punya axis of symmetry is on the right side. So when it's on the right side, it has to be bigger than -3. Okay, that is why and also the axis of symmetry for hx is -p. So -p is bigger than -3. So p is smaller than 3. Because -3 divide -1, it becomes +3. And when you divide negative, this symbol have to flip. You have to terbalikkan the symbol. So bigger becomes smaller. Now for the next part, position of minimum point is higher. Okay, when the hx graph is higher, what happens is the y coordinate of the turning point change. Okay, because when the graph is higher, and okay, the axis of symmetry never change. Actually, the axis of symmetry got changed also lah. But when you put it higher, the the thing that will make it higher is the y coordinate of this point actually. Yeah. So this y coordinate will change lah. So instead of -8, it will be higher than -8. Okay, but if you take out the equation hx, you can actually see the y coordinate of the turning point is q. Okay, it's q. It means for the hx, dia punya minimum point berapa? -pq. I mean write it like atas here just now. See, it's here. If it's x plus p square plus q, it'll be -pq. Because this one you have to tukar tanda, and then the q just take it as the y coordinate. So the minimum point is -p comma q, right? That is, and that's why when they say the hx is higher, is how to say on the right side, I take the -p bigger than -3. Yeah, because this is the x coordinate of the minimum point. This is also the x coordinate, but since this one is on the right side, that's why -p bigger than -3 lah. But now they also said hx is higher. So what happens to the y coordinate q? Higher lah. It means more than -8 lah. Higher. So it will be like higher than this, right? So that is the answer. That is the answer. Because they asked for range for P and Q, and that is the range, the Julat. Okay, so hope you understand. That is the answer. Okay, for number 5, I think I will do it up here. So the soalan says sketch the graph of y equals 1 minus cos 2x. This one is definitely from 5 chapter 6, the trigonometric function chapter. Okay, after you sketch the graph, you have to do the number of solution. Okay, ini memang, ya, dia memang suka tanya ni man. This is like one of the question that the format never change. Yeah, it's always same thing, man. Sketch graph and then find number of solution. Okay, I'll draw it up here. So the A question starts here. Okay, they want to draw 1 minus cos 2x. Okay, if I am the one doing it, I will write like this: negative cos 2x plus 1. This one, I will write it after the cos 2x. Okay, okay, for 0 until 2 pi. So how do you sketch this? Okay, the way I teach my students is I will ask them to buat satu yang main-main punya dulu. It means you draw satu, you conteng sebelah dulu. But this is not the answer. This is not the real one. This is just a rough sketching. Why we have to do the rough sketching? Because we need to know the shape. Okay. Because whenever we sketch graph, any graph, we need to know how it looks like, and we also need the coordinates, right? We need to know how it looks like and the coordinates. Okay. So the reason I'm doing this is because I want to know how it looks like first, like how it will end up looking. Okay, like roughly lah. No need to be accurate. This is just a testing saja. Okay, it's a testing version of the graph. So kita kena tengok cos 2x dulu. After we tengok cos 2x, we kena tengok negative. After we tengok negative, we tengok plus 1. So let's start with cos 2x. What is the meaning of cos 2x? You have to draw two cos graph in 360 degree. That's what it means. So two underwear, one underwear, two underwear. And this will be the 360 ataupun 2 pi lah. In Addmaths, they usually use gradient one, so 2 pi. And then for here and here, it will be 1 negative 1. Because cos 2x sini tak ada, nothing here means 1. So the amplitude is 1 negative 1. Okay. If this is 2, then it will be 2 negative 2. Okay. Okay, the next thing you want to look at the negative now. So when you look at the negative here means you have to terbalikkan your whole graph. It means the whole graph kena diterbalikkan. Diterbalikkan means everything turn upside down. So it become like that. Right? So I purposely use a different color, a red color. And then what happens to the black color line? Erase lah. This is the old one already, right? So I'll erase it. Okay. Okay, but it's not finished yet. It's not finished yet. I still have to plus 1. Okay, I still have to plus 1. Okay, whenever you plus 1, what happens? The whole graph move vertically upwards 1 unit. Okay, in my for my own student, I always tell them like they will naik lift. You know lift, like the elevator or escalator. Elevator. So it's like you naik elevator 1 unit. So what happens is like the two underwear yang sudah diterbalikkan kena naik atas 1 unit. Okay. And the way I teach my student is I will ask them to do like that. Go here, go here, go here. Take all this number plus 1. Yeah, all the y coordinate plus 1 basically. So the y coordinate here plus 1 is 2. This one plus 1 is 1. This one plus 1 is 0. And after you plus 1, you have to find out your new x-axis position. Because your x-axis position is not here anymore. Because when you do this plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, you realize that your new x-axis actually go down already. Yeah lah, because the whole graph move up So your new x-axis will be below will be a bit down already. Okay? And where is it? It will be at the new 0, which is here. Okay, so that's the answer. Okay, but of course this is just the testing punya. Later you have to draw the real one. This one is just a rough sketching. So now that we know roughly how it looks like, now we can draw the real one. But before I draw the real one, you can also do this working. You find the exact coordinates. So the way I teach is like I always tell my student, bulatkan this and then sub 0, 1, negative 1. Okay, and then what happens is when y equals, and then you sub this whole thing is 0. Okay, so 0 times negative is 0 also. 0 plus 1 is 1. Okay, and then if y equals to 1, then the whole thing also equals 1. So negative cos 2x plus 1 equals 1. And then later solve for x here. And then repeat the same thing, but this time sub 1. And then negative 1 plus 1 is 0. And then take the whole thing, negative cos 2x plus 1 equals 0. And then do the same for the last one. This one sub negative 1. Negative 1 times negative, positive 1. Positive 1 plus 1, positive 2. And then the whole thing equals to 2. And then solve for x. And what's the reason, what's the purpose of us doing this? To get the exact coordinate. Because we already know how the shape looks like, right? And if you want to know what are all these coordinates, you do this step. Then you will know everything. Then you can sketch the real one. Okay. But this one tak ada markah one. Yeah, the one I'm doing now, this one tak ada markah. You can actually straight away go straight to the drawing pun boleh. Okay. If you can know the exact coordinate without doing this working, then don't do the working can also. Okay? But usually I do it. Usually I'll do it. Okay? And I teach my students also, I'll teach them to do it. So how you find x from here? You pindah lah. 1 minus 1 is 0. But after you 1 minus 1, you have to pindah the negative also. But negative 0 is 0 also, right? So just 0 lah. Okay, shift cos 0, this is a special case. What is special case? Special case is when your sine cos value equals to 1 or 0 or negative 1. Ataupun tangent equals 0. So when it's a special case, you don't use your calculator to get your answer. For special case, you have to remember, memorize it. So shift cos 0, this one is special case. Special case, you're gonna hafal ada dalam otak, and there's two answers, 90 and 270. Okay. If it's normal case, then baru you tekan shift sine, shift cos, shift tangent, and then the calculator will give you RA, reference angle, and then you change to the quadrant you want lah. But if it's special case, you will not get the reference angle. You will straight away write the answer like that. Means you have to memorize it lah. So for cos 0, I hope you know is this 2. Okay. Okay, but if it's 2x, what you have to do? If it's 2x means you have to take all your answers tambah 360. Okay, so 90 plus 360, 450, 270 plus 360, 630. And then everything divide to 45, 135, 225, 315. So these are all the coordinates. Continue. Cos 2x equals what? Okay, 0 plus 1 hantar sana jadi minus 1. And then you pin out negative. Then so the negative 1 become positive 1. Okay, cos 1, this is also special case. So cos berapa sama dengan 1? This is special case. So you kena hafal is 0 and 360. I hope you are aware of this. Okay, you know cos 0 is 1, cos 360 is 1. But since it's 2x, you have to take all your answer tambah 360. You end up with 720. And then x equals to 0, 180, 360. Okay. So remember, if it's 2x, you have to take all your answer tambah 360 sekali. Okay. So you have two answer, right? 0, 360. But if you take 0 plus 360, you get 360 also. So you just take 360 plus 360 lah. That's why you end up with this. Okay, finally the last one. Cos 2x equals berapa? Plus 1 hantar jadi minus 1. 2 minus 1 is positive 1. And then pindah negative jadi negative 1. And then now how to find 2x? Okay, shift cos negative 1. This is another special case. And you should have this memorized. It's 180 only. There's only one answer. But if it's 2x, you have to find the second answer in the second pusingan. How to do that? Plus 360, you get 540. And then bagi dua is 9270. Okay, now we have all the exact coordinate, and we also know how the shape looks like. Now we can do the real one. Okay, let me make some space here. Okay, now it's time to sketch the graph. This is my y-axis. Okay, for the x-axis, where you want to draw? Atas, bawah, or middle? Okay, I will draw bawah. Kenapa? Because from my working here, I see it already. When y equals 1, when y equals 0, y equals 2, it means you only need y0, y1, y2. You don't need the negatives. That's why you look at bawah. And you can see it from your rough sketching just now. It already shows that your x-axis is at the paling bawah punya point here at 0. That is why you can just put 0, go 1, go 2. Okay, this is y, this is x. Now for here, it will be 90, 180, 270, 360. Okay, but you have to double check the question whether they want you to draw until 2 pi. Sometimes they want to draw until pi or 3 pi over 2. So let's check now. So you can see here, they will tell you the domain. The range of x is 0 until 2 pi. That means you draw until 2 pi lah. What if they say they want to draw until pi? That means after you are done drawing for 2 pi, you have to erase off this part. You have to erase this. If they want 0 until pi lah. But this one, they want the whole thing. So yeah, just plot all the points and then just draw. Okay, when y equals 1, x is 45, 135, 225, 315. So when y equals 1, x is 45, 135, 225, 315. So all the points is here, like in the middle. Okay. When y equals 0, x is 0, 180, 360. Alright. When y equals 0 is here, you will get 0, 180 is here, 360 is here. Okay. And then when y equals 2, x is 90, 270. So 90 at 2, 70 at. Okay, now it's time to join all the points. But when you join, make sure the shape is correct. And if you want to know the shape, you refer this. That is why it's so important to know the shape before you draw. Because even if you can find out all the coordinate correctly, even if like let's say you join like that, oh my god, like it's wrong also. Even though you join all the point, you sentuh semua point, but if the shape is wrong, it's considered wrong also. You need to make sure the coordinate betul, but the shape also betul. So the shape is like that. It's like a cross graph, like a underwear, but surat terbalik punya underwear. So it's like that, and then like that, and then like that, and then like that. Ini baru betul. Okay, this part is not nice, so Draw again lah. Okay, sudah siap. So this is y equals negative cos 2x plus 1. Okay, we finished the first part of the question. Now for the next part. So hence using the same axis, sketch a suitable line to find the number of solution for this equation 0 until 2 pi, state the number of solution. Okay, what is number of solution? Number of solution means they want you to find out the number of intersection ataupun berapakah bilangan persilangan. Berapa kali dia silang. So later you have to draw a line and you find out berapa kali dia silang. How many times straight line intersect the course graph. But before you draw the line, you need the equation of straight line first. And usually the soalan will not give you the equation of straight line straight away. They will not be that nice to give it to you straight away. The equation they give you is bukan y equal mx plus c. So you can see it from here. It's cos 2x minus 1. Sorry, equals 1 minus 2 pi over x. So yeah, they will not be so nice to give you the equation of straight line straight away. Okay, equation of straight line is usually y equal mx plus c. They will not usually give you the y equal mx plus c. Your job is to convert this equation supaya dia jadi y equal mx plus c. That's your job now. Okay, macam mana nak jadikan dia y equal mx plus c? First is you try to make it supaya dia ada y dulu. Because if you look at the equation now, dia tak ada y. So you nak jadikan dia ada y. But how to make it supaya dia ada y? You refer the last question. You refer the last question. So when you refer the last question, you realize y is equals to what? Negative cos 2x plus 1. It means I will try my best to change this so that dia ada negative cos 2x plus 1. Because I want y. Sebab saya nak tukar jadi y nanti. So the closest thing now is cos 2x. Right? Close to cos 2x. But I tak mau cos 2x. I want negative cos 2x plus 1. So let's try to make this negative. How to do it? Just tukar tanda lah. But when you tukar tanda for this person, then the rest also kena tukar tanda. So yang 1 ni dia akan jadi minus 1. The minus jadi plus 2 pi over x. Okay. It means dia akan jadi negative 1 plus 2 pi over x. But you can also write 2 pi over x minus 1. It's the same thing. Okay, now we already have the negative cos 2x. Now the only thing left is I want the plus 1. Right? So what you can do? You can plus 1 both sides. Okay, plus 1 both sides. So on the left side here, you plus 1. On the right side also, you plus 1. Okay, but you have to make sure you do it for both sides. You can't just do it on one side. It's not fair. If you want to do it, you do it for both sides. Okay, so remember, if you want to darab or bahagi anything, make sure you do it for every term, for everyone. But if you want to plus minus, just do it 2 times, one on the left side, one on the right side. Okay, another way to do it is you pindah the minus 1. Can also, it's the same thing, because when you pindah minus 1 jadi plus 1, right? It's the same also, same thing also. Okay lah, I will do like that. Plus 1 plus 1. So it becomes what? Negative cos 2x plus 1, which is y. Okay. Equals to 2 pi over x. Okay, negative 1 plus 1 cut becomes 0 already. Okay. Okay, what if you use the method yang saya cakap tadi, you pindah macam ni? Same also. You get negative cos 2x plus 1 equals 2 pi over x. Sama je. Sama saja. Okay, let's continue. Now you can write y already. Kenapa? Because according to A, y is equals to negative cos 2x plus 1. And this is negative cos 2x. That's why I do all this. Because I want the equation to have y. So now I end up with 2 pi over x. But wait, is this a straight line? Now that my equation have y already, now I can see how the equation looks like. It's 2 pi over x. So I'll tell you now, this is not the straight line. Because the straight line, if it's a straight line, the x will duduk atas. And you can see this one, the x duduk bawah. So if the x duduk bawah, it's not a straight line. It's a curve. And to be more specific, it's a reciprocal graph. It's called a reciprocal graph. In Bahasa Melayu, it's called salingan. Okay, salingan. Okay, what is a reciprocal graph? Reciprocal graph is when your equation, the x duduk bawah like that. Or in other words, the x power is negative. So the graph will actually end up looking like this. Okay, or maybe like this, depending on the k positive or negative lah. If the k is positive, it'll look like this. No, wait. This one is when k negative. This one is when k... Wait. This one is negative. This one is positive. Yeah, because this one is positive, negative, positive. Yeah. So this one is when k positive, this one is k negative. Okay. So now tell me, this graph, you can see this is like same with this form, right? It's not in linear form. If it's in linear form, then it's a straight line. Linear form is y equal mx plus c. This is not mx plus c, bro. The x duduk bawah. So it's a reciprocal graph. It's called a reciprocal. Okay. The mx plus c is called a linear graph. Okay. Dalam bahasa Melayu is salengan. Okay. So in order to draw this graph, we need some points. We need some coordinates. So let's find some coordinates. Okay. Usually at least you find 2 points lah. Okay, you can sub x0, but I will not do that because I already know what will happen. If I ganti x0, 2 pi divide 0, it will be math error because you can't divide by 0. Yeah, you know why? Because the reciprocal graph will not touch the y-axis. It will not have y-intercept, and it also won't have any x-intercept. That's why you see the graph, it doesn't touch the y-axis, x-axis. Yeah, it doesn't touch. So that's why I will not sub x0. Then what I sub, okay, you can try maybe sub 2 pi. Because when you sub x 2 pi, you can take 2 pi divide 2 pi, you can cut. So you're left with 1. And the 2 pi 1 point is here lah. That's your first point, right? Let's find another point somewhere here. Maybe let's take pi, right? Let's find a point at pi. So we know where is it here. So when you sub x is pi, what is pi and pi potong? You left with y equals 2. So the pi 2 point is here, right? But don't do this. Don't do this. Don't take your ruler and then do this. Oh my god. Don't do that. I already said this is not a straight line. And if you drew this, you know it's wrong. You know why? Because just now when you find the y-intercept, remember when you ganti x0 just now, what you get? You get math error, right? So that means that this graph shouldn't have any y-intercept here. But if you draw it like this, it's wrong already. So actually the shape is not like that. It's actually a curve going up like that, right? And if you don't believe me, what you can do, you can find one more point. You can find one more point at where? Maybe at 3 pi over 2. Okay, maybe at 3 pi over 2. So what happens if I find another point at 3 pi over 2? Okay, so if I find 3 pi over 2, what is your y? So your y will be 2 pi divide 3 pi over 2, which is 2 pi times 2 over 3 pi. Cut, and then 2 times 2 is 4 over 3. So this one is 4 over 3. And where is 4 over 3? Okay, this one is 3 over 3. So 4 over 3, 5 over 3, 6 over 3, which is 2. So 4 over 3 is here. So the point is here. And as you can see, it's not a straight line. Because if you put your ruler here, you can see it doesn't even touch the next point. If you put it here also, like yeah, the only way to, if you want your graph to pass through all these points, you need to draw a curve, not a straight line. And the curve will end up looking like this, okay? And then it will go up. And it will just keep going up. Yeah, and it will not touch the y-axis. Okay? And this is the equation, y equals 2 pi over x. Yeah, this is called the reciprocal graph, like that. Right? But sir, I thought the reciprocal graph got 2 parts. There's another part here, right? Okay lah, but it will be at here. Right? But we are only drawing for 0 until 2 pi. That's why the only part we are drawing is the positive here lah, the 0 until 2 pi punya part. Okay? Tapi sebenarnya ada satu lagi part of the graph here on the opposite side. Okay? But we don't need to draw that. We just need to draw from 0 until 2 pi. So it's very clear that how many solution we have here. So one solution, two solution. So how many intersection? Two intersection. So the NOS, number of solution, is 2. And that is the answer. Okay. So that's what the question wants. They ask for number of solution. Alright, sudah siap part A. Okay, let's do part B. So part B says solve the equation cot x plus 2 cos x equals 0 for 0 until 360. Okay, this is also under trigonometry chapter. And this type of question, they usually ask you to solve for the angle, the x. So for this type of question, you need to later after you do all the step, yang first punya step, you will end up getting like something theta equals to something like that. And since you want to find the theta or x in this case, you have to pindah this and tekan the shift, sine shift, cos shift, tangent. But you have to check whether it's a normal case or special case. If it's a normal case, you use your calculator, tekan shift, sine shift, cos shift, tangent, whatever, get your reference angle, and then check quadrant, and then there will be 2 answers. But if it's a special case, don't do like that. Don't use the calculator. If it's special case, you need to have it memorized and then write the answer straight away. Special case is when your sine cos theta equals to 0, 1, negative 1, ataupun your tangent theta equals to 0. And there is 7 special case you need to hafal. Okay lah, I'll just do it now. Later you will understand. Okay, when I reach there, you will understand. So first thing first, this equation, try to make it try to make it like ada satu trigo saja. So now you can see this is cot x. This is 2 cos x equals 0. Okay. And we cannot use basic identity formula because tak ada square. And we cannot use double angle formula because tak ada double angle. So what I will do instead is I will change the cos to cos over sine. Cos x over sine x, right? Actually, this cot can change to 1 over tangent also, but it doesn't help because even if you change to 1 over tangent, this one is cos, right? You want it to be, you want the equation to have like how to say, like if it's cos, then it's like cos all the way, or if it's sine, it's sine all the way. It's not good when there's like tangent and sine and cos, like tak cantik, eh? So the closest thing I can get is this cos over sine, and then plus 2 cos x equals 0. Okay, I know there is sine and cos, but at least it looks better, right? At least I can take this and darab sine x now. So how to get rid of the fraction? Darab sine x. So when you darab sine x, this one cut already. This one darab sine x, you get 2 sine x cos x equals 0. And you can actually anggap the sine x cos x macam xy. Yeah, you can just let this become like xy, and then this will be y, right? So imagine if you have y plus 2xy equals 0, you can factorize out the y, right? You left with 1 plus 2x, betul? So yeah, you do the same, okay? So you also factorize. And what you factorize? Cos x, because both these two terms can divide by cos x. So when you take out the cos x, when you factorize out the cos x, you left with 1 plus 2 sine x. Because you bahagi already, cos x bahagi cos x satu, and then this one, the whole thing bahagi cos x, left with 2 sine x equals 0. Okay, when you have something darab something equals 0, you can take the first bracket equals 0, and then the second bracket equals 0. Okay, something that when you have bracket equals 0, take the first bracket equals 0, second bracket 0. Okay, now you reach here already. You remember just now first I check up, right? You will reach here later. And then when you reach here, you have to ask yourself whether it's normal case or special case, right? Okay, cos x equals something. Okay, this one also you can find it. Sin x equals what? 1 pindah jadi negative 1, divide 2 is negative 0.5, right? Okay, now tell me, is this normal case or special case? Special case, because cos equals 0. So for special case, can you use calculator? No. Why it cannot? Because for special case, the answer doesn't belong to any quadrant. The answer that comes out would be 0, 90, 182, 73, 60. These are all special angle. Why I call it special angle? Because they are not acute angle, obtuse angle, reflex angle. They are angle, dia angle yang tak boleh tentukan quadrant. So for this kind of answers, you have to have it memorized. And I'll tell you now, the answer here is 92, yeah, 9270. Yeah, because when the cos 0, you will take the x-intercept of the cos graph. So you don't have to have it memorized. Okay, what about this? This one is normal case. This is normal case. So for normal case, you can use calculator. But when you press calculator, before you press, you check which quadrant first. So add sugar to coffee, and then sign negative is third quadrant and fourth quadrant. So quadrant 3 and quadrant 4. And then now you press calculator, you tekan shift sign, but the negative don't tekan. Yeah, the negative don't tekan. The negative only indicates quadrant. So just tekan shift sign 0.5, and the calculator will give you 30. But a lot of weak students, they will write x here, and then they just stop here. Oh my god, this is wrong, guys. And if you're my student, you know it's wrong, because I repeat it so many times in my class. It's like, yeah, you get it already. So this cannot write x here. You have to write RA. What is RA? Reference angle. Dalam bahasa Melayu, sudut rujukan. In other words, this 30 degree is the angle in quadrant 1. Reference angle in quadrant 1. But you want it in quadrant 3 and 4. So you have to write satu baris lagi. Sini baru tulis X. Sini baru tulis X. And how do you convert to quadrant 3, quadrant 4? 180 plus and 360 minus. Okay. If you want the corresponding quadrant 3 angle, you take 180 plus with the reference, which is 210. If you want the quadrant 4 angle, you take 360 minus with the reference 3330. Okay. So let me give you the notes. From quadrant 1 to quadrant 2, 180 minus. 1 to 3, 180 plus. 1 to 4, 360 minus. This one very important. That is why just now I take 180 plus and 360 minus, right? But did you realize for this one, I never do like that? I never do the RA thing. I never can shift. Yeah, because this is special case. Special case, the answer that comes out will not be will not belong to any quadrant. That is why it's called special case, right? Okay, now I'm done already. Now I just have to write all the answers in the last baris. But make sure you write in ascending order, meaning you write from the smallest answer to the biggest answer. So the smallest answer is 90. followed by 210, followed by 270, and the next one is 330, and they will give you full mark here. Okay, all right, I'm done. Let's continue. Okay, number 6. I think this is Form 5, Chapter 2, the differentiation chapter. In Bahasa Melayu, pembezaan. Okay, let's read the question. It is given that gradient function. I see this word, gradient function, GF. What is GF? Gradient function, dy dx. Okay, so the gradient function of curve is x plus 1 over x squared. So you must know this. When they mention GF, gradient function, ataupun gradient tangent or gradient curve, they all mean the same thing. It's dy dx. So straight away I write the first information. Dy dx equals to x plus 1 over x squared. But I realized something. This one actually can kembang, can expand. How you expand? You take the x square and then you take the x times 1 over x times 2 and then you take the 1 over x square. But don't expand first. Let's see what they want first. The curve passes through point 12. Okay. So I'll write beside the curve passes through point 12. Find the function of the curve. Okay. What's the meaning of find function? It means find y. That's what it means. Find y. Okay. Okay, tell me now what I should do. You don't go and take the one and then sub inside. Oh my god, don't do that. If you do that, what you are finding? If you take the one and sub inside, you are finding the gradient tangent. And it's wrong because the Solan don't want you to find gradient tangent now. What you should do instead is you should integrate. Okay? Because when you have an equation y equals and you have a point, when you do the dy dx, you will get the gf, which is gradient function, right? And when you take the x coordinate sub inside the gf, you will get the gradient tangent. Okay, but for this question, you don't do it in this flow. You have the dy dx, but you are not trying to find mt. You are trying to find y. That means you have to go back. You have to do it in reverse. You have to go back to atas. And how to do that is to integrate lah. Because this is the answer that comes out after you differentiate the equation, the function. So to get back the function, you have to integrate this so you can get back the function. And why do you think they give me this? The point passes through for you to find c later. Because when you integrate, you will end up having plus c. When you integrate, you'll get plus c at the back later. And then how to find the c is to sub this point lah. Okay. Okay, now let's do the integrate. Okay, the way I explain to my student, I always explain it this way. And if you watch my videos a lot, you know already, I always explain using it this way because it's the very easy to understand. So you want y, right? So what you will pindah there? You will pindah there the d and the dx. Agree? Because you want y, right? So what is this d stands for? This d stands for differentiation. So when you pindah sana, dia akan jadi integrate punya symbol. And this is how the integrate symbol looks like. And then what about the dx? Dia duduk bawah, right? So you can anggap dia macam bahagi lah. So when you pindah, dia jadi darab. So dia akan duduk atas. So your y is equals to what? Integrate bracket x plus 1 over x squared dx. That's what it means, right? But before you integrate, kalau boleh expand, usually it's recommended to expand first. So actually, I will not write like this. I will terus kembang benda ni. So let's kembang x squared is x squared. And the next step is x times 1 over x times 2. X times 1 over x is just 1. 1 times 2 is 2. And then the last step is 1 over x squared, which is 1 over x squared. But later I want to integrate. And when I integrate, usually kita tak nak x ada dekat bawah. So 1 over x squared pindah atas jadi x power negative 2. Like this. Now we integrate. And when we start to integrate, we don't have to write this symbol anymore. We can straight away open the bracket and then integrate x power 2. Okay, how to integrate? Power plus 1. After that, bahagi dengan the new power. So x power 2 plus 1 is power 3. Divide with the new power 3. Tambah. Integrate 2. Okay, when you integrate number, just letak x saja. So integrate 2 is 2x. And then plus, integrate x power negative 2. Same thing, same step. Take the power plus 1. Negative 2 plus 1, negative 1. Divide back with the new power like that. And then tutup bracket. And this is, since dia tak ada number sini, kalau tak ada number sini, it means the dx kena tukar jadi plus c. If tak ada number sini. Kalau ada number sini, then you have to write the number here and then sub inside, right? But if there's no number, you have to write plus c. Okay. Okay, now, so later how to find the plus c? You sub this one inside, right? But don't sub first, because this one can simplify a bit. So let's simplify first. X power 3 over 3 plus 2x. Okay, the x power negative 1 over negative 1, how you will do it? Okay, jangan tengok x dulu. Just tengok the number first. Okay, before here, nothing means 1, right? So 1 divide negative 1, negative 1. So you can tulis siap-siap the negative 1. And then now you look at the x power. If the x power is negative, then you try to make it positive. So now it's x power negative 1. Kena letak bawah lah. because the power negative, you want it to be power positive. Okay? So how to make it positive? Just letak bawah sini power x and then plus c. Okay, done. Now it's time to find the c, and then after you cari c, then sudah siap lah. Okay, how to find the c? You need the x and y lah, because your equation now is like y x x x c, right? So if you want to find c, you just need to have the x and y, and that's why they give you this point. This is the x1 y2. So when x equals 1, y equals 2, sub everything inside. So 2 equals to bracket power 3 over 3 plus 2 bracket minus 1 over bracket plus c. And then for the x, 1, 1, 1. Okay, this one you can use your calculator to help you. So 2 equals, okay, just press all this in the calculator. Okay, 1 power 3 is 1, 1 over 3 plus 2, and then minus 1. Okay, my calculator give me 4 over 3. So your c will be 2 minus 4 over 3. That gives you 2 over 3. Right? But don't stop here. Please rewrite the whole equation, because the question asks for you to write the function, right? So the function will be y equals what? So you tengok balik baris ni, you rewrite the whole thing. Y equals x power 3 over 3 plus 2x minus 1 over x. For the plus c, you write plus 2 over 3. Okay, I'm done. That's the answer. Okay, for part B, okay, this looks like an integration question. Yeah, because I see the diagram, I can tell already. Okay, let's read. Diagram 3 shows a curve y equals x power 3 minus x squared plus 3. Where is it? Okay, so I think it's talking about this curve. Okay, I see it. And they also labeled nicely for me the equation. And then there's a straight line y equals 2x plus 3. Okay, this is the line. Okay, I see it. Intersect at point A and point B 2, 7. Okay, let's check. The straight line intersect the curve at point A and point B. Well, actually, the straight line and the curve actually intersect 3 times. One time here, 2 times, 3 times, right? But it's true lah. They say intersect at A and B, and they actually give you the B coordinate 2, 7, but they never label it here. So nasib baik saya ada baca atas. So now I'll label it 2, 7. What it means is this is point B, and when you baca bawah sini, you end up getting 2, and then you baca sini, you get 7. That's what it means, right? And then what else? Point A lies on y-axis. Point A, oh, it means point A is actually the y-intercept lah, and it will be 3. How come I know? Because if you look carefully, this is the y-intercept of the straight line. And if you look at the straight line, you ganti x kosong dalam sini, you get 3, right? Or you can also ganti x kosong inside here, because the curve also intersect y-axis at point A. So if you sub x0 here, yeah, you get 3 also. Same thing. Okay, so now we have some points that we have already. Point A have already, point B have already. This point, can you find it? I mean, even if I can find it, I won't find it, because I don't think you need that. Because later you want to find area of shaded region, and I don't think you need this point to find the shaded region, because the shaded region is tak ada sampai situ, dia sini saja, right? So I think I can start now. So I will use the integration method to do it. Okay, how do you find the area of this shaded region? First of all, you need to decide whether you want to use the x-axis to integrate or the y-axis to integrate first. Okay, so usually I teach my student like this. I always tell them, you look at the shaded region and ask yourself, the shaded region is in between curve and x-axis or curve and y-axis? The shaded region, is it in between curve and x-axis ataupun curve and y-axis? And the answer is, it's in between the curve and the sengit line. Okay, you realize or not? The shaded region is between the curve and the sengit line. That means you cannot find the area of shaded region by doing satu kali integrate. You have to integrate dua kali. One time for curve, one time or straight line. Okay, but you have to think whether you have to minus or plus. Okay, and if it's minus, is it curve minus straight line or straight line minus curve, right? Okay, but before you decide all that, you have to decide which axis to use first. And the way I teach my student is like this. You just straight away look at the equation. If the equation is y equals, you will use x-axis to integrate. If the equation is x equals, you use y-axis to integrate. Okay, because the formula is like that. Integrate x dy, but if it's integrate dx here, then this will be y. Okay, so can you see, if this dx, this is y, if this dy, this is x, right? So if your equation is always y equals, you will just integrate dx lah, and then this will be y. Okay, and then for the y, you can sub the equation later. Okay, but Okay, so now that you know, you will use x-axis to integrate. But when you find the area of shaded region, the shaded region is not touching the x-axis. Okay, it's actually not between the curve and the x-axis. It's like a bit, how to say? It's separated from the x-axis because you can see there's a gap here. So what you have to do, you have to take something minus something. So what you have to do is you have to take the straight line minus curve. Yeah, it means you have to take the area of this. Okay, you can see there's a curve here, right? But we don't care. We find the whole thing minus with, okay, this is the x-axis by the way. Minus with this, like that. Okay, like this. Yeah, this is the way to do it. This is 0, 2, 0, 2. So this is the plan now. I have to find the area of this whole trapezium minus with this. Okay. Yeah, because you are using x-axis to integrate, so that's the only way. You want to find the area here and then take the trapezium minus this part to get the shaded region. Okay. All right. How to find area of trapezium? Okay, there's two methods. You can use the area of trapezium formula, or you can also use the integration method. If you want to use integration method, it will be integrate dx, and then for the y, you will sub the straight line equation. And then for the number here will be 0, 2. Okay, but I will not do it like this. I will just do it fast using the trapezium formula. The trapezium area formula is 1 over 2 times the sum of parallel sides times with the distance here. Okay, so the parallel side will be 3 plus 7. Okay, and then for the distance between the two parallel line is 2. So this is the area of trapezium. Okay, what you get here, 3 plus 7, 10, 10, 2, 2 can cut, right? So 10. So 10 unit square is the area of trapezium, but you have to minus minus. Okay, this one is the area between curve and the x-axis. So this one you have to use the integration method to do it. Okay, I don't have any space. I think I'll just write here lah. Okay, so minus, I continue here, integrate. Okay, mesti dx because yeah, you are using x-axis to integrate. And then the equation here will be y. But the y will be the curve equation lah. X power 3 minus x squared plus 3. And then for the number here, it will be from 0 to 2. Okay, because you are using x-axis to integrate, so you will not use any value on the y-axis. It will just be these two numbers, 0, 2. Okay, now I will integrate this. So 10 minus, okay, I will open the bracket here. Integrate x power 3 is x power 4 over 4. Integrate x squared is x power 3 over 3. And then integrate 3 is 3x. And then close bracket. Okay, this one don't write plus c because the other numbers in it kan. So put the 2, 0 here. Okay, now you continue here. So this one I'll write here equals 10 minus. Okay, this one I write here. Okay, so now you have to simplify dalam. After you simplify, you sub the 2 and 0 inside. Okay, as you can see, dalam tak boleh simplify dah. So now I'll just open two bracket. Why open two small bracket? One bracket is for you to sub 2 inside. Another bracket is for you to sub 0 inside. And then tengah-tengah minus. Okay. Okay, what happens when you sub 2 inside? 2 power 4, 16. 16 divided 4, 4. Minus, so saya pun minus. Sub 2 here, 2 power 3, 8. 8 over 3 is 8 over 3 lah. And then plus 3 times x plus 3 times 2, 6. Sub 0, 0 times 3, 0, 0 power 3, 0, 0, 0, 0, everything 0. So 10 minus. Okay, now I press calculator. 4 minus 8 over 3 plus 6 minus 0. So I press 4 minus 8 over 3 plus 6 minus 0. Okay, 22 over 3. That's what my calculator give me. So that's what I will write. Now 10 minus 22 over 3 is 8 over 3. And finally, you write unit square because this is area, right? So that's the answer. Okay, let me explain a bit. The shaded region, okay, you use x-axis to integrate, right? So if you use x-axis to integrate, make sure you check this. If the shaded region is above atas x-axis, then the answer will come out positive. If it's below, it will come out negative. And if it's below, you have to letak modulus for the part yang below x-axis, right? But this one tak ada masalah because it's already above x-axis, so it will come out positive, right? But what if you use y-axis? Okay, kalau y-axis sebelah kanan positif, sebelah kiri negatif. Yeah? Okay, so hope you understand. Alright, that's all. Okay, the reason I mentioned that is because for the Selangor set 1, this one is Selangor Addmaths paper 2 set 2, right? But in the Selangor Addmaths set 1 paper 2, the shaded region is on the left side. But that one also tak payah tambah modulus kalau tak silap saya. I forgot already that soalan macam mana. But Kalau tak silap saya, yang tu pun tak tambah modulus. Because even though it's on the left side, we are using x-axis. That's why, yeah, dia tak affect pun. Okay. Okay, but yang tu kena tahu lah. It's important to know. That's why I mentioned it to you. Alright, let's continue. Okay, 7. This one is vector. From 4 bab. Wait, bab berapa? 8 atau 7? 8 kalau tak silap. Ya, 7 is coordinate geometry, right? Yeah, 8 vector. Okay, diagram 4 shows the vector PQ drawn on the Cartesian plane. Okay, I can see it. And they draw it in the Cartesian plane. So definitely this is a coordinate vector question. What is coordinate vector? It means the vector is in terms of ij one. Because it's like it draws on a Cartesian plane. I is for the horizontal movement, J is for the vertical movement. Okay, let's see. Find the unit vector of direction of PQ. Yeah. So what is the formula for unit vector? 1 over magnitude multiply with the vector. But the vector has to be in terms of ij lah. Okay. So before you find the unit vector, let's find vector PQ in terms of ij first. So how do you find PQ in terms of ij? So for the coefficient of I, you find out how many like berapa kotak yang kiri kanan. Because I is for pergerakan yang kiri kanan, J is for pergerakan yang atas bawah. So I how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4I. And then how many J? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4J. So that's the vector PQ in terms of IJ. But I need to find the magnitude now. Because later I need to find unit vector. So let's find magnitude. Okay, the way we write it is like this. PQ and then put the line. So what is this? Magnitude of PQ. Okay, how to find magnitude? You will just do square root, bracket square, and then tengah-tengah plus, and then the number here is the number before ij lah, which is 4, 4. Okay, so you left with 4 square plus 4 square, which is 32. Okay, but square root 32 can simplify. You learn in Form 4 chapter 4 how to simplify surd, right? So 32 is actually a surd. Why is it a surd? Because you can't square root it. If you square root it, you will get like a how to say irrational number. Yeah. So how do you simplify it? Okay, you think about 34. Okay, 32 dia boleh bahagi dengan perfect square apa? So you think about what perfect square yang 32 boleh divide and choose the highest perfect square. So the highest perfect square yang 32 boleh bahagi is 4. Is 4 because 4 times 8 is 32 and 4 boleh square root. But actually no lah. 16. Yeah, 16. 16 baru betul. So remember you have to choose the highest perfect square yang 32 boleh bahagi dengan. So it's 16 lah. 16. Because 16 times 2 is 32. And what is square root 16? 4 square root 2 square root 2. Yeah. So after you simplify, you get this. Okay. Always write your answer in the simplest form. Alright. After you reach here, you get your unit vector lah. Okay. So I write here unit vector in direction. Direction PQ. Okay, equals, okay, use the formula 1 over magnitude times with the vector. For the magnitude, it will be 4 square root 2. For the vector, it's here. Okay, everything I need is here already. So it's 4i plus 4j. Okay, what happens when you take 4, divide 4 square root 2? You get 1 over square root 2i. And then 4 times, okay, 4 divide 4 square root 2 is like 1 over square root 2j lah. So that's the answer. That is the unit vector. Sudah siap. Okay, 7b, let's get it. So what is this? Also vector. Okay, diagram 5 shows a quadrilateral PQRS. Let's check. PQRS is a quadrilateral. Yes, got 4 sides. PJS and JKR are straight line. PJS, JKR straight line. Okay. So far, nothing important here. Given that PQ20x, this one need to label. So PQ20x, so the arrow have to go to Q and then 20x. Next one, PJ8y, how to label? P go to J, arrow go to J and then 8y. SR 25x minus 24y. Label this, S to R, arrow going to R, 25x minus 24y. Okay. Next one, PJ is 1 over 4 PS. Okay, how do you label this? Okay, this is the ratio. This is the ratio. So how you do it is you can pindah the PS here. And when you pindah, it becomes PJ over PS, right? And then this one erase it. So it means PJ over PS is 1 over 4. In other words, PJ ratio PS is 1 ratio 4. So the PJ ratio is 1. But you have to bulatkan. You have to circle the 1. Because when you label ratio, you always circle it. And then for the PS ratio is 4. It means JS is 3 lah. because PS is the whole line, right? So 4 minus 1, this is the ratio 3. Okay. Another way to do it is, if you don't want to, you can also pin out the 4. Yeah, you can also pin out the 4. But if you pin out the 4, it will look like this: 4 PJ equals 1 PS. And then you use the rainbow method. So PJ ratio 1, PS ratio 4. But like, can also lah, whatever lah. Whatever method that you feel like it's easy for you, you just do it. Yang penting is the label, you end up labeling it like this. Okay. Okay, for the last part, JK equals 305 JR. So you can pin out the JR, or you want to pin out 5 also can. Pin out 5, then you use the rainbow to check the ratio. Okay, what is this? JK over JR. And then this one hilang already. So JK is ratio is 3. So go to JK, write 3 bulat kan. And then JR ratio is 5. But you don't write 5 here. This one is KR. So JR is 5. So 5 minus 3, this one is 2. Okay. And also I realized I can actually find the JS vector now. Because P to J vector is 8y. And this is ratio 1. So if J to S is ratio 3, just take the 8y times 3 lah. So actually I already have this. It's 24y. Because 8y times 3, right? Yeah, I can find it. Even though the question might not didn't ask, or I just find it lah. Because I see I can find it, so I'll just find it. So just write it now. Okay, because it might help me later, right? So just find it. Okay, now let's see what they want. Number 1, QS. So express in terms of XY. Okay, let's go. Where is QS? Here to here. Oh my god. How do you go there? Okay, you can go QR plus RS, or you want to go QP plus PS also can. But if you smart, mesti you go QP plus PS, because you already have the QP and PS. So just do that. QP plus PS. Okay, PQ is 20x. So QP, negative 20x. What about PS? It will be 8y plus 24y. So you see this one, just now I find it myself, right? So now it ends up helping me. So 8 plus 24 is 32y. So that is the answer. Second question, JR. Where is JR? JR is here. Okay, I don't have the vector. Okay, I don't have the vector for JR. But there's some ratio here, right? But you don't have the JK also, you don't have the KR also. So I think I have to use jalan lain. So JR, you can go where? JS plus SR. Ataupun you nak pergi JP, PQ, QR also can. But if you smart, you mesti pergi JS, SR. Why? Because you already have the JS and the SR vector. Yeah, so just go there lah. So JS is 24y, so easy. And then SR is 25x minus 24y. Okay. When I label, when I check the SR, I'm looking at the arrow also. Make sure the arrow is in the direction you want. If it's opposite direction, you must tukar tanda. Letak negative. It means you have to change sign lah. But this one, everything, the arrow also cantik already, so I don't have to worry about it. So 24y minus 24y is 0. This one is 25x. Done. Now it's time to do number 3. Number 3 says show that the point SK and Q are collinear. So that means they want you to prove that SKQ segaris. Collinear means segaris. Okay, how do you prove that they are collinear? Okay, you have to prove that two of these vectors are parallel. That's how you prove, right? I repeat one more time. If you want to prove SKQ are collinear, you have to find any two vectors along this line. Any two vector, it can be SK, KQ, SK, SQ, QK, QS, whatever. Any two vector, and prove that they are parallel. Because when two lines are parallel and they are joined together, that's when they are collinear, right? You already know they are, how to say, yeah. So just take any two vectors here, and then uh, prove that they are two of the vector along this line, any two vector is parallel. Because once you can prove that, that's when you can prove really they are collinear. Okay, it means collinear and parallel is actually like lebih kurang sama maksud. If like this, we call it parallel. If like this, we call it collinear. Okay, but imagine if collinear, if I take this garisan, if I letak sebelah, these two lines must be parallel, right? Because it come from the same line. So yeah, that's why I said, if you want to show that they are collinear, all you need to do is take any two vectors along the SKQ line, any two vector, any two, any two. It can be QK, KS, it can be QK, QS, whatever. Just take any two, and then just prove that they are parallel. And once you do that, then it's done. So you can take any two vectors. But when we do vector question, we always use the answer from the previous question. It means we always use answer daripada atas tadi. So if you look at this SKQ is this one, right? And as you can see just now, number one, you already have the QS, right? So if you are smart, you will take QS, right? JR cannot lah. Your JR is the one is another one really. You have to choose any two vector along this line. Okay. So JR cannot. But QS boleh. Yeah, because QS is the whole vector here. So QS is what? Negative 20x plus 32y. But I need another vector around this line. So it can be QK or it can be KS also can. Okay. But I will find KS lah. Right? I will find KS. If you want to find QK can also. But if you find QK, later you will take QK equals to QS and then letak lambda and then you find the lambda. But your lambda and my lambda will be different. Your ratio and my ratio will be different because you find another line, right? But in the end, it's the same. You will end up getting full mark also. Okay, I'll find KS. Okay, how to find KS? I can go KJ plus JS. KJ plus JS. And then for KJ, I don't have, but the JS I have already. It's 24y. Okay, how to find vector KJ? Okay, it's okay. Even though I don't have KJ, I have the ratio of KJ, and also I have the whole RJ vector because I did it just now, right? So KJ is actually 3 over 5 because KJ is 3 portion out of the total 5 portion of RJ. Not JR, RJ, because KJ is going this way. So K to J is 3 over 5, R to J, not J to R. So so for the 3 over 5 RJ, the RJ I sub this one lah. But this one is JR. So if vector JR is 25x, what is RJ? Negative 25x. And then plus with 24y, and then you end up getting 5 cut negative 15x plus 24y. Okay, now that I sudah ada dua vector along this line, the SKQ line. Now we just have to prove these two vectors are parallel. And how you prove two vectors are parallel? You just take the two vector sama dengan, and then tengah-tengah letak lambda. Okay, yeah, tengah-tengah letak lambda. The lambda is the ratio. Okay, and then later you try to find the lambda, and if the lambda on both sides is same value, we say that these two vectors are parallel. If not same value, then they are not parallel. And if both these two lines are not parallel, imagine QS and KS is not parallel. It means they are not collinear lah. Because if this line and this line punya keturunan tak sama, that means yeah, they are not on the same line. Because one line is more sengit than the other line. Okay, it means the gradient is not same. They are not parallel. But if you end up getting same, that means yeah, they are collinear. They are parallel. So let's try to sub in the QS now. Negative 20x plus 32y equals lambda ks, which is negative 15x plus 24y. Okay, now take the lambda, darab masuk. After that, you compare both sides. Compare the coefficient of xy. Okay, but you darab first. Kembang negative 15 lambda x plus 24 lambda y. Okay, now it's time to compare the coefficient of xy. So the coefficient of x here is negative 20. On the other side is negative 15 lambda. And then compare the coefficient of y, 32. And then coefficient of y, 24 lambda. Okay, try to find lambda on both sides and check and see whether they are same for both sides. So lambda here is 20 over 15. It's 4 over 3 lah. 32 over 24 is 4 over 3 also. Okay. So as you can see, the lambda here and the lambda here same. That means we can conclude that the QS vector is indeed equals to 4 over 3 KS vector. So that means QS equals to 4 over 3. What it means? It means QS vector is 4, KS vector is 3. It means this one is 1 lah. And the whole line is 4. So yeah, they are parallel. QS and KS are parallel. So we can say that they are collinear also lah. Okay. But how to write this? So I'll write QS vector. Okay, write this first. Is parallel to KS vector, right? But since S is the common point here, QS and KS, right? So S is the common point for both these two lines. So we can conclude that they are segaris lah. They are collinear. So QS is where wait. Okay, I'll write since QS where KS and point S is the common point. Yeah, because both these two vector has point S, right? Is the common point. And then comma, therefore, point S, point K, and point Q are collinear. You understand, right? What I write? Since QS is parallel to KS, yeah, because they both get same lambda, and the point S is the common point, yeah, because S is like the common point for both these two vector. So therefore SKQ are coordinate lah. Macam tu. Okay, sudah siap. Okay, let's move on to bahagian B. So they says bahagian ini mengandungi 4 soalan, jawab 3 soalan. Okay, I will do all 4 questions. Okay, but of course in exam you don't do all 4 lah, unless you have extra time. But if but try to choose because they only give marks for 3 questions. So it's not recommended to do all 4 during the exam. But I'm doing this to help you study, so I will do all 4. Okay, I'll do the working here. It is given that fx is this, find f prime x. This is definitely from 5 chapter 2. Definitely. Differentiation. Okay, let's try to differentiate this thing. Fx equals to 11 2x plus x power 3. Okay, I know that when you differentiate, you cannot have x dekat bawah because ada x bawah you can't differentiate. So what you will do is you will try to usually take the x naikkan atas. And if you can naik atas, then you naik atas baru differentiate. But what if you cannot naik atas? Because sometimes kalau atas sudah ada x, you tak boleh naik atas. So kalau atas sudah ada x, tak boleh naik atas, you have to try using another method. Another method is you try to separate. Separate means like when atas ada more than one term, and then bawah ada satu term, and then you can separate like that. You use this method. Kalau you tak boleh naik atas lah itu x. But what if bawah ada more than one term? Because dia bawah ada satu term baru boleh separate. So if like what if bawah ada dua term, tiga term macam tu, then it's like you can't do it like that also. Then you have to use the UV formula, the quotient rule. Yeah, the quotient rule. So tell me, this question, do I have to use UV or no need to use UV? No need. Why? Because you can just naik atas. But when you naik atas, make sure the 2x, x plus power 3, the whole thing naik atas. So it becomes 12 bracket. The whole thing like that naik atas, -1. Okay? And then fx. Okay? But I want to tell you something. You use the quotient rule for this, you will get the same answer also. Yeah, you want to use quotient rule, can. Okay? But usually quotient rule is usually when you ada x dekat bawah, you tak boleh naik atas and you tak boleh separate, baru you use that method. Okay. So this one I will not use UV. Okay, and make sure you write fx here. Don't write the f prime x. Okay. The next baris baru you tulis the f prime x. Okay. So what is the meaning of f prime x? It means they want you to find differentiate lah. They want you to differentiate. Okay. Okay. How you differentiate this? So when you differentiate, you usually take the power, multiply with the number in front, and then the power -1. Okay. But you have to make sure the power when you darab sini, make sure sini tak ada x. Because kalau sini ada x, then you might need to use the product rule deh. Okay. Yeah, the product rule, the UV. But this UV is different with the other UV. This UV is like, it's different. There's actually two UV formula, the product rule and the quotient rule. Okay, but anyways, let's continue. This one can actually darab in front because there's the other x. So -1 times 11, -11, and then the whole bracket power -1 become like -2, and then the dalam here stays still the same thing. But you have to tambah lagi satu bracket and differentiate dalam sekali lagi. Okay, so remember this, whenever you do like that, when this bracket you cannot expand because the power is not power 2, maybe power more than 2 or power negative, you can't expand. You can do this, take the power darab depan, but the condition here is after you done with all the step, you have to tambah lagi satu bracket and differentiate dalam. That one you have to remember. So differentiate dalam dapat apa? Differentiate 2x is 2, differentiate x power 3 is 3x squared, like that. Okay, so that's the answer. Okay, but don't stop here because you want your answer to be macam mana? You want it to be in the simplest form, or maybe you, kalau boleh, the last answer jangan ada power negative. So what you can do is the -11 and the 2 plus 3x squared you can write atas, and then this one how to make it positive, just write it down. Tulis bawah 2x plus x power 3 and then power 2, like that. Okay, and always ask yourself, can I factorize my answer further? If I can factorize means it's not done yet. It means dia belum siap lagi. But this one cannot factorize already. Yeah, 2 plus 3x squared, how to factorize? So that's the answer already lah. Okay, that's all. Alright, sudah siap. Let's do B. Okay, find dy dx for y equals 4x squared by using first principle method. Okay, I already know the answer. The answer is 8x. How come I know so fast? Well, because I use the regular way to differentiate. So you just take 2 times 4 and then 2 minus 1. So you get 8x, right? But you will not get full mark if you do like that because the soalan wants first principle. So this one also it comes up quite a lot in the trial paper. Yeah, in the past year, all the past trial paper that I did, yeah, this question is like they ask like a few times already. So how do you do the first principle method? Okay, very simple. So the method is like this. You have to remember the step, huh? The y you have to change to y plus delta y, and the x have to change to x plus delta x. So basically, the y you just write y plus delta y. For the x, you open the bracket and then write x plus delta x. But don't forget the square, and the square is outside the bracket. Next step, sub the y with the 4x square. Sub the y with the 4x square because they says y equals 4x square, and then plus delta y equals what? 4, and you should expand this. Okay, how do you expand this? First, you take x square, and then you take x times delta x times 2. Okay, x times delta x is x delta x. Bukan delta x square, huh? X times delta x is not delta x square. X times delta x is x delta x, and then times 2 is 2x delta x, and then followed by delta x square, which because delta x kuasa 2 is like delta x square lah. Okay, now take the 4 times inside, and after you times inside, then can cut with this already, right? So let's do that. 4x square plus 4 times 2 is 8x delta x plus 4 delta x square. And then now this left side is 4x square plus delta y. Now can cut the 4x square minus 4x square is 0. And now your job is to try to find delta y delta x because your dy dx answer will be limit delta x approaching 0 for delta y delta x. Okay, yeah. So what you want now is the delta y delta x, so that later your delta y delta x answer just sub your delta x 0, then you get your dy dx. Okay, but how to find delta y or delta x? Okay, if you look at the right side, both these two terms can divide by delta x. So why not you factorize out the delta x? You left with 8x plus 4. Okay, this one is delta x squared. So when you factorize out the delta x, there's still a delta x here. Now you pin out the delta x here, become delta y over delta x equals to 8x plus 4 delta x. Now you write this formula. Now you write this formula. Okay, I'm let me make some space here. So okay. Oh my god. Okay, let me make sure everything. Okay. So let me write the formula here. Dy dx is equals to limit delta x approaching 0 for delta y over delta x. So my dy dx answer will be what? Just take your delta y delta x answer and then sub the delta x equals 0. So 8x plus 4 times delta x 0. So you just end up getting 8x, and yeah, that's the answer. This is how you do first principle. So my tips for you is to memorize the step lah. Just remember how to start because the rest is like, how to say? It's like, I was saying it will make sense one. It makes sense. Why is it like that? It's just hard to start, right? So just remember the steps and then slowly do more exercise. Then yeah, you will get it. Okay, that's all. All right, Solan C. Diagram 6 shows part of the curve y equals x minus 2 square. Actually, this one can expand, right? And I'll explain it now. Even though I'm not done reading the question, I don't care. I'll just explain it. Okay? Because I'm doing differentiation chapter. Like, what do you expect when you're doing differentiation? You expect to differentiate, right? So obviously you want it to differentiate, and always kalau you nak differentiate, before you differentiate, kalau boleh expand, memang you kena expand dulu. So I don't even want to read the rest. When I see this, I'll straight away expand it. And I'll do it now. Y equals to x. Okay, I have to expand x minus 2 square. I'll get x square minus 4x plus 4. Because you take x square, so x square, and then x times negative 2 times 2 is negative 4x, and then negative 2 square, which is positive 4. And then now take the x times inside. Kembang expand dapat x power 3 minus 4x square plus 4. Oh, patutlah dia punya curve macam ni. Because it's power 3 lah. When the highest power is 3, you will get a cubic graph. This is called a cubic graph. It's like that. It's the power 3. When it's power 3, this is how the graph looks like. Okay, now let's see what this is. OM intersects curve at point M11. Let's see betul ke tak. OM intersect curve at point M11. Oh, yeah, betul lah. But the M11, they never label for me, so I better label it now. 11. Okay, now let's do number 1. So C1, find the equation of tangent to the curve at point M. This is easy. Okay, I explained it just now how to find equation. I mean, before you find equation tangent, you need gradient of tangent. But I explained it just now how to find gradient tangent. Let me show you. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, I see it. So as you can see in the 6a here, I wrote a little bit notes here. So when you have an equation y equals, you do dy dx, you get the gf. But when you take the x coordinate sub inside gf, that's how you get the empty gradient tangent, right? But for the number 6a, I didn't do like that because this one is like they give you dy dx, but they ask you to cari y. That's why this one I do integrate, I do different. But if they want the empty, you should take the dy dx answer and sub the x coordinate inside to get the empty. So now come back here. So now you know how to do it. Just do dy dx and then sub the x coordinate. But what's the x coordinate? 1, 1 lah, because they already say at point n, right? So I'll just write the point here. Okay, now let's find dy dx and then sub the x coordinate 1. But when you do that, you will only get the gradient tangent. They ask for equation tangent. Okay, but it's okay. You find the gradient first. Okay, hey, when you find equation of straight line, you always need the gradient, right? So yeah, just do the gradient first. Okay, differentiate x power 3, so 3x squared. Because you take 3 times 1, which is 3, and then power minus 1, 2. Okay, differentiate 2 times negative 4, negative 8, power minus 1, x power 1, differentiate 4 is 0. So now you sub the x with the tangent point x coordinate, which is 1. Because they want to find equation tangent the curve at point M. Meaning, you are trying to find the equation of this line. Straight line that is like touches the curve at point M. So it's like something like that. Yeah. Okay. So this is the tangent line. And I'm trying to find the equation of this red color line. Okay, what is 3 times, here I should write empty. So 3 times 1 square is 3 minus 8, negative 5. So I already know this gradient, this line gradient is negative 5. And it makes sense because the line is going down. When it's going down like that, the gradient will come out negative. Okay, what's next? Find equation. Whoa. So how do you find equation of straight line? In Addmaths, how do you find equation of straight line? When you see find equation of straight line, how do you find it? Okay, if you're doing maths, you would just do the y equal mx plus c, right? But in Addmaths, it has its own formula. So Addmaths, we will usually use this formula to find equation y minus y1 equals gradient x minus x1. Okay, but if you want to do y equal mx plus c, can also. The m ganti negative 5, and then for the c, you sub the xy inside lah, the 1 1, can also get the same answer. Okay, but in Addmaths, usually we use this formula. Y minus y1 equals gradient x minus x1. Okay, we need to masukkan the m gradient and the x1 and the y1. Okay, for the m, we already know is negative 5. Okay, because that's the gradient tangent. And I'm trying to find equation tangent. For the x1, y1, I will just sub 1, 1 because you can see that the red color line passes through 1, 1. So y minus 1, x minus 1. So you end up getting y minus 1 equals negative 5x. Negative 5 times 1, negative 1, positive 5. So y equals negative 5x plus 5 plus 1 plus 6. So that is the answer. Negative 5x plus 6. Wait. Did I did anything wrong here? What is this? Oh, x power 3 minus. Oh my god. X times 4 is 4x, right? Okay, I tertinggal the x here. So, yeah, made a careless mistake. So, x times x squared, x power 3, 4x, x squared. So, I leave out the x here. So, what happens to the dy dx? So, this one wrong already. Okay, let me correct myself here. Careless mistake. Sorry. So, what happens? 3x squared minus 8x. Okay, differentiate 4x is 4. Yeah, because I tinggal the x just now, right? That's why wrongly. So when you differentiate 4x, you get 4 here. So your MT will be 3 bracket square minus 8 bracket plus 4. Here, sub 1, 1. Okay, 3 minus 8, negative 5 plus 4 should be negative 1. So the gradient should be negative 1. And then here should be x minus something, y minus something. And it's y minus 1, x minus 1. So y minus 1 equals to negative x plus 1. And then y equals negative x plus 1 plus 1 plus 2. Okay, ini baru betul. So I made a careless mistake just now. But I noticed it baru-baru saw it. So yeah, this is the correct one. Okay, let's continue with question 2. Question 2 says, show that the line OM is normal to the curve at point M. What it means? It means this OM line, show that it's, normal, means perpendicular lah, to this red color line. Okay, tangent and normal. Okay, if this is the tangent line, and if this is the normal line, they will be 90 degree. They will be perpendicular to each other. In other words, dia punya M1 times M2 will be negative 1. Because when two lines are perpendicular, the hasil darab gradient dia akan jadi negative 1. Okay. So how do you show that they are Normal. How do you show that the OM line is normal to the curve at point M? You find the gradient of both these two lines and you try to multiply them. And if you get -1, then it's shown lah. Okay, let's try to find M1. Okay, M1 would be the gradient tangent, which is -1. I already find it just now. But for the M2, I don't know, right? But how can I find the M2? Well, you already have 2 points on this line, point M11 and point O00. So you can find it by using the gradient formula, which is y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. So 1 minus 0 over 1 minus 0. So you end up with +1. And now you have your M1, M2. You try to take your M1 times M2 and see what you get. So you get -1 times 1, which is -1. So you can see M1 times M2 is equals to -1. So it means OM is really the normal line lah. It's really the normal line to the curve at point M, because the normal and tangent, because they both passes through point M. Okay, the only thing that we are not sure is whether they are 90-degree perpendicular or not. But now we do this already. Now we know already it's really perpendicular at point M. So we will just say since M1 times M2 equals to -1, therefore the line OM is normal. I'm just following what they write here. It's normal to the curve at point M. At point M. Yeah. Because the gradient of OM times with the gradient tangent at point M is -1. That is why we can say the OM is the normal to the curve at point M. Okay, so that's it. Okay, number 9. What chapter is this? Is the coordinate geometry chapter. And kalau tak silap saya is Form 4 chapter 7. Coordinate geometry, eh. Okay, they say solution by scale drawing and vectors are not accepted. Okay, ini tak penting. Diagram 7 shows the position of 4 cars on the road in a town. So this is all creator car. So we have 1 car here, 2 car, 3 car, 4 car. Okay, this car they never give you the y coordinate. Okay, but the rest all give, all sudah bagi coordinate lah. Okay, soalan A, let's do it here. A car W, where's the car W? Oh, tak ada sini. Sini ada PQRS. So maybe W is a new car, huh? Okay, a car Q move. Okay, locus. Why suddenly I yell so loud? Because I see move. Hey, remember this. When it's move, definitely is a locus question. What is locus? Moving point. Moving point. And usually they will ask you to find the equation of the moving point. And the moving locus could be a circle, it could be a perpendicular bisector, it could be a line, it could be a circle, yeah. And usually they will ask you to find the equation of circle lah. Okay, let's read carefully what is the condition. So a car W move such that, okay, what's the condition? Distance from P and S is always in the ratio of 4:1. Find the equation of locus car W. Okay, W is a moving car, or you can say it's a moving point. So I will let whenever we do locus question, we always let the moving point jadi xy first. So let's let the W xy. Okay, because it's a moving point. So if it keeps moving, the coordinate is not fixed. It keeps on changing. So I will just let W jadi xy. And now what is the condition? It moves such that the distance from P and S is always in this ratio of 4:1. That means WP ratio WS is always 4:1. That's what it means. Okay, so read again. Distance from P and S is always ratio 4:1. So WP distance ratio WS distance is always 4:1. That's what it means. And now how do you find the equation of locus car W? You use the distance formula. You use the distance formula. But first I will change this to fraction form first. So WP ratio WS is the same as WP or WS equals to 4/1, and usually I will darab silang and then baru I use the distance formula. So the WP distance is equals to 4 multiplied with the WS distance, and now I use the distance formula. The distance formula is square root bracket square plus bracket square, and then here you have to write x minus x, here y minus y, but you have to use the W and P punya coordinate. So P is -2, 5, W is xy, so x minus x will be x minus -2x plus 2, y minus 5 is y minus 5 and then total equals, okay, 4 times with the square root. Okay, this one is the distance for WS. So W is xy, S is 1 -1. So the formula is same, bracket square plus bracket square. First bracket is x minus x, so x minus 1. And then y minus y, y minus -1 is y plus 1. Okay, now to get rid of the square root, you have to square both sides. So you take this side, or everything square, you take this side, everything square. Because when you do that, the square root and the square will cancel, get cancelled. Okay? So when you cancel that, you left with what? You left with x plus 2 square, and when you expand, you get x square plus 4x plus 4. And then same thing here, you expand, you get y square minus 10y plus 25 equals, okay, the 4 actually need to square also, so 4 square you get 16, and then the square root hilang already, because you square already, so you left with x minus 1 square, but make sure you write the bracket, and then x square minus 2x plus 1, because when you expand x minus 1 square, you get this, and then the last step, y plus 1 square is y square plus 2y plus 1. Okay, after you reach here, you will take the 16, darab masuk, okay, so I don't have enough space, I write here x squared plus 4x plus y squared minus 10y. Okay, I at the same time I will do this also. 4 plus 25 boleh jadi 29 kan? Okay, now the 16 times inside 16x squared minus 16 times 2 32x plus 16 times 1 16 plus y squared times 16 is 16y squared, and then 16 times 2y is 32y, and then 16 times 1 is 16. Okay, almost finished. Now it's time to arrange everything on one side equals 0. Okay, if I put the 0 here on the right side, what happens is like my x square will be negative, because 1 minus 16 is negative 15, and I don't like it. Actually can also lah, you do, but later you have to tambah lagi satu baris, and then change everything to means tukar tanda for everyone lah, to make the starting positive. But there's another way. You can just make pindah everything to the right side and make your left hand side 0. So if you do like that, then everything will, then the starting will be positively. So let's start with 16x square minus x square. So 15x square lah. Okay, the next thing is the y square. You have to write in the correct order. The order has to be x square and then y square, x, y, number 0. So x square, the next one is y square. So 16y square plus y, pindah sana jadi minus y. So 16 minus 1 is plus 15y square. Next thing you have to write is x. So negative 32x. But there's a 4x here. But when you pindah plus 4 jadi minus 4. So you can tekan calculator. Negative 32 minus 4. Negative 36x. Okay. Okay, next thing. Next thing will be the y. So 32y. But there's a minus 10 here. But you have to move the minus 10 jadi plus 10. 32 plus 10, 42y. Okay. Okay, what's next? The number. So you have a 16 and 16 here. 16 plus 16 is 32. But the 32 have to minus with 29. Right? So you get positive 3 lah. Because 32 minus 29 is 3. Let me check with my calculator. Yeah, betul. Okay. Sudah siap lah. That's the answer. Okay. Okay, but wait. I realized something. All these numbers can divide by 3. Right? So it means you can simplify. Can divide by 3. And you should do that. Yeah, you should do that. So when you divide by 3, what you get? 15 divide 3, 5x square. Divide 3, 5y square. Divide 3, 12x. Divide 3, 1, and then 14y. And then divide 3 is 1. And then everything equals 0, right? So yeah, if the 0 is on the left hand side, right? But if you don't like it, you want to write at the right hand side, it can also. It will look better when it's on the right hand side. So you just write it on the right hand side. Okay, this is the equation of the moving car. Okay, yeah, that's the answer. Okay, that's the working. I'm done. Now we can do B. Okay, I'll read the question. Car P and R are moving towards each other. So let's use a ruler, join the line between P and R. So they are moving towards each other. So this P move here, this R move here. Okay, so what happens next? They langgar each other. Okay, let's see. Both car will meet at point A, h negative 1, if the speed of car P is thrice, 3 times lah, means 3 times the speed of car R. Find the value of h and k. So k is this, h is the point A. Okay, they say they meet at point A, right? Okay, so let's assume they meet at the middle. Okay, actually they won't meet at the middle. Okay, but let's assume first. Let's assume they meet at the middle. And later I'll tell you why they won't meet at the middle. Because the car P is the car P speed is 3 times faster. That's why it will not meet at the middle. But let's assume they meet at the middle first, h negative 1. So what happens is like uh the point A is dekat sini lah. But it's wrong to put your point A here because the car P speed here is 3 times the speed of car R. So what do you think if car P drive faster? It means the meeting point will be nearer to P or further away from P. Further. Because logic, right? Because the P drive faster ma. So if the P drive faster, it means the meeting point the distance covered by P will be more, like will be lagi banyak. So maybe point A is like a bit here. And also, if you look at the point A y coordinate, you can tell it's h negative 1, right? Where should you put your point when the y coordinate negative 1? Of course, here lah. Because when you put it here, the y coordinate is negative 1, right? So makes sense, huh? And also, one more thing I want to mention, the formula for speed is distance over time. Okay, but the time is not important in this case because the time taken for P to reach here and the time taken for point R to reach here is the same. Yeah, they it requires the same amount of time for them to reach point A. For both car to reach point A, they they spend the same amount of time. But the problem here is the speed is 3 times for P. Speed for P is 3 times. Okay, that means what do you think is the distance covered by P? It will be 3 times also lah. The distance covered by car P will be 3 times the distance covered by R. That is why this part is longer, and the ratio here is 3:1. Understand, right? Because the speed is 3 times, therefore the distance is also 3 times. Because time is not important here. So if the speed times 3, the distance also times 3. Okay. So that is why the line here panjang sikit lah. And it will be exactly 3 times longer than this line. The ratio is 3:1. Okay. Okay, now they want to find value of H and K, and I think I know which formula to use. Do you know which formula? The point C formula. Okay. That's how I call it. I call it the point C formula. But but you don't write point C, you have to write point A. Okay. You will always write the point in between. So this line, you have point P, point R, point A. So A is the divisor. Is the divisor of the line segment. So this is the point in between, and that's the point you have to write. Okay. And then you have to write bracket, line, 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 and the formula is darab silang. And you always darab dengan ratio yang jauh. So point P times with the ratio jauh, and then point R like that times. And the formula macam mana tahu? You have to take point P times 1, right? So it means negative 2 times 1, 5 times 1. So negative 2 times 1. But the 5 times 1 you don't write here. You write after the comma. Because 5 is y coordinate. So you write after the comma. And then point R times 3. So 10 times 3, K times 3. 10 times 3 you write here. K times 3, that's the right after comma because it's a y coordinate. And then nothing in between means plus plus lah. And then what about down here? Okay, down here you have to take the ratio, take both ratio tambah together. So 3 plus 1, 3 plus 1. And please do not forget the point A, you actually have it, even though it's not complete, but you have the negative 1, the y coordinate. So you should write it like this, later compare. Okay, 3 plus 1 is 4, 3 plus 1 is 4. Okay, I seal up here, why I write 2 here. Here is 1. Okay, now negative 2 plus 30, 28. 5 plus 3k, okay, 5 plus 3k. Okay, 28 divided 4 is 7. So your h is 7. What about the k? Okay, negative 1 equals to 5 plus 3k over 4. You compare lah, the x coordinate. Compare the x coordinate with the x coordinate, and then y coordinate with y coordinate. Okay, how do you find k? Negative 1 times 4, negative 4, negative 4 minus 5, negative 9 divided 3, negative 3. So this is your k, this is your h. Okay, sudah siap. Now for my C. Okay, what the C says here. It is given that the area bounded by triangle formed by car Q, S, and T is 28 units square. Find the values of T. Okay, this is coordinate geometry, and we learn about the how to find area of triangle in this chapter. So in this chapter, the coordinate geometry chapter, how do you find the area? First, you need all the coordinate of all the vertices. Vertices means the bucu punya coordinate, and you need to have all of it. So do you have point Q, point S, point T? Okay, point T I have already, but it's not complete. But it's okay because they give me the area answer. So later I can cari balik. But I need the QS coordinate, and let's hope that we have it in the diagram. And yeah, we do. Q is 39, S is 1, negative 1. So everything looks good. We just put it like that, 39, 1, negative 1. And now we can start already. So let's use the area formula we learned in this chapter. So the formula, do you remember how it is? It's like this, 1 over 2 modulus, and then you put in everything here, right? But instead of writing area equals, I will write equals 28 because I have the answer 28 here. Okay? And you have to put in all the vertices, all the bucu-bucu punya coordinate dalam sini. And the way to write it is like this. Point Q is 39, you put 3, 9 like that. And then 1, negative 1 like that. But leave a little bit space here lah. Because if you don't leave any space, you write like this, then later it becomes 31. Okay, next one is 60. Okay. And before you tutup modulus, you have to repeat the first pair, which is 39 like that. Okay, and how you darab this? You have to darab silang, 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 and always start dari nombor atas, and then go down like that. Go sengit. So 3 times -1, -3, plus 1 times t, plus 6 times 9, 54, minus. Okay, because I darab like this, like this, like this, but sudah tak ada kan? So it means you have to go back and then do like that. You have to change direction. And when you change direction, you have to minus. So minus 9 times 1, 9. Minus -1 times 6, -6. So put bracket lah. And then minus t times 3, 3t. Okay, after you're done with this, 2 top modulus equals 28. Now you try to find t from here. Okay, let's focus on what's inside the modulus. Okay, as you can see, this one is t minus 3t. So you end up with -2t. Okay, T dengan T boleh buat, number dengan number boleh buat. Okay, this one you can press calculator. -3 plus 54 minus 9 plus 6. Because minus 6 means plus 6. Okay, let me press. You wait for me. -3 plus 54 minus 9 plus 6. My calculator give me positive 48. So you just write plus 48 lah. Okay, what about the 1/2? Okay, if I'm you, I will take the 1/2, I pindah to the other side. So the 2 duduk bawah kan. So 2 duduk bawah. Duduk bawah means bahagi, right? So bahagi 2 hantar jadi darab 2. 28 darab 2, 56. Okay. Divide 2 become times 2 lah. Okay, now how to find t? Okay, if you want to find t, you have to pindah the modulus first. Because you cannot pindah 48 because the modulus is blocking. Yeah, it's like locked inside the modulus already. So the only way is to pindah modulus. And you learned about it before, how to pindah modulus. Do you remember how to pindah modulus? So when you pindah modulus, there will be two answers. Satu positif, satu negatif. So -2t plus 48 equals 56. And then there's another answer here. Plus 48 equals -56. Yeah, because when you pindah modulus ada dua jawapan lah. Satu plus, satu minus. And then cari t dari sini. And then cari t dari sini lah. Okay, how do you find t? Okay, let's find -2t first. 56 minus 48. 8. And then 8 divide -2, -4. What about this? -2t equals -56 minus 48. This will be negative 104. And then -104 divide -2. Okay, negative divide negative is positive. 104 divide 2 is 52. Okay, so you end up with two answers. So do I have to reject one of the answer, or do I leave both, or do I take both answers? So if you look at the diagram, there is no t here. There is no t here because t is actually what? It's actually the y coordinate of this point t. But this point t is not even in the diagram. So there's no way for me to know whether this small t is positive or negative. So I don't think we can reject. And also they mention here find values. You see got s there. And in Malay they say cari nilai-nilai, right? That means it has more than one answer. So I think you don't reject, you take both answer. Eh? Oh, and it's only worth 2 marks, this one. Okay lah. Okay. So yeah, don't reject. Both answer need to ambil. Okay. Okay. For the last part, part D. A car K is moving. Okay, locus. I see moving. I know it's locus. In a straight line which is perpendicular to QS and passes through 0.52, determine the equation of motion of car K. Okay. Even though there's the word moving here, but I don't think you do it the way you do locus question. Okay, so yeah, we don't need to use the distance formula because when we do locus, we need to use distance formula. But this one no need because this is a straight line actually. So think about this. K is moving in the straight line which is perpendicular to QS, right? Wait, QS is given in diagram. Yeah, QS is from here to here, right? Okay, so 391 -1. So I'm gonna draw it out. This is Q, this is S. 391 -1. So what is this car K? It's moving in a straight line perpendicular to QS and passes through 52. But where's 52? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Mm, so they want to find equation of motion of car K, right? Okay, when you find equation in Addmaths, when you find equation of straight line, you always use this formula. Y minus y1 equals gradient x minus x1. It means you need two information. In order to find the equation of straight line, you need two information. First is you need the gradient, and second thing is you need a coordinate. And you have to make sure the line passes through this coordinate. And we already know it passes through 5, 2. So tak ada masalah already. So later, when you use this formula, the x1 and the y1 confirm you can ganti 5 2 already. The problem here is the gradient we don't have, right? But it means we have to find the gradient first lah. And we can find it actually because they already mentioned perpendicular to QS. So what you can do is find the gradient of QS and then use this formula m1 times m2 equals negative 1. Because we use this formula to find m2 later. Yeah, because when two lines are perpendicular, it means they are 90 degree berserenjang. Maksudnya dia punya hasil darab gradient tu akan jadi negative 1. So let's find gradient QS because that would be our M1. So what is our M1 here? Okay, y minus y, negative 1 minus 9 over x minus x1 minus 3. You end up getting negative 10 over negative 2, which is 5. So that's my M1. But the one is the M2. So M1 times M2 equals negative 1 because they are perpendicular. So 5 times M2 equals negative 1. So your M2 is negative 1 over 5. Okay. And now I have the gradient. And now I have the point yang passes through, which is 5, 2 here. So now I can just find the equation easily. And which formula I will use? Same formula, y minus y1 equals gradient x minus x1. Okay, this one is y minus something, this one is x minus something. For the gradient, you jangan silap masuk 5, you kena masuk negative 1 over 5. Because they said already, they want to find the equation of car k, and the car k is moving in a straight line which is perpendicular to QS. So of course you will masuk the gradient yang perpendicular dengan QS, which is negative 1 over 5. If they say parallel here, parallel to QS, then you masuk 5. Because parallel means M1 equals M2. So your gradient will be exactly same with gradient QS. But this one is perpendicular to QS, so your gradient will not be same with the gradient QS. Instead, it will be the negative 1 divide with the gradient QS. That's why it's negative 1 over 5. Okay, what about the x1, y1? 5, 2. So x is 5, y is 2, right? So y minus y would be y minus 2, x minus x, x minus 5. And then now take the negative 1 over 5 times inside. Expand, you get negative 1 over 5x. Negative times negative, positive 5 divided 5 is 1, y minus 2. And then y equals negative 1 over 5x plus 1 plus 2 plus 3. That is the answer. So you can use your calculator to help you. Okay. So, yep, that's it. Sudah siap? Okay, let's continue. Number 10. Okay, this is a linear law question from 4 chapter 6. Yep. Okay, let's read the question. Table 1 shows the values of two variable x and y obtained from an experiment. Variable x and y are related by equation 4p square x equals y minus q square such that p and q are constant. Okay, everything here all tak penting. Ya, dekat sini semua tak penting. The only thing important is the equation, right? Because later you have to change the equation to linear form. Okay. So when doing linear law question, kalau dia ada bagi equation, always first step change to linear form. Even if the question never asked, you need to change to linear form also. Okay, lepas tu dia bagi jadual table and then A based on table 1 construct a table for the values of square root x. Okay, before I do A, I will change the equation to linear form first. Because if I don't do that, later I cannot do my C1. I cannot do my part C. Because part C, they will ask you to find P and Q, right? And if you don't change this to linear form, you will not know what's your gradient and what's your y-intercept. And then later when you do part C, you tak boleh buat. Okay? So remember, when we do linear law, always, kalau ada bagi equation, always change to linear form first, even if the question never asks. So I will start here. 4p square x equals bracket y minus q square. Alright, if you want to change to linear form means you want it to be y equals mx plus c, right? But usually the way I teach my student is I will always say you try to samakan you punya equation samakan dengan y axis. It means you want your equation punya y sama dengan y axis. And if you can actually know what's the y axis from the graph. You tiru je sini. You tengok part B and you tengok dia kata plot siapa against siapa. So they say y against square root x, right? So that's how you know what's your y-axis and x-axis. So now you know your y-axis will be y, your x-axis will be square root x. So now you can try to change this so your equation sama dengan y-axis. Okay. Okay. First step. I can see my y is on the right hand side. So why not we write in the left hand side? Just to make it because I want my y to be on the left hand side, right? Because later it will be y equals mx plus c. Okay. Okay, next step, I will not expand this. Saya takkan kembang benda ni. Because if I expand, I will end up getting y square minus 2qy plus q square. And it's not good because now my y muncul dua kali dah. Alright, and I don't want that. when the equation linear form, the y usually muncul sekali saja, right? So what you want instead is the y to be single. So instead of kembang this thing, I will pindah the square jadi square root macam ni. So dia akan jadi y minus q, square hantar jadi square root. And when you square root, semua orang dapat. So 4 pun kena square root, p square pun kena square root, x pun kena square root. So you will end up getting y minus q equals 4 square root is 2. P square root, you left with p because the square can cut. And then square root x is square root x lah. And then now, you want the y to be single because you nak equation sama dengan y axis kan. So just pindah the negative q. And when you pindah the q, you will get 2p square root x plus q. And this is your linear form because it's already y equals mx plus c. Not only the y-axis sudah match, the x-axis pun sudah match. So and then it's also arranged nicely already. Dia sudah susun dalam bentuk y sama dengan mx plus c. So the y-axis is small y, the x-axis is square root x, and then the gradient is here already, 2p, and then the y-intercept is q. And you need this later for your part C. You need this later for your part C. Why not I write now? Okay, for my part C. Okay, later for part A, you have to do table, right? So later I'll do table here. And then for B is the graph part. And then for part C punya, C1 punya working, I already saw it just now. They want to find PQ. So I will be using, I need information from here. That's why I need to do this first lah. So 2P equals to gradient. Okay, because the C1 they ask you to find PQ, right? So you will use the gradient and y-intercept to find. So from here you can see it, the 2P is the gradient. Okay, and then later you will go to your graph and find the gradient from the graph. And the formula for gradient is y minus y over x minus x. But I haven't drawn my graph yet, so I will leave it blank now. And then the other one is the y-intercept. So q is equals to y-intercept. But the y have to use huruf besar. Yeah, you have to write the big Y. Okay, and then q equals, okay, and then this one also I didn't know yet because I haven't plot the graph. Okay, so this one later, baru after the graph, baru I continue from here. Okay, now let's do part A. So part A say construct a table for the values of square root x. Yeah, because you know why you need to construct a table, right? Because this table yang dia bagi is x, y. Sekarang yang saya nak is square root x, y. Because my x-axis is square root x, my y-axis is y. Sebab tu you kena buat table yang baru. And also sometimes in the soalan trial lah, they won't ask you to draw the table. Yeah, sometimes dia takkan suruh construct table. Tapi you kena construct juga. You kena pandai tengok dia kata siapa against siapa and construct sendiri also. Because without the table you can't plot. Alright, how many points you have? Same amount of points with this table. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you have 6 points. So here will be 6 points also. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this will be square root x, y. Okay, I know the question asks you to construct for table for values of square root x only, right? But I recommend you do for y also. Okay, because later when you plot, you baca macam tu, right? Like square root x, y, square root x, y. So yeah, at the same time construct for y also. Okay, sekarang kita boleh refer the old table and then find out the value for the new table. Okay, so you can see this is y, this is also y. So the y tak tukar lah. 20, 38, 60, 90, 102, 120. Yeah, the y value never change. But the atas is square root x here. But this one is x. So to get the value here, you can square root 0, square root 400, square root 1600, and so on. So 0 square root 0 is 0. Square root x, which means square root 420, square root 1600, 40, square root 3600, 60, square root 6400, 80, square root 10,000 is 100. Okay, just use your calculator to help you and then you will get this. Okay, so that's part A. And now for part B is plot y against square root x by using scale 2cm20, draw the line of best fit. Okay, kalau you nak buat graph, you first need to do these two steps first, even if the question never asks you to do. Okay, then the two steps you remember, first is change to linear form, second is to draw the table. Okay, I already did both the two steps. Now we can go straight to the graph paper. Okay, before I go to the graph paper, let's talk about where I should put my origin first. So usually how I teach my student, I always tell them, check whether you got negative value on your table or not first. You check ada tak negative, nilai negative. So you can see from the table everything positive. So kalau everything positive, you punya origin letak bawah kiri. Bawah kiri. And the skala they already said 2 cm to 20. Okay. But you have to look at the highest value supaya you tahu kena label sampai mana lah. So for the y-axis until 120, for the x until 100. So I have all the information I need. So this will be 20, this will be 20. Tapi sini sampai 100 je. Tapi sini sampai 120. So now I will go to my graph paper and draw my axis. Okay, and remember the origin bawah kiri. So yeah, this is the graph paper, and this will be my origin bawah kiri. Okay, this will be 20, 40 until 100, right? Because just now I checked already. And then the x-axis is square root x. As for here, it's until 120. Okay, so 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120. And this is the square root y. And after you're done with the axis, now you can start. Is it square root y? No, no, no. It's y, right? Silap, silap. Okay, ini baru betul. And later your graph punya tajuk kena tulis juga graph of y against square root x. Okay. Actually, this tajuk some students they like to write it last kali baru tulis. Actually can also. You want to write bila you nak tulis pun boleh. Yang penting is kena tulis lah. Right? Okay, if I write now, then later I don't need to write already. Okay, so everything looks good. Now it's time to plot the points. All right, let's start with the first point. 0, 20. Okay, I'll just plot 2 points sekaligus lah. Yeah, just to make it fast, because I don't want to drag this video for too long. So 0, 20, 20, 38. Let's do fast. Let's do it fast. 0, 20, 20, 38. So 0, 20 is quite easy. It's just here. Now the next point is 20, 38, right? So I'll tell you now. 20, 38 is just, this is 20. And then 40 turun satu kotak is 38. Okay. Let me tell you why. Because from here to here, you plus 20, right? Yeah, the difference here is plus 20, plus 20, plus 20. And ada berapa kotak kecil between here? Ada 10 kotak kecil. So if you want to know satu kotak kecil berapa, you just take 20 bahagi 10. 20 divide 10. And you will get satu kotak kecil sini 2. That means every time you naik satu kotak, you kena tambah 2. And every time you turun satu kotak, you tolak 2. That is why 38 is just 40 tolak satu kotak. Because 40 minus 2 is 38. Makes sense. Next 2 points. What is it? Let's go back to the table. Okay, we have 40, 60, 60, 90. Okay, both these 2 points is easy. 40, 60, 60, 90. So 40, 60 is here lah. And then 60, 90, 60 is here. Okay, 90 is 80, 100 middle. 80, 100 tengah-tengah middle sini 90 lah. Okay, the final 2 points. Let's finish it. We have 80, 102 and 100, 120. Let's remember that 80, 102, 100, 120. 80, 102, 100, 120. 80, 102, which is 100 tambah satu kotak, because I told you satu kotak plus 2. 100, 120 is here. Okay. Yep. So 100, 10, 80, 102. So 100. Yeah, correct lah. Okay, now we are done. Now it's time to use my baris panjang and join and draw the line of best fit lah. Okay, when we draw line of best fit, kita kena tahu dia kena macam mana. Dia kena sentuh paling banyak point, and also point yang tak sentuh, try to make it evenly distributed. Maksudnya nak balance lah. You want it to be seimbang. You want it to be balanced. Okay, the method usually I teach my student is usually I will ask my students to put the ruler and let it join the first 2 point like that. Maksudnya you letak you punya pembaris dekat first point and second point like that. Tapi letak saja, you tak lukis. So just letak saja first and second. And see how many point this line touch. So kalau you tengok sini dia sentuh berapa point? 2 point saja. And where's the rest of the points? The rest of the points semua duduk atas. Alright. So now you adjust your ruler so that it join the first point and the third point. Point yang pertama dengan point yang ketiga. After the first point and second, after joining first, second, then you test first and third, and then test first and fourth, and first and fifth, and first and sixth, and see which one is the best one. And then which one is the best one, then that's the one you draw lah. Okay, now I'm testing for the kalau saya join first point and the third point. This is the third point. So as you can see, the graph actually touches how many points? It touches the first point, the third point memang ada sentuh, and then the second point bawah sikit, and then this fourth point, oh jauh ni, this one is a bit quite far, right? Okay, it's okay. And then the next point also tak sentuh, is like atas sikit, but this one yeah, tak sentuh also. Okay, tak sentuh also. So now let's try 1, 3, cannot. Then let's try 1 4 and see whether is it better. Ada tak this one is better than the previous one. So if I join 1, 4, I don't think it's better than 1, 3, because this one touch 2 point and all the rest is duduk dekat bawah. Okay. 1, 3 is better because just now 1, 3 walaupun dia sentuh 2 point juga, tapi it's like at least it's balanced. Oh wait, it touch 3 point. 1, 2, yeah, actually it touch 3 points. Kalau saya letak 1, 3, actually join 3 points. Okay. Okay, tak apa, let's try the, kalau saya join 1 and 4 pula. 1 and 4 means this one. So if I adjust my ruler, supaya dia join 1, 4, let's see how many point dia sentuh. So dia sentuh 2 point sajalah. 1 point duduk atas and then the rest duduk bawah. Okay, so dia sentuh 2 point. Okay, let's try 1, 5, which is the first one and last point. So you can see this is the best one. This is the line of best fit. Kenapa? Because dia sentuh paling banyak point. Okay. Just remember during exam, when you want to draw the line of best fit, just position your ruler so that it joins most of the points. Then it's like high chance correct already. Tak payah nak perfect sangat bila buat linear law. You just sambung kasih dia punya line join paling banyak point, then that's probably correct already. Like high chance betul dah. Okay. So this is definitely the best fit because dia sentuh 3 point, right? And then you have 1 point bawah, 1 point atas ini, and I don't understand why this one so far away. Usually kalau dia miss sikit saja, but why this one so far away? Okay, let me have a look at the question. Okay, I see it already. Okay, the reason why I want to have a look at the question because I'm aware that some questions they will ask this correct value, incorrect value, wrong value. Yeah, so now everything makes sense already. Why this point is so far away? Because there's one wrong value. So later when I do C3, the wrong value of y is the point that is furthest, yang paling jauh lah, which is this point lah. Okay, so yeah, everything makes sense now. So done already. Sudah siap. Sekarang kita boleh buat next question. Tajuk pun sudah tulis tadi kan. Okay, so done. This is part B. Now let's do C1. Find the value of P and Q. Okay, I already tulis siap-siap saya punya working tadi. 2P is gradient, Q is y-intercept. And that is taken from the equation here. Okay, so now I just have to find gradient and y-intercept from the graph and then write it here and write it here. Then move on and then finish it. Okay, let's find the y-intercept first. So y-intercept is the pindasan y, and you can see from the graph the pindasan y is at 20. Okay, it's at 20. So I'll just go to the Q here and write 20 and then sudah siap lah. Okay, now for the gradient. Okay, for gradient you need 2 points. You kena pilih dua coordinate from your graph. Okay, and usually I teach my students you will choose 2 points, but make sure the difference in x is 2, 5 or 10, because the formula is y minus y over x minus x ataupun beza y bagi beza x. So you can try to make sure you punya beza x nanti is 2, 5 or 10, because all these numbers is easy to divide. Okay, of course you can take 0 to 30 also, like that, but it's not that good because when you bahagi 30 you usually end up jawapan yang tak berapa cantik lah, then you have to round off. Okay, so if you are aware of this, you can choose so that the beza x nanti is 2, 5 or 10. So kalau saya, I will choose 0 to 100. I will choose 0 to 100 because when you divide 100, you will get a nice answer. Because when you divide 100, you just taking your decimal, you move backwards 2 times. So I will choose this point and the point at 100 to find the gradient. Okay, so what is this point here? 0, 20, and make sure you put a dot and make sure you write the coordinate beside, because you want to let the pemeriksa know which point you are choosing. So this one point also you have to write 100, 120, and I always tell my students to draw join dotted lines. Okay, after you put dot, write the coordinate beside, join dotted line. Okay, this is the working that you show when you find gradient. Okay, so now the formula for gradient is what? The beza y bahagi beza x. Ataupun you guna formula je lah. Y tolak y bahagi x tolak x. So 120 minus 20 bahagi 100 minus 0. So go to your working and write that down. 120 minus 20 over 100 minus 0. And confirm you'll get a very good looking answer, because 100 minus 0 is 100. This one 100, 100 divided 100 is 1. Okay, so you see no decimal, and then p equals to 1 over 2. Okay, all right, the answer look nice is because when I choose the x beza x study, I try to make it 100. That is why it looks, yeah, the answer tak ada decimal macam tu. Okay, that's all. Sudah siap C1. Now for the C2. Okay, C2 working, I'll just do it here. Okay, find the value of y when x equals 900. So I have to use the graph also, but I have to write some working here. When x equals 900, okay, you cannot find y straight away because from your graph, your graph is actually y against square root x. So later you punya graph, this is y, this is square root x. Tapi dia bagi x sekarang. So what you have to do is you have to square root kan the 900. Yeah, because you have to find out the square root x. So what is square root 900? It will be 30. Okay. So when square root x equals 30, sekarang baru you pergi graph and then go to the square root x cari 30 and then baru draw the dotted line and then sambung kepada y. So macam ni Takkanlah you pergi sini cari 900. Mana ada 900 sini? Ada 900 lah sini. Tak ada logic kan. So of course you have to do something else first. And let me tell you, the 900 is the x. You want square root x. That is why you have to square root 900. So you get 30. So here's 30. And then you draw a dotted line. And the moment dia touch garisan tu, you letak satu dot. Always put the dot, and then tarik kepada paksi y, and you get 50. But you have to double check because sometimes this is not y. Sometimes this is log y or 1 over y ataupun y square ataupun xy. Because if it's like contoh kalau dia xy, then it means this answer is not y already. It means you still have to pindah. You still have to maybe ganti and then pindah. Tapi ini memang dah y dah lah. So this is 50. So the small y is 50. So you just go to your answer space, tulis 50 dekat you punya ruang jawapan, and then sudah siap lah. Alright, for the last part, number 3, find the correct value of y if one of the value of y has been wrongly recorded during the experiment. Okay, we all already know what is the wrong value. Okay, but we have to find out the correct value later lah. So which one is the wrong value? Remember just now when I draw the line of best fit, I told you, right? Ada satu point yang sangat jauh, right? So yeah, it's very clear that this is the wrong value. But if you want to baca dia punya wrong value of y, you kena baca macam mana? Macam ni or macam ni? Mestilah macam ni. You nak wrong value of y kan? So you tengok kepada paksi y. And as you can see, the wrong value is 90. But what about the correct value? Okay, the correct value, you just pull down this point until it reach the line. Okay, because when you reach the line, that is when the point, that's when it's the correct value lah. Okay, because it will be better. So you want the, how to say this? When the point is on the line, that's when the line becomes better because your line touches lagi banyak point. So this is the wrong value, the correct value is here. So the correct value is 80. Faham kan? So the wrong value is 90. Wrong value of y is 90. Correct value of y is 80. So just go here and write wrong value 90. Correct value 80. And that is the answer. Okay. Okay, this should worth 10 marks. Yeah, linear law is always worth 10 marks. 6 plus 3 plus 1. Yeah. Okay, sudah siap? Okay, continue. Number 11. So this question is also worth 10 marks. It's from 5, chapter 5. It's called probability distribution. Dalam bahasa Melayu, taburan kebarangkalian. And this will always come out in section B and is also always worth 10 marks. Alright, let's read. A factory produces an electronic component. It is found that 10% of the product are defective. Defective means rosak. And if they bagi percentage means this is a probability. So the probability of rosak is 0.1. So probability of tak rosak is 0.9 lah. Okay. And also this is a binomial distribution question. Okay. Because if you don't see the word normal dalam soalan, kalau you tak nampak perkataan normal, it means it's not a normal distribution, it's a binomial. And for binomial distribution, we always need to find the NPQ. Okay. NPQ. So I will do it, my working here. A1. Okay, for my 0.1, 0.9, I don't know which one is P, which one is Q. But I know probability of rosak is 0.1, probability of tak rosak is 0.9. Tapi kita tak tahu lagi siapa P, siapa Q. We have to read the whole question first. So number 1, if a sample of 8 electronic components are randomly selected, okay, this is definitely the N. Okay, so yeah, 8 selected. Calculate the probability that exactly 6 electronic components are defective. Okay, the 6 jangan tengok dulu. The 6 jangan tengok dulu. You should focus on what now? You should focus on which one is the probability of success. So what is right here? Calculate probability of exactly 6 electronic are defective. So the 6 jangan tengok dulu. So it means they want to find probability yang defective. That means the probability of success P will be the probability of defective. So 0.1 dekat P. And then 0.9 here. Okay. So out of the 8 selected component, maybe 0 success or maybe 1 success, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What does it mean by this? It means I select 8 components, maybe 0 success. Success means rosak. It means out of the 8, maybe 0 success, 0 rosak. Or maybe out of the 8, 1 success. Success means rosak. Or maybe 2 rosak, or 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 means like 8 pun success. and success means rosak. 88 rosak. Ini semua possibility, all the possibilities. Okay, sekarang baru you tengok apa dia mau. Dia nak exactly 6, less than 6 or more than 6. They want exactly 6. So you just do px equals 6 and then use the binomial distribution formula you learn. Okay, the formula looks like this. NP, sorry, I will write, where should I write it? Okay, I'll just write it here. NP R and then P power R and then Q power N minus R. That's how you find the probability. Okay, so NPR will be 8C6 and then bracket masuk probability of success, masuk probability of failure, so 0.1, 0.9. Okay, the power here will be the same with number down here, which is 6, and then 8 minus 6 dapat 2 sini. Okay, tekan this in your calculator and you will get the answer. Alright, dia bagi 2.268 times 10 power negative 5. It means you have to take your decimal, you kena gerak kiri 5 kali, so you will get 0.00002268. Okay, 0.4 zeros and then 2268. Okay, that's all. Now we do number 2 pula. Number 2 dia kata apa? Calculate the minimum number of electronic component that has to be tested so that the probability of obtaining at least one defective is greater than 0.85. Oh, so for the second question tak payah cari probability. Dia dah bagi dah probability is greater than 0.85. So apa yang kita nak cari? N. Because they say calculate number, right? Minimum number. So that the probability at least one is greater than 0.85. So saya rasa for this question you will not have the n. Yeah, you are trying to find the n. But you do have the probability, and they say the probability is what? 0. Be greater. So I think I cannot write equal here. Because they say greater, right? So greater, I have to use the symbol greater 0.85. But this 0.85 is probability of what? Obtaining at least one defective. So it means is at least one. So it will be px bigger or sama dengan 1. Okay. And your probability of success and probability of failure tak payah terbalikkan. You don't have to change the p to 0.9. Tak payah. Because for the second question also, uh, success is considered, I mean rosa is considered success. Defective is considered success. Yeah, you're also trying to find probability of yang defective punya. Okay, but this time is at least 1 and then greater than 0.85. So you have your P, you have your Q, it's just yang N saja tak ada. Okay, the N tak ada. Nak cari lah, find, you want to find the number. So what you do, you use this formula. But wait, hold on a minute. If you don't know your N, how you should do it? Because they say Px bigger or equals 1. It means you kena ambil Px equals 1, plus 2, plus 3, plus 4, plus 5, until bila? We don't know, right? Because we don't have the N. Yeah, it's not until 8 because yeah, we tak ada N. So what we can do? Okay, since we don't have the N, what you can do is you take 1 minus 0. Because the total probability for everyone tambah mesti dapat 1. So when you take 1 minus 0, you will get the rest from 1 onwards until the end. Okay, and apa yang dia nak cari? From 1 onwards until the end. 1 pun kena ambil because dia ada bigger sama dengan, right? So 1 onwards until the end. So what you can do, just take the total probability 1 tolak dengan kosong. Bigger than 0.85. If you do it like that, you can actually masuk the formula already. So the formula is NC. This one why I write P. Oh my god. This one is C. The formula, right? Okay, but anyways, okay, let's continue here. So NCR, so it will be N, I don't know, C, okay, 0, bracket, bracket. Okay, first bracket should be the probability of defective. Because success, you're trying to find probability of defective, so the probability of success is probability of defective, 0.1. And this one is 0.9, bigger than 0.85. Okay. Alright, how do you continue from here? This one power, lupa tulis. The power here and the number bawah mesti sama. And then power here will be atas tolak atas. So n minus 0 is n. Okay, saya nampak something yang boleh potong. Okay, I can see some things that can potong. So yang mana boleh potong? Oh, okay, wait let me adjust a bit. Okay, so as you can see, this one can cut, this one can cut. Because NC0 is 1, 0.1 power 0 is also 1. So you left with 1 minus 0.9 power n bigger than 0.85. So what you can do, nak cari n kan? So yang ada n, I will leave it here. So later you have to find the power. Bigger than, okay, 0.85 I will minus 1. And I will get negative 0.15. And then pindah negative. And when you pindah negative, what happens? You tukar tanda. Because when you pindah negative means you bahagi negative 1. So when you bahagi negative 1, the negative become positive, and also the bigger have to switch to smaller. Yeah, because when you bahagi negative, the symbol have to terbalikkan. Alright. Now how to find n? Okay, this one dia sudah jadi macam indices question. Okay, because you're trying to find n, and n is the power, dia punya kuasa. So what you can do is you check whether these two number can change to same base or not. Kalau boleh tukar same base, you tukar same base, and then after tukar same base, you compare, you banding dia punya jawapan. Tapi kalau tak boleh tukar same base, you tambah log both sides. Okay, 0.9 and 0.15 tak boleh tukar same base because it's like decimal, and yeah, tak boleh. So what you can do, tambah log both sides. So log base 10, smaller, here also log base 10, and then this one is 0.15, this one is 0.9, and then the power n, we can actually bring it to the front like this. Okay, so how do you find n? How do you find n? Log 0.15 bahagi log 0.9 lah. So let's tekan calculator. Log 0.15 bahagi log 0.9. Okay, and this is log base 10, by the way. Okay, my calculator give me 18.005986. Okay, tak payah tulis banyak sangat. Just write 4 significant figure. So 18.00, but the next digit is 5. So 18.01. 18.01. Okay, now for this middle one, what do you have to write? Smaller or bigger? Okay, if you look at the last baris is smaller, right? The last baris here is smaller. So here you have to write what? You have to write bigger. Okay. Why have to terbalik again? Because you got divide negative. But sir, I tried divide negative. I divide log 0.9. Okay, log 0.9 is negative. If you tekan log 0.9 separately, your calculator will give you a negative digit. Okay. But why you end up getting positive 18 here is because log 0.15 is also negative. That is why negative bargain negative, you end up getting positive. Okay, but you can't see it just now is because you straight away tekan negative bargain negative. That's why the calculator straight away give you positive. But if you tekan separately, they will give you two separate negative numbers. That is why when you bahagi this log 0.9, you are dividing by negative number. That's why the smaller have to terbalik again bigger. Right? So at first it's bigger, and then pindah negative becomes smaller, and then after you tambah log bahagi, you add tukar balik jadi bigger. Okay, now it's time to write your n answers. Okay, n is the bilangan. So bilangan tak boleh ada negative, tak boleh ada decimal, tak boleh ada titik perpuluhan, tak boleh ada fraction, pecahan. So you have to write the nearest answer, right? So tell me, what is the answer? Okay, most students will say 18. Some students will say 18. It's wrong. It's wrong. The answer is 19. Okay. Okay, some students they will say 18 is because they saw the 01. Then nampak 18.01, dia pun cakap, okay sir, 0.0 mah, so tak payah bundarkan, so ambil 18. Okay, wrong. Dia bukan tengok macam ni. You kena tengok dia punya symbol sebenarnya. You have to look at the symbol bigger or smaller. So if the n is bigger than 18.01, it means your n has to be what? Your n answer has to be bigger than 18.01. So imagine if you write 18. It's wrong lah. 18 is 18 bigger than 18.01? The answer is no, right? What is bigger than 18.01? What is the nearest integer that is bigger than 18.01? 19. Sir, what about 20, 21, 22, 23? Yeah, those numbers is also bigger than 18, but what they want here? Minimum number of component, right? So 19, 20, 21, 22, these are all acceptable answers, but they're only asking for the minimum number, so you will choose 19. That's the minimum. Okay, not 18. 18, no, 18 is wrong. Okay, because 18 is not bigger than 18.01, so you cannot take that as the answer. Okay, hope you understand. That is the part A. So part A is only worth 5 marks. This one usually the full mark is 10 marks one. So part A will be 5 marks, then part B confirm will be 5 marks already. Okay, and most of the time part B will be normal distribution. Okay, because part A they ask binomial already. Okay, but let's read the question now. An orchard produces apples. Okay, only apples with mass x greater than m gram can be graded and marketed. Oh my god, this question is so familiar. I feel like I did this before. Yeah, I think I did it in one of the SPM past year. The potato chip question. I think it's SPM 2021. Yeah, it's like very similar. Okay, but the one they didn't use apple, they use potato chips. Okay, but anyways, let's continue. So what it means by greater than m can be graded marketed, it means not all apples will be graded. Some apples they will throw it away. Yeah, because maybe it's too the mass is sikit sangat. Yeah, the mass is not enough, so you can't grade it and you cannot market, you cannot send to the shopping mall. Only the mass apple yang mass dia greater than m gram boleh grade, boleh letak grade and boleh dijual dekat market. Okay, table 2 shows the grade of apples based on their mass. Okay, so we have grade A, grade B, grade C. Let's see the grade A apple. So if you more than 300 gram, you consider the top tier apple lah, like the grade A punya. But if your mass is like between 220 and 300, it means you less than 300 lah. You less than 300, but you're more than 220 in between, then you consider grade B. Right? Then what about grade C? You less than 220, yeah, because the 220 is the minimum for grade B, right? So it will be the maximum of the grade C. Okay, and then the minimum for grade C is M. Okay, and yeah, it makes sense because they say already apple with mass greater than M gram baru boleh jual. That means dia ada 3 grade saja lah. Grade D memang tak ada grade D already. Do you know why tak ada grade D? Because grade D will be for apple yang mass less than M, and for apple mass than M will not be graded. It will not be graded because it says here X greater than M saja yang boleh grade. Apple yang mass greater than M boleh grade. So grade C is the worst grade. There's no grade lower than C already. C is the lowest grade already. Okay, that is why the minimum mass for C is M gram. Okay, anything less than M gram, yeah, you will not. There is no grade for those apples, and those apples will not be marketed. Okay, now that you understand that part, now we can read here. Given that the mass of apple is no, you see the word normal there. So normal means this is a normal distribution question, and that means we have to use the exact score table later to find the probability. Okay, normally distributed with a mean 210 and a standard deviation 35. Yeah, this is very, yeah, it's always the same one lah. This type of question they always tanya sama saja. Okay, so dia bagi mean standard deviation, kita kena tulis mean equals 210, standard deviation equals 35. Okay, why they give us the mean standard deviation is for you to later change to Z. From X value change to Z value, because you later kena refer the Z score table, and if it's not Z value you cannot refer. That's why they give you the mean standard deviation for you to convert to Z later. Okay, question number 1. If an apple is chosen at random, find the probability that the apple is from grade A. Well, this is quite easy. Just write P because you want to find probability from grade A. So we can let the big X represents the mass, and then you want grade A, right? So the X has to be more than 300 like this. Okay, now it's very easy. Just convert to Z, and then later refer the jadwal lah, the Z score table. Okay, how do you change from X to Z? You will take the 300 minus mean bahagi standard deviation. Okay, that is the formula. Okay, now you use calculator to press tekan ni, you will get 2.571. Okay, remember this one you don't write jangan tulis banyak sangat decimal place, because this one later you kena baca jadual, and when you baca jadual ada dua cara untuk baca. First cara is you baca dari luar. Okay, when soalan bagi Z value you baca dari luar. Tapi ada lagi satu jenis yang you kena baca dari dalam. Okay, yang baca dari dalam tu is when they tak bagi Z value tapi dia bagi area. Dia bagi area ataupun bagi probability, yang tu kena baca dari dalam. So this one you tell me ada bagi Z value tak? Ada. So the 2.571 that's the Z value lah. And tak bagi probability, right? That means later have to baca dari luar. And when you baca dari luar, you can only baca sampai 3 decimal place. That is why you don't write too many decimal place. Okay, usually I will tell students write 4 significant figure, but for this part you need to specifically remember only write 3 decimal place, because your jadwal can only baca until 3 decimal place. So now it's time to go to the jadwal, find this 2.571, get this value and this value. Okay, alright, let's go to the jadwal now. Let's remember first 2.571. Okay, let's scroll to the jadwal and find 2.571. Okay, this is the one. So 2.5 is here, 7 is here, 1 is here. So as you can see, the number I need is this number, and then 1 is this one. So what I have to do now, 0.00508 kena tolak 2. Tapi 2 tu you tolak dekat belakang sini. So what is 8 minus 2? 6. So the answer would be 0.00506. That is the probability answer. So go back to the jalan kira, the working, and write the answer 0.00506. Okay, that is the answer. Okay, remember to double check and see what the question wants. If the question want probability, then baru you boleh stop sini. Let's read the question one more time. Find the probability. Yeah, so that's the answer. Okay, kenapa kena double check macam tu? Because sometimes they ask for percentage, or maybe they sometimes ask for number of apple. If they ask for number of apple, then you maybe kena guna formula NA or NS. Probability sama dengan NA or NS. And kalau dia nak cari number of apple yang dari grade A, they will give you the total amount of apple. Okay. Kalau dia nak cari number of apple from grade A, they will give you the total in the question. Okay, the total number of all apple. And then you have to take the probability, darab lagi dengan the total bilangan apple to find the number from grade A lah. Okay? Or maybe sometimes they ask for percentage. And if they ask for percentage, just take the decimal answer times 100. And then you get percent. Okay, okay, but this one siap already. They ask for probability, that is the answer. Okay, number 2. If 98% of apples can be graded and marketed, find minimum mass of the apple. Okay, this one is the one yang you kena baca dari dalam. You know why? Because they never give you the exact value, but instead they give you the probability, which is 98%. Percentage is linked to probability one. Percentage and probability is like, dia boleh, you can change from percentage to probability like easily. So dia ni, you kena baca dari dalam nanti. Okay, but first let's write down the information first. So probability of something equals to something. So the 98%, you don't write inside. That's not the exact value. That's the percentage. So that means that's the probability. Probability you write it here. So 98% means 98 divided 100, so 0.98. But this one is the probability yang Apple boleh grade and marketed. So if you remember just now they said only Apple yang mass macam mana boleh grade market. Yang greater than M saja boleh grade and market. So what you do? Inside here you write PX bigger than M lah. Greater mah. Greater than M. So on X is the mass. X represents the mass. So the probability for mass of apple greater than M is 0.98. Okay. And now you can find the minimum mass of apple because the minimum mass of apple is M. Okay. You remember the minimum mass of apple yang boleh graded marketed is M. And that's the minimum. Uh, okay. So now how do you find? Okay. Before you go to the jadwal, always change to Z value first. So how do you change? M minus mean 210 bahagi standard deviation 35, right? But sir, how to do this? I don't have M. It's okay. It's okay. You tak ada M kan? So this one tak boleh buat. But it's fine because you have the probability answer. So nanti you boleh cari balik. Okay. Okay, so the method I usually teach my own students, okay, when you sampai sini, dalam ni tak boleh buat, you will let C equals to the whole thing. Okay, let C equals to the whole thing. And then rewrite the whole thing, PZ bigger C equals 0.98. And then afterwards, you kena lukis. You kena lukis. And you kena lukis dua kali. You kena lukis dua kali. Why? Because you cannot go to your jadual now. Because you don't know whether it's Z bigger positive or Z bigger negative. You faham kan? Because when you baca jadual, you have to make sure the Z is the Z value and it has to be bigger positive baru boleh tengok jadual. Okay. So now is Z bigger, but you don't know whether the C is positive or negative because you don't have the Z value. So that's why you kena lukis dua kali and test whether the C is positive or negative, right? Okay, so kena lukis dua kali, but only one of these will be correct. Okay, satu ni je yang betul. Okay, so the C, it could be negative, it could be positive, but I don't know which one, so I draw both, right? But later I'll reject one of these. Okay, lepas ni kita kena rorek. So now we have to shade the region. So it says bigger, it means we have to shade from this line onwards ke kanan sampai forever lah. And then same thing for here, from C onwards ke kanan sampai forever, right? So you end up getting satu kawasan yang besar and satu kawasan lorek yang kecil. So which one you end up choosing? Okay, after you done lukis dua kali, sudah lukis dua kali, you look at the probability answer. If the probability answer is more than 0.5, you choose the big one. If it's less than 0.5, you choose the small one. So this is 0.98. Obviously, it's should have more than half, more than 0.5. So this is the correct one and this is the wrong one. So ini kita reject, we go with this. And if we go with this, we cannot baca jadual already. Because you can only baca when it's Z bigger positive. Your C is now negative. So I recommend you straight away go to the last baris, tulis siap-siap C equals negative. Kalau tak nanti you will forget about the negative. Then what I have to do here? 1 minus. 1 minus. Okay. The way I teach my student is I always tell them if the shaded region, how to say, cross over the y-axis, cross over the vertical axis like this, then you have to take 1 minus 30. Okay. What if your shaded region is like this? Dia sentuh je. Dia sentuh, let's say it's like that. Dia sentuh tapi dia tak ada cross over. Okay, if like that, you don't take 1 minus. If like that, you take 0.5 minus. Okay, half minus. You only do 1 minus when your shaded region sudah potong you punya y-axis macam ni. Can you see sudah potong, right? Then you do 1 minus. That's how I explain it to my students. Okay, so ini I will take 1 minus. And kenapa ambil 1 minus? Because 1 is the total area for the whole thing. So when you take 1, you minus apa? You minus this one lah. The one yang tak berlorek. The region that is not shaded. which is this region, which is PZ smaller than negative C. Why smaller? Because the region yang you nak tolak sekarang is on the left. So smaller than negative C equals to 0.98. Okay, you didn't write the negative here, but you know that the C is negative. So smaller negative can change to bigger positive because the bell-shaped graph is symmetrical. So if I want to find the regions Z smaller negative C is the same as finding Z bigger than C. And now you will just have to pindah, then you can tengok jadual already. Because now it's already PZ bigger positive, but there's a minus here. So I will try to move it to the right side like this. And then the 0.98 I'll move it here become 1 minus 0.98 0.02. And then sekarang boleh tengok jadual dah. Ya. Kenapa sekarang boleh tengok? Kenapa tadi tak boleh? Tadi tak boleh sebab you punya C negatif. But now I do all this step already, now it becomes Z bigger positive already. So now I can tengok jadual. Tapi kena tengok dari dalam lah. Kena tengok dari dalam. Because the 0.02 is not the Z value. It's the area answer. So you kena pergi dalam and cari 0.02 ataupun lebih sikit. Okay. So let's go to the jadual now and cari 0.02 atau lebih sikit. Okay. Okay, this is the table. Okay, where is 0.02 atau lebih sikit? So I see 0.09, 00901. Okay, 02 up. This one lah. So 0.02 atau lebih sikit is 0.0202. But I want 0.02. That means I have to minus 2. And you take the first 2 you see here. So that's the 2, right? Okay, ada dua 2 sini kan? It means you can choose either one lah. Okay, but I will choose the small one. Okay. So now your answer will be dekat luar. Your answer will be at the outside, at the side of the table. So 2.054. Okay. Yeah lah, because you baca dari dalam means your answer will be at the outside. If you baca from the outside, then your answer is on the inside. But if you baca from inside, then your answer must be at the outside. So your outside answer is 2.054. That's the answer. But remember to put negative 2.054. Okay. But actually, I already letak siap-siap already just now. So where's the question? Negative. No, not this one. Okay, it's here. So you see, I already put the negative. So yeah, 2.054. And let me check up sekali lagi why I have to put negative here. Because just now we do experiment, remember? We do draw 2 times the graph to check whether the C is negative or positive. And since we know it's negative already, C is negative already, that's why I have to put negative here lah. Okay, let's move on. The soalan asked to find M. Remember just now you let C equals to this. So now you already get your C. Now you have to ganti balik. M minus 210 over 35 equals negative 2.054. So now you want to find M. Just press calculator and then you get your answer. Okay, let me press negative 2.054 times 35 plus 210. Okay, my calculator give me 138.11. And I don't think you have to round off this. Ya, saya rasa you tak payah bundarkan this answer. Kenapa? Sebab dia adalah mass. M represents minimum mass for apple. So a minimum mass of apple boleh ada decimal kan? Unless dia bilangan lah. Kalau bilangan baru you kena, baru you have to bundarkan. Or maybe take the nearest integer. Like for example just now the A2. Remember A2? You get 18.01. But N is the number of electronic component, is the bilangan. Mana boleh bilangan ada point macam tu. Sebab tu you take the integer that is bigger than 18.01. So you take 19 lah. But for this one you don't have to worry about it because it's mass. So just write the gram there and siap boleh. Okay. So itulah. You will get 10 marks for this. Alright, sudah siap. Okay, now we are entering bahagian C. Okay, bahagian C, they will always give you 4 soalan and then you have to jawab 2 soalan, right? Okay, I will jawab 3 soalan. Okay, I will jawab 3 soalan. Okay, in this video, I'll do 3 soalan. It means I won't do the kinematics soalan. So number 12, I won't do. Okay, yeah, kinematic I won't do. So I will just do 13, 14, 15. Okay. Okay, number 13 is a index number question and it will be worth 10 marks one. All the soalan in section C all worth 10 marks. So let's start. Table number 13. Table 3 shows the information related to 3 ingredients used in the production of chocolate cake. So you want to make a chocolate cake, you need to have ingredient A, B, and C. Okay, that's what you need, the ingredient. Okay, this part of the table, what are all these? 180258. Okay, they already write atas here is the price index. But why got 3 different price index? It means all the year is not the same. So this one is the price index I for what year? 2022 based on 2020. Okay, you will always put the more recent year atas. Okay, tahun yang baru letak atas, tahun yang lama letak bawah. So 2022 atas, 2020 bawah. For the next one is also price index, but this one is 2023 over 2020. So I'll just write 2320. This one is also price index, but this one is 2322. Okay, so high chance later have to use smiley face lah, because when you have 3 years, when it involves 3 years, you usually use the smiley face. Okay, okay, and these are all the price tags, and this is the weightage W. Okay, this weightage later you will use it to find composite index. You only use it when they ask for composite index. Okay, now let's read the question. A, find the values of x, y, and z. Okay, I will do it up here. Okay, so soalan A nak cari x, y, z. Okay, let me tell you, X, Y, Z, they are all price index. They are all price index, which is the I. But I don't think you can use the I formula, which is P1 over P0 times 100. Saya rasa you tak boleh guna formula ni. You know why? Because if you want to use this formula to find I, you need the price for the 2 years. And did you see they give you the price for the 2 years? Ada bagi price tak dekat soalan? Dekat A tak ada, dekat table pun tak ada, dekat atas sini pun tak ada. So I don't think you can do like that. So the only way is to do smiley face. Yeah, it means you have to use these other two I from the another year, from other years, and then do smiley face method to find the Y. Okay, okay, the smiley face method macam mana? You first draw a smiley face like this. Okay, and then afterwards you write the year, but you have to write the year in ascending order. It means you write the from the older year to the newest year, oldest year to the newest year. So you have 2022, 20, and 23. So of course you start with 20, followed by 22, followed by 23 like this. And then now let's study y dulu lah. So the y is 23 over 20. So this is the y, 23 over 20. Okay. Okay, 180 is 22, 20. So you go to the line connecting 22, 20 and write 180. That is the price index. And then 23, 22, 105, that is here. And the formula is always what? It's always atas darab atas bahagi 100 sama dengan bawah. So kalau nak cari bawah y macam mana? Atas darab atas bahagi 100. Okay, atas darab atas bahagi 100. So you get your y here. Just press your calculator. And then your calculator will give you. Okay, my calculator give me 189. So that is one of your answers. Y 189. And I will make sure I write it in table also, because I'm worried that it might, how to say, maybe the next question later kena guna this one. So I write in the table. I write in the table, but I write in my answer space also. Okay, next part is to find x and z. Okay, you will also do a smiley face. But actually, okay lah, let's just do lah. Okay, alright. So just do a smiley face and then write the year also, same like just now, 2020, 22, 23. But this time, your x will not be down here. Your x is 22, 20, it will be here. 258, yang tu bawah. Because yang tu 23, 20, 120 is here. And remember the formula? The bawah number is always atas darab atas bahagi 100. So 258 is always x times 120 divide 100. So how do you find x? 258 divide 1.2 lah. Because 1.120 divide 100 is 1.2. So just press calculator. 258 divide 1.2, I got 215. So that is your x 215. And I'll make sure I write in the table also. Okay. Because maybe later you might use this for the next question. Okay, last one, how to find Z. Okay, I don't have enough space, so can I make this smaller? Transfer it here. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, Z here. Okay, same thing, smiley face also. But let's have a look, where's the Z? Okay, this is 23, 22. So the year is same lah, 20, and then Z will be uh 23, 22. So 23, 22, where is 23, 22? Here, that's the Z. And then 216 is the 23, 20, which is the bawah punya, 216. And then 22, 20 is 200 is here. And remember the formula is always what? Bawah sama dengan atas darab atas bahagi 100. So bawah is 216 sama dengan atas darab atas 200 times Z divide 100. Wait, is it 200? Yeah, correct. Okay, this one can cut. Left with 2. So what is your Z? 216 divide 2, 108. So that is the answer. Okay, I'll make sure I write in the table also. Okay, I already finished part A. Only worth 3 marks. So 1 mark here, 1 mark here, 1 mark here. Okay, done. Now we can do B. So let's see what they want B. Okay, B1. Calculate the what? Calculate the composite index. composite index, this is how you write it. I and then got a line atas. I and then line. For the production cost of chocolate cake in the year 2023 based on 2022. So look at the year. Look at the year. The year is very important. Because in the table, dia ada bagi 3 price index. So later when you want to find composite index for 2023 based on 2022, you must make sure you use the price index for 23-22 lah, which is this one. Okay, if you use the other year, then you will get composite index for another year, then it's wrong already. Okay, I don't have enough space where I should do it. I'll just do it here, B1. So they want to find composite index for 23 based on 2022. Okay, what is the formula for composite index? You take the sum of I times W divided with total weightage. This symbol is total. So total I darab W dah bahagi total weightage. But which I you want to take? Of course, the I yang 2023 based on 2022, this one, right? And then multiply with weightage, they already give here. Okay, so 105 times 5 plus 120 times 7 plus 108 times 3 divide with the total weightage 5 plus 7 plus 3. Okay, 5 plus 7 plus 3 you get 15, and then atas tambah atas tambah atas, you use your calculator to help you, you will get 1689, and then when you divide 15 you will get 112.6. Okay, yeah, just press calculator lah. Nothing for me to teach here. Need just tekan calculator saja. Okay, that's all. Let's do B2. Okay, let's read. Hence, calculate the production cost of chocolate cake in the year 2023 if the production cost in the year 2022 is 55 ringgit. Okay, this one they want to find price. They want to find, cost lah. Cost and price is almost the same thing. Okay, let me tell you, in this chapter, there's only 3 formulas. The first formula is the price index formula, which is the I formula, and the formula looks like this: P1 over P0 times 100. And then the second formula is this one, the composite index. And then the third formula is the smiley face, right? And when the soalan asks you to find cost ataupun price means nak cari RM, which formula do you think you will use? Definitely the first one, because this is the only formula yang ada price. This formula ada price tak ada. The smiley face ada price tak ada. The the smiley face you will not put the price here one. You will always put the price index or the composite index depending on the situation lah. Okay, but you will never put price here. So the smiley face is not possible to use the smiley face method to find price. Okay, the only possible way to find price is using this formula. I equals P1 over P0 times 100, because this P stands for price, right? So let's go to the soalan and see what they says. They want to find price in 2023. So I will just write P23 equals to question mark. And then they say if the production cost in the year 2022 is 55 ringgit. So they actually give you the price in 2022 equals 55, right? So later I'll use which formula? This formula. I equals P1 over P0 times 100. So I'll write here I equals price over price times 100. Now the question comes in. Which price I have to letak atas, which price I have to letak bawah? Of course, the newer year, you have to letak atas. Okay, the more recent year, which is 23, atas. The 2020, 2022, the less recent one, you have to put it down, right? Then what do you think will be the I? It will automatic match with the year here also, which is 23 over 22. But I'll tell you now, the 22 nanti you boleh masuk 55, right? But for the I 23, 22 please don't tell me you go and sub, you go and go to the table 20 and then you go and sub the 105 or 120 or 108. If you do put any of this, it's wrong. It's wrong. And the reason is very simple. It's because the soalan never mentioned it's A, B or C. If the soalan got mentioned A in the question, then baru you boleh ambil like 105. If they got mention B, baru you boleh ambil 120, C 108. But you read the whole question, ada tak dia tak cakap ingredient A, B or C? Tak ada, right? That means you cannot take all these values. Instead, you have to take the composite index. Okay? Ataupun you can say the average. Yeah, composite index is actually the average. Yeah, you are finding the average, the mean. Okay, so instead of taking 105, 120, 108, you have to take the 105, 120, 108. They all punya average. Dia punya composite index. Okay, composite index means average. So the average for this is how much? You do it just now already. The composite index for 2023 based on 2022 is 112.6. So that means here you have to put 112.6 equal the price 2023 nak cari, so biarkan price 2022 is 55 ringgit times 100. So to find the price in 2023, you just pindah 112.6 divide 100 times 55. So let me press. My calculator give me 61.93. And make sure you write RM for this because this is price. So that is the answer. 61.93. Okay, sudah siap. Alright, for the last part, soalan C. So the cost of making a chocolate cake is expected to increase by 50%. Okay, the moment I see percent, and the moment I say increase, it means automatic. I will think about what? I will think about price index. Okay, so if they tell you increase by 50%, you can straight away write your index already. But let's read the whole thing first. Increase 50% from the year 2022, 2024. And again, they never mention it's A, B, or C. They never mention it's ingredient A, B, or C. It means this is the composite index. So this is the composite index we are talking about now. So the composite index for 2022 to 2024. So 2024 atas, 2022 bawah, because always the more recent year atas. And they said the cost increased by 50%. So what is the composite index then? Okay, increased by 50% means the index will be 100 plus 50. Okay, so 150. If they say decrease mean you take 100 minus with the percentage. Okay. Comma, calculate the cost. Calculate cost. Which formula? The first formula, right? The first formula. Yeah, because whenever you want to find the cost, the price, the RM, definitely use the first formula because this is the only formula that you can get the price. The second formula, you can't use it to find price because there's no price here. Okay, so you have to use the first formula later lah. Okay, so calculate the cost of making chocolate in the year 2024 means they want to find the P24. Okay, P stands for price or the RM lah. Okay, if the cost in the year 2023 is 60.5, so I can just write P 2023 equals 60.50. Alright, all the information I need is here. Now you already know, right? You have to use the first formula, right? But I'll tell you now, if you use the first formula now, you will get stuck. Let me show you. So I will leave it a blank space here. I'll leave it blank first because I know later I have to find something first, right? So I'll just leave it blank here, and let's write down the first formula. That's the first formula because they ask for price, right? So it will be I equals to price over price times 100. Now for the year, how? Okay, you have P24, P23. Obviously, the 24 kena atas lah because that's the more recent year. And then 23 kena letak bawah. Then what happens to the I? The year for the price index will also be what? It will also match with this 24, 23, right? But if you look at your table, ada tak 24, 23 punya price index? Tak ada kan? And also one more thing you have to take note here. The soalan actually never mention ingredient A, B, or C. So you can't take the price index, you have to take the composite index. So later this one, you have to letak the I line, other line atas. The line atas means composite index for 24, 23. And you realize you don't have that, right? So the P24, okay, yang tu nak cari at the end. P23 60.5, the one I know I have it, just masuk times 100. And I need this, right? Because if I want to find P24, I need to have this value. Kalau tak ada value ni, macam mana saya nak pindah? Macam mana saya nak cari price ini? Sebab tu lah dia ada bagi lagi satu information untuk tolong kita. So the information they give me is the composite index for 24, 22, which is 150. But you don't go and put 150 here. Come on. No. The 150 is composite index for 24 based on 22. This one is 24 based on 23. It's not the same, bro. So you cannot write the 150 here. Then how? Do smiley face. Because the 24, 22 composite index is 150, right? And remember, you have another composite index, which is in the B1 just now. That is 23, 22. Okay. So what you can do is you use the 23, 22 composite index and you use the 24, 22 composite index to find the 24, 23 price index by using the smiley face. Okay. So you have 22, 23, 24, right? So for the 150, you put at 24, 22. So the line connecting 24, 22 is the down one. And then you have the other composite index is 112.6, 23, 22. So 22 is here, 112.6. Oh, and remember, when you do the smiley face, you can actually use the price index or the composite index. Both also you can do it using the smiley face. Okay. But this case, we are using composite index. So later, the answer comes out here will automatic be the composite index already. Because here and here you masuk composite index mah. So automatic this will be composite index also. Because when I take just now, I didn't take from the table. I didn't take the 23, I didn't take from ingredient A, B, or C. I take the average, the composite index. And then also the 150 is also the composite index. So automatic this one comes out will be composite index. And after I get this value, I can letak sini. And after I letak sini, then I can pindah find the P24 lah. Okay, how do you find this? Okay, so this one is the composite index for 24, 23 lah. So how do you find this? Okay, I told you the formula already. Bawah equals to atas darab atas bahagi 100. So 150 is the bawah equals to atas 112.6 darab atas the composite index for 24 based on 23 divide 100. So if you want to find the composite index for 24 based on 23, you just pindah 150 divide times 100 and then divide 112.6. Okay, let me press. Okay, my calculator give me 133.21. Okay, yeah, I just write through two decimal places. Okay, now the 133.21 I just write here, and then now you can find your P24. But remember to write RM. Your answer will come out in RM. So let's press. Okay, I'll use the answer button. It will be more accurate. So I press answer divide 100 times 60.5. Okay, I get 80.595. But this is RM. So RM usually is like two decimal places. So 80.60 lah. And remember to write RM because it's a price. Or cost. Same thing lah, price and cost. So 80 ringgit 60 cents is the answer. Okay. And write RM because it's price. Okay, so I'm done. This is worth 10 marks. Okay. Okay, let's continue with number 14. This is the Form 4 chapter 10. Chapter 9. It's called Solution of Triangle. And this chapter always come out in paper 2 section C, is always worth 10 marks. Okay, let's do it. Diagram 8 shows a triangle PSR. Okay, I see a big triangle. Given QR is 5 cm, let's label. Oh, this is label. RS 9, okay, this is label. PS 7.8, okay, this is label. QRS 40. Oh, this one belum label. So QRS 40, so the angle is at R40. That is why you have to check all the information. Check because sometimes they never label for you, then you have to label it yourself. Okay, after you done with this, now let's see bawah nak cari apa. Okay, find the length of QS. Okay, this is quite easy because you want to find QS, you will use this triangle. Okay, why not use the other triangle? Because the other triangle not enough information. You only have one side and there's no angle, nothing here. Yeah, you can't. But you use this, is you can find the QS. Because if you use this triangle, you can see you have the remaining two sides, and you also have the angle opposite the side you are finding, so you can actually use cosine rule. Okay, there's only two cases that you can use cosine rule. The first case that you can use cosine rule is when they give you two sides and the included angle and ask you to find the remaining side. The satu lagi case yang boleh guna cosine rule is when they give you all three sides and they ask you to find any angle dalam. Okay, so both these two case is the only two case yang boleh guna cosine rule. Okay? And this is one of the case yang boleh guna cosine rule lah. So soalan A1 here, I want to find QS, right? Okay, the cosine rule formula is A square equals B square plus C square minus 2BC cos A. Okay. Okay, so for the A, it will always be opposite angle. The small a will always be the side yang depan angle. Okay, depan angle. Okay, that's the A. So what will be your A? This is your angle, so your A will be QS lah. So QS square equals, okay, the remaining two side, 5 square plus 9 square minus 2 times 5 times 9 times with cos the angle 40. Sekarang kita boleh cari QS. Okay, square boleh hantar jadi square root. And now I'll press all this in my calculator. Okay, alright. If you press everything, you get 37.06. Okay, and then I will use the answer button and I will press square root answer. So it's 6.087 cm. Okay, sudah siap. Okay, now for A2, they want to find sudut QPS, the angle. So let's determine where's the angle first. Oh, wait. Before that, let's label this first. 6.087. That's the QS panjang, right? So you update your diagram. Because when there's new information coming in, you should label it. Okay, because you might use it for the next question. And confirm you'll be using it for the next question. Confirm. Okay, let's see what sudut they want. QPS. So QPS. So sudut dekat P lah. Alright, as you can see, this is the sudut I want, and you have the opposite side, which is this, right? But you cannot use sine rule, because if you want to use sine rule, you kena ada satu. You need to have the opposite of what you want, and also you need a complete pair. But you don't have the complete pair here because 7.8 you don't have the sudut here, right? And also this side and this is lagi teruk. This pair lagi teruk because you don't even have the side and you don't have the angle, right? So now the problem is what? I can't use sine rule. I have the opposite of the, okay, I'm trying to find this angle and I have the opposite side, but I don't have a complete pair. I need to have a complete pair and the opposite of what I want. Baru boleh guna sine rule. So what I can do is I can actually find this angle. And it's very easy because this is a straight line, right? So what you can do is you use the other triangle, because this triangle has so many information. So you can find this pseudo easily and then take 180 minus, because this is a straight line, to get this. And after you get this, then you have a complete pair and you also have the opposite of what you want. Then you can use sine rule to find the theta. Understand? Huh? So my job now is not to find the theta, and it's not to find this. It's to find this. This is the information that will open up everything for me. This is the main key for me. Okay, because when you have this, this will, everything will open up, everything will buka already. So the first step is to actually find this, even though that's not what the question asked for, but you need to get this. Then only you can get this, then only you can use sine rule to find the QPS angle. Okay, okay, let's find this now. And how do you find this? Sine rule. Yeah, because this triangle, you see so many information. You have the opposite, right? This is what you're trying to find, and you have the opposite of what you want, and you have a complete pair, right? Complete pair here. So yeah, you can use sine rule, but make sure you write the angle atas, because you're trying to find angle. So what is this angle? SQR ataupun RQS. So sine RQS over the opposite side is 9 equals, now you write the complete pair, but make sure you write the angle atas. So sine 40 over 6.087. Now to find the sine RQS, you just have to pindah sine 40. Okay, wait for me. I press, divide 6.087 times 9. Okay, my calculator give me 0.9504. And now I have to tekan shift sign answer lah. Okay, my calculator give me 71 degree 52 minutes or 53 minutes. Same thing. Okay, let's write it down. 71 degree 53 minutes. Okay, I want to mention a few things here. When you tekan shift sign, sebenarnya ada dua jawapan tau. Yeah, because you learn in trigonometry, when the sign answer is positive, there will be one answer in quadrant 1 and one answer in quadrant 2. Yeah, because when sign positive, the add sugar to coffee, right? So quadrant 1 and quadrant 2. So there should be two answer. Satu jawapan dekat quadrant 1, satu jawapan dekat quadrant 2. And for the quadrant 2 answer, you have to take 180 minus. But sir, how do we know which one to take? Should we take the quadrant 1 answer or quadrant 2 answer? Well, this is where you have to use your eyes to check the diagram, and you ask yourself whether the angle you're finding is less than 90 or more than 90. So let me highlight the angle for you. So a lot of students will forget to do this step during exam 1. So I hope you remember this. You have to look at this angle and ask yourself whether this is more than 90 or less than 90. If it's more than 90, it means it's an obtuse angle. Then you have to take 180 minus already. Okay. So ask yourself this question. This angle, is it less than 90 or more than 90? It's less than 90. And let me tell you how I know. It's because if you look at the other side of this angle is lebih besar, right? This angle is bigger than this. So this is definitely less than 90. Because this angle confirm more than 90 already. So, and then the total angle here is 180. So if this is more than 90, this will be less than 90. Okay, I hope you get what I mean lah. Another way to look at it is just use common sense lah. Like, okay, like, okay, okay, how do I explain this? All right, 90 degree is like something like this baru 90. Betul? Yeah, so as you can see, this angle is clearly less than 90. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you know now that this is quadrant 1 answer. So I can straight away write RQS here already. I can straight away write RQS already. But what if one day the angle is more than 90? Then you have to take 180 minus and then write the new answer here and then reject this. Take the other one. Kalau dia punya angle is obtuse angle lah. So that one you have to baca soalan carefully. But sometimes they never mention it in the soalan. Then you just use your eyes to check the size of the angle. Okay, you don't need the question to tell you whether it's acute or obtuse angle. You guna mata tengok je. Just tengok macam ni, and then identify it yourself. Okay, now I'm done with the RQS. I label 71 degree 53 minute. Now I can find the other angle, the other side angle here, which is PQS. So I write PQS 180 degree minus with this 71 degree 53 minute. So now let's see what I get. 180 minus answer. My calculator give me 108 degrees 7 minute. Okay, so that is the answer here. Okay, ini baru make sense mah. Imagine if I take 180 minus this and then I reject this, I take the 180 minus punya, then it doesn't make sense already because you are saying this one is 108 degree 7 minute, this one is 71 degree 53 minute, but it doesn't make sense. This angle should be smaller. This angle should be smaller. You use your eye pun boleh nampak. This one smaller than this. Okay. So ini baru logic. If it's the other way, then yeah, it's wrong deh. Okay. So ini sudah jadi PQS. Sekarang saya nak cari theta. Remember, this is my original intention. Okay. My first intention was to find this, right? But I need some other information. That's why I do all these extra steps. Now I can finally find the one they want, which is QPS, and I will use sine rule again. So sine QPS, which is this angle, and you have the opposite already, 6.087 equals to the complete pair. And just now you don't have, right, the complete pair, but now you do all this, you get it already. So now you can find already sine 108 degrees 7 minute over 7.8. Okay. Okay, now it's time to press calculator. Sine QPS. Okay, wait for me. I press. Okay, I will tekan sine answer. Divide 7.8 times 6.087. Okay, 0.7417. Just write in 4 cm figure. And then now shift sign answer lah. And when you tekan shift sign answer, don't forget there's two answer. Okay, the calculator will only give you one answer. Okay, and it will always give you in quadrant 1. So let's write it down first. 47 degree 52 minute. And please remember to check whether this angle, because I told you there's two answer, right? One answer in quadrant, because this one is sine positive. So add sugar to coffee, one answer in quadrant 1, one answer in quadrant 2. But you check yourself. This angle is quadrant 1 or quadrant 2. They never mention in the question, but you know it's quadrant 1 because QPS is here, right? Tell me, is this more than 90 or less than 90? 90 degree is like that 90. So this one is clearly less than 90, right? So it means they want the quadrant 1 answer. So it means this one correct already lah. Why I have to check like that? Because sometimes they might want the quadrant 2 answer, and if you don't check like that, then the whole thing wrong lah. The whole thing wrong. So remember, when you use sine rule to find the angle, always double check the size of the angle, see whether you want the quadrant 1 or quadrant 2. Because whenever you use sine rule, you will always end up with two answer. When you find the sudut okay, and it's your job to check which sudut they want. Is it the quadrant 1 or quadrant 2? Okay, I'm done explaining. Now it's time to do number 3. Okay, number 3, I'll just do it here. Okay, find the area of triangle PRS. So, they want the big triangle lah, means. Okay, how do you find the big triangle? Okay, I think I will do it like this. I will use the formula, of course, 1 over 2 AB sine C. But I need two sides and one included angle, right? But if you look at PRS, you actually don't have enough information. So you can use the 7.8 and 9, but the problem is I don't have the angle here, right? But I can find it easily, right? So let's find out the angle here. And how to find it? You find this angle and this angle separately and then plus together lah. How to find this angle? Just take 180, tolak ni, right? Okay, let me press 71 degree 53 minute and then minus 40. Okay, my calculator give me 68 degree 7 minute. Okay, and then what about this angle here? Same thing lah, 180 minus. Okay, what is this angle just now? I find it already, right? 47 degree 52. And then minus with this 108 degree 7 minute. Okay, I get 24 degree 1 minutes. Okay. Okay, so now I will combine these two angles together to get the full angle. So 24 degree 1 minute plus with the 68 degree 7 minute. Okay, I got 92 degree 8 minutes. That means the whole angle here is 92 degree 8 minutes. Okay, I'll write it here maybe. Angle PSR, yeah, that is 92 degree 8 minutes. And why I find this angle? Because I want to find area. The area formula is 1 over 2 AB sine C, and you need two sides and one included angle. So you have these two sides. Now the included angle is this angle lah. So now you can find area of triangle. Okay, this is the symbol for triangle. PRS equals, okay, the formula 1 over 2 AB sine C. A is 7.8, B is 9, sine C, which is included angle, which is 92 degree 8 minute. Okay, okay, now just press the whole thing. Okay, I'll use the answer button, sine answer, and then times 7.8 times 9 divided 2. Okay, my calculator give me 35 point. Okay, let's write 4 significant figure. So 0.75. 35.075, so 35.08. Okay, and make sure you write cm square. because it's area, right? Okay, sudah siap. Now let's move on to B. Okay, let me make it smaller. Okay, B. Without doing any calculations, determine the point which is the furthest from point R and explain. Oh, so they don't want to do any. Oh, it's only worth 1 mark. So there will be no working. We just write which point furthest and just give a reason. Right? Okay, where is point R? This point. All right. So you have point P, point Q, point S. Which one is the furthest? Okay, we know it's not Q. Confirm. We know it's Q, not Q. Confirm. You know why? Because R to Q. If you compare R to Q and R to P, which one will be further? Mesti RP further, right? P will be like further, right? So Q is like confirm wrong already. So it's either P or S. Okay, and I'll tell you now it's point P. It's point P. Even though I don't know the panjang here, but I still know it's P. Because okay, from R to S is I have the panjang 9 cm, right? But even though I don't know this panjang, but I know this panjang when you plus 5, must more than 9 one. Must confirm. Okay. How come I so confident? Okay, of course you can use the sine rule formula to get this panjang and then you plus 5 and check whether it's more than 9 or not. If it's more than 9, then confirm this one is the longest. But they already say without doing calculation, right? And let me tell you, you don't need to do the calculation. I'll show you. Because they already say without doing calculation. But actually you nak curi-curi buat calculation pun boleh. If you want to be safe, right? If you're not confident, nak buat macam ni boleh juga. Okay, but there's another method to know that know which one is the furthest. And the method is you look at the angle. So from R to P, definitely will be further compared to R to S. Because if you look at RS, okay, I'll use a highlight. So let's use R to S. Where's the angle? What's the angle opposite of this line? It's here, right? And do you remember this angle berapa degree? It's 47 degree 52 minutes, right? But when you want to find the RP line, where's the angle opposite of this line? Here, right? Remember this whole line. Okay. So the bigger the angle, the longer the opposite side. I repeat, the bigger the angle, the longer the opposite side. Kalau sudut saya lagi besar, maksudnya sisi yang bertentangan lagi panjang lah. Because if your angle very wide, open very wide, it means the angle means lagi lah. If you buka kecil je, you punya angle kecil je, so the opposite side will be kecil also lah. Logic kan. So obviously the yellow color one will be the furthest one because this sudut tadi berapa tadi? 92 degree 8 minutes. So the opposite side will automatically be longer compared to this. This one you need 47 degree 52 minutes. So automatically will be shorter. So I'll write here point P and the reason is because the PR line, how to write? PR line angle opposite. Okay. Uh, Point P because mm, because okay, out of these three angle this is the paling besar punya angle, right? So I write because angle PSR, which is directly opposite the PR line, is the largest angle. Yeah, you can write that. Is the largest angle ataupun is the biggest angle lah. Maksudnya sudut PSR ni dia adalah sudut terbesar dalam segitiga ni. So make sense lah kalau you cakap dia punya opposite side is the longest. Okay. The longest side will always be opposite the largest angle. Okay. Okay. That's good enough. It's only 1 mark. So yeah, we don't need to do so much. Okay. C. Calculate the shortest distance from P to RS. Okay. I want you to look at this word. I want you to notice this word, shortest distance. Okay, there's two things I want you to remember. Okay, when you see this word shortest distance in the solution of triangle question, first thing you kena ingat shortest distance 90 degree. Yeah, that's what that one thing I want you to remember. When they mention about shortest distance, you remember 90 degree. And the second thing I want you to remember is you will always use the area formula 1 over 2 times base times height punya formula to find the distance. If you are doing solution of triangle, only if they ask in this chapter. So I repeat one more time. One thing I want you to remember for shortest distance is always 90 degree. Okay, let's draw the line now. P to RS 90 degree. So I will use different color, maybe green color. P to RS. So this is P, right? But if you want to go from P to RS shortest distance, you must join to RS, but it must be 90 degree. Okay, because if it's not 90 degree, it will be longer. You want it to be shortest, right? So it'll be 90 degree. Okay, so this green color line is the line I want to find. This one. Okay, so that is the height, the H, right? And it will be 90 degree here lah. And how do you find this panjang? Okay, this is a solution of triangle question. And remember, when you do solution of triangle question and they ask you to find shortest distance, you will always use the area. Of course, there's another way to do it, which is like you use maybe Sokato, like I don't know, like Pythagoras theorem, because got 90 degree, right? So maybe you can use Pythagoras theorem or Sokato formula, trigo. But remember this, when you are doing solution of triangle question and they ask for shortest distance, the fastest way is always use the area formula, the 1/2 times base times height formula. Okay, and let me show you how to use the area formula. So this will be the height. This will be the height of the triangle, and then for the base it will be 9. Okay, because when you use area of triangle 1/2 times base times height formula, you have to make sure the base and height will always perpendicular to each other. There has to be like the base height, the base punya side and the height punya side kena selalu 90 degree. So the 90 degree is at here. So the base and height will be these two lines here, which is 9 and the h. So I'll write here 1/2 times 9 times h, right? But how do you find the h? Well, it will be equals to the 35.08. Because you remember when I do question 3, I already find out the area of PRS, the whole triangle area. Okay, but when I do it just now, I use the other formula, which is 1/2 AB sine C. Okay, but now I use the 1/2 times base times height formula, but you will end up with the same answer. Even if you using different formula, you will end up with the same answer, because there's only one triangle PRS, and there will also be one area answer. So the 35.08 can write it here. Okay, yeah, it means if you do 1/2 AB sine C to find the area, you get 35.08. But if you use 1/2 times base times height, you will also get 35.08, because it's the same triangle. So obviously they will have the same area. This is how you find the shortest distance, the H. So now you just press this lah. 35.08. Okay, 9/2 is 4.5. So divide 4.5. Okay, let's write in four significant figure. 7.795555 7.796. And write cm lah. Okay, let me double check and see whether I got pressed wrong or not. Divide 9 times 2. Yeah, correct. So that is the final answer. Okay, I'm done with question 14. All right, this is the last question in this paper. Let's finish it. Number 15. This one I know is which chapter? It's from 5, chapter 8. It's called linear programming. Wait, is it 8? 8 or 7? 7, 7, 7. Sorry. 7, huh? Okay, from 5 chapter 7 is linear programming, and it's always come out in paper 2 section C only, and it's always worth 10 marks. Okay, let's read the question. A shoe store purchased two brands of shoes A and B. Okay, when I'm doing this question, I always teach student I always give them advice, like you must write down the arrow, but before you write arrow, you kena tahu siapa X, siapa Y dulu. Okay, so now I will just read the whole thing, and I'll try to tengok dia kata siapa X siapa Y dulu. Okay, so you have two brand A and B from a wholesaler, price 15 ringgit and 10 ringgit for a pair of shoes respectively. Okay, I don't want to write all this information first. I want to know siapa X siapa Y dulu. So the number of pairs of brand A shoes is at least 1/3 the number of pairs of brand B shoes. Okay, this one mesti nanti kena tulis inequality, right? But I don't want to write first. Let's read the whole thing first, because I want to know siapa X siapa Y dulu. The shoe store total capital for purchasing shoes is limited 8,000. So capital means maximum. The maximum is 8,000. Okay. Okay, but I don't want to write anything first. The shoe store plans to sell brand A for 25 each pair, brand B for 15 each pair, with the condition that the total profit not less than 3,000. Okay, this also just biarkan dulu. Given that the X is number of pair of brand A, Y is the number of brand B. Okay, this is what I've been waiting for them to tell me which one is X, which one is Y. So now I know we have two brands, A and B, and brand A is X and Y. Brand A is X, brand B is Y. Okay. Okay, why is it important to write this arrow so that we know we can so we won't make any careless mistake. Okay, I always recommend students to do this arrow. Okay, the XY actually represents what? If you read the question, it says here it represents pairs, right? X is the number of pairs. So I write very clearly here number of pairs. Okay, okay, now we can read baca balik again dari atas. Okay. Okay, soalan A says write three inequality, right? Other than x bigger 0. Okay. So I think I have to read back what I missed up just now. So the shoe store purchased two brand of shoe A and B from a wholesaler, 15, 10 ringgit for each shoe respectively. That means one pair of shoe A costs 15 ringgit, but if got X shoe, it will be RM 15X. And then for the other one is 10 ringgit each pair, so it will be 10Y. Okay, but this one is what? The price, right? The wholesale price. So a shoe store purchased two brand of shoes from a wholesaler. Okay, so this one is like when the shoe store buy from the wholesaler lah. Okay, I'll just write price for now lah. I'll just write price for now. Just write RM for now. Okay. Okay, next, what else? The number of pairs of brand A shoes is at least one third the number of brand B shoes. Okay, number of pairs of brand A shoes is X or 15X? X lah. 15X is the price. That's not the number. And then at least one third the number of brand B. At least means bigger or sama dengan. One third is 1/3 and then Y. So that is the first inequality. Okay, so that's it. Okay. Okay, next, done already. Next one, the shoe store total capital for purchasing shoes is limited to 8,000. So if the limit is 8,000 means the maximum is 8,000. Maximum means smaller sama dengan. Selebih-lebihnya, maximum. And that's the capital, right? The maximum capital. That means this will be the total RM. This one I have to write the total RM, not the total pairs. So total RM will be 15X plus 10Y. Okay, but this one I will not write it here. 15x plus 10y smaller 8,000. 15x plus 10y smaller something like 8,000. Okay, I'll write it here and I will kecilkan. All these numbers can divide by 5. Yeah, so divide by 5. 3x divide by 5. 2y divide by 5. I don't know. Let's press. 16. Yeah, 1600. Okay, there you have it. That's the second inequality. So there's one more, the last one. Let's see. Where is it? Here. The shoe store plans to sell. Oh, just now he buy from the company, I mean the kilang lah. He buy from the wholesale, but now he plan to sell, and he sell how much? 25 each pair, and brand B is 15 each pair, with the condition that the total profit is not less than 3,000. Okay, so the selling price for brand A is 25 and 15 for B. So this would be 25x. This would be the 15y. But this is also price, but it has to be much more clearer. It's the selling price. It's the selling price. This one is the purchase price. Okay, it means this 15x 10y is when the shoe store he want to buy the shoe from the kilang. What is the factory? The factory. When he buy from the factory, this is the price, 15 ringgit, 10 ringgit. But when he sell he sell for 25 ringgit, 15 ringgit. Yeah lah, because he want to earn some money ma. Takkan lah he jual 15 ringgit also. So he jual 25 ringgit, right? So you can see there's a profit here. And the profit is 10 ringgit because 25 minus 15 you get 10 ringgit. And then what else he said? The condition is the profit, total profit is not less than 3,000. Okay, total profit not less than 3,000. Not less than means kena at least 3,000. Not less than, right? It means kena bigger or sama dengan 3,000. Okay, in other words, at least 3,000 lah, not less than. So kena bigger or sama dengan 3,000. And what you have to write here? Not the total selling price, but you have to write the total profit. Okay, and let me tell you the total profit will be 10x plus 5y. Let me explain. For the shoe A, dia beli 15 ringgit tapi dia jual 25 ringgit. So the profit earned here is 25x minus 15x, which is 10x. For shoe B, it will be 15y minus 10y, which is 5y. So the total profit is 10x plus 5y, kena not less than 3,000. So not less than means kena lebih atau sama dengan 3,000 lah. Okay, all these numbers can kecilkan also, bahagi 5. 2x bahagi 5, 1y bahagi 5, 600. Okay, alright, sekarang kita boleh buat apa pula? Kita boleh buat the next part lah. And the next part, mesti dia suruh lukis graph. Confirm. Okay, so let's go to the soalan. Okay, wait Alright, so that's all for this part. Now we go to the B. Okay, A says write three inequalities. Sudah siap tadi. And then B, using a scale of 2 cm to 100 on both axes. Construct and shade the region R which satisfy above constraint. Okay, before you go to the graph paper, you need to find points. You kena cari point dulu. Okay, so for the part B, okay, if you go to the graph now, you can only draw the axis. You can't even draw the line because you tak cari lagi coordinate for all this line. So the first line is x equals 103y, It means you sementara tukar ni jadi equal dulu. Okay. Same thing, second line tukar jadi equal dulu. Okay. And then the third line also tukar jadi equal dulu. Okay. Because you want the samaan now. You want the garisan now. So tukar jadi equal. Okay. Means you temporarily change to equal. And then why I open two bracket? Because kalau dia ada X ada Y means it's a sengit line. And if it's a sengit line, you need two coordinates. Kalau satu coordinate macam mana nak join? Two coordinate lah baru boleh join. This one also ada X ada Y. So it's a sengit line. So you need 2 points. Ada X ada Y juga. So 2 points. And usually we will sub X0, Y0 to find the point. Okay, when you sub X0, your Y will be 0 times 3, which is 0 also. And if you sub Y0, you get X0 also. So just leave it lah. Just leave it for now. And then next one, sub X0. So this whole thing disappear. And then you left with 2Y 1600. So Y is 1600 divided 2 is 800. Okay. Okay, what about if you sub Y0? It will be 1600 divided 3. Okay, if you press calculator, they will give you like 533.333 like that, which is very hard to plot. So I will not use this point. I will find another point later. But let's worry about it later. We don't have to waste our time here. Okay. If we end up getting a point yang tak cantik, then just leave it. Okay, just leave it. Just leave it. Don't spend like 10 minutes wasting your time here. So just go to the next one and move on. Do this. Later I'll come back to this point. Don't worry. Okay, let's ganti x0. Your y is 600. Okay, ini tak ada masalah. And then y0 x is 600 divided 2, which is 300. Okay. Okay, I know there's two missing point here, but it's okay. It's okay. Just leave it. Now let's go to the graph. So they say 2 cm to 100 on both axes, right? So okay, for linear programming, I always teach students. I always tell them like always put your origin 00, always put it at bawah kiri, because your x mesti semua positive one. For this chapter punya graph, the linear programming graph, dia punya graph mesti selalu all the value positive one. Okay. Tapi kalau linear law, sometimes it negative one, right? But for linear programming, this chapter is always positive one. And I always bagi tahu student, hafal sini guna 8 kotak, sini guna 10 kotak. Always. Okay. Standard for all the linear programming question, always like that. So 8 kotak here, 10 kotak here. No need to think about it. Don't even have to look at the point. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, not enough space. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why not enough space? Okay, the graph paper yang dia bagi is like smaller a bit one. Okay, then let's do it here lah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so what's the scala just now? The scala is 100 pair. So let's do 100, and then it will go until 800, because 8 kotak mah. So 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, and then later your x-axis is here. Okay, sini guna 10 kotak. Always, okay? When you do linear programming, always like that. X-axis guna 8 kotak, y-axis guna 10 kotak. Okay, so until 1000, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. Okay, this is your y. Okay, now that we are done, now it's time to plot all the points lah. So you have the first line, and it's at 0, 0. Okay, let's plot that first. 0, 0 is here. Okay, but for the second point, I erase it just now because I get back the same point. Because if I ganti x0, I get y0. But if I ganti y0, I get x0 also. So let's find another point. So we all know x equals 1 over 3. Y means what? X equals, okay, y darab 1 over 3. The y you darab atas is actually y bagi 3. It means x sama dengan y bagi 3, right? So you can choose any y value to bagi 3. So let's choose 900. Because when you take 900 bagi 3, you will get x 300. So use that lah. So you can ganti y 900. Because when you ganti y 900, 900 divided 3, you get x 300. And that is the point. That is the point you use, 300, 900. So now go to the point. Make sure you plot at 300, 900. Wait, where is it? Okay, like that. 300 is here, 900 is here. Okay, this one you must bring pembaris panjang to the exam, and you join the line. Okay. Oh, one more thing. When you join the line, sometimes you might need to use the dotted line. Sometimes you might join using the dotted line. Okay, but this one you use solid line. Okay, you use solid line. And let me tell you how to know whether it's dotted line or solid line. So you look back to this. Kalau you punya inequality sign sini, kalau dia ada garis bawah macam ni, then you use solid line. Kalau tak ada is dotted line ataupun dash line. Okay, dash line means garisan yang putus-putus. So ini solid line, ini pun solid line, ini pun solid line. Okay, and yeah, memang in Addmaths is like mostly all is solid line one. Okay, but in mathematics you also learn about linear inequalities. That one sometimes use dash line punya. But in Addmaths most of the time is solid line. Okay, now you're done with this. Now we go here. So we have the first point 0, 800. I forget to write the equation for the first one. X equals 103y, right? X equals 103y. Okay, so let's write that. And then for the second point is 0, 800. So this is the first point. And the second point, I remember just now I erase it. Why I erase it? Because I get when I ganti y0, I get the x coordinate yang ada point, right? And I don't want to plot that point because it's a bit hard to plot that point, right? So what you can do is find another point lah. Okay, what other points you can choose? Okay, first thing first, you try to make your x or y single first. Same thing like what I did just now. Try to make your x or y single. Okay, let's make the x single. Okay, so this is like a side working. So try to make the x single. So 1600 minus 2y. But later the y I will figure out what to put here. So I'll put bracket here over what? Over 3. Understand, right? Because when you want the x single, 2y pindah, 3 pindah jadi bahagi. So it ended up like that. So now your job is to just put in any y value you want inside. Okay. But of course you choose value yang boleh plot dekat sini lah. So you can choose 1000, 900, 800, anything. Okay, anything. Let's try 1000 and see what happens. Right? Let's try 1000. If tak boleh, then I choose a bit smaller lah. Okay, 1000 times 2 is 2000. 1600 minus 2000 is negative already. So I don't think this is a good point. So maybe a bit smaller. So kalau 1000 tak boleh, a bit smaller. Maybe 500. Let's see what happens if I put 500. Okay, but the 500 is the y. Okay, 500 times 2 is 1000. 1600 minus 1000 is 600. Divide 3 is 200. Oh, you actually end up with something that is easy to plot, right? Let me use calculator to double confirm. Yeah, you actually end up with x 200. That means when y is 500, the x is 200. So that's the coordinate we will use lah, 200, 500. Sometimes students will make careless mistake. They will write 500, 200 here. Please don't make that mistake. Make sure you tengok betul-betul. 200 is the x, 500 is the y. Okay, now let's join 200, 500 and 0, 800. 200, 500. Where is it? 200, 500 is here. And then 0, 800. I already plot just now. Okay, now use the pembaris panjang and join it. And remember, it's solid line also. Why solid line? Because I explained just now already. Because all the inequality, the other garis dekat bawah. Okay, what is the equation of this line? 3x plus 2y equals 1600. Okay, so done for the second line. Now for the last one, 0, 600, 300, 0. Okay, no problem. 0, 600, 300, 0. So this is the 0, 600. This is the 300, 0. And same thing, it's also a solid line. It's also a solid line. So I'll do it like that. And then, yeah, you can kasih panjang sikit, tak apa, it's okay. Alright, the equation, don't forget to write 2x plus y equals 600. Okay, but I'm not done yet. If you read the question, yeah, it's not over yet. After you construct the graph, you still have to shade the region R which satisfy all the above constraints. And when you want to shade the region, you tak boleh tengok sini dah. You cannot look at this already. You have to look at the symbol bigger, smaller already, right? So if it's bigger, you kena lorek atas garisan. If it's smaller, you kena lorek bawah garisan. So let's look at the symbol now. So this one is what? Bigger, right? But I'll tell you something, you have to lorek bawah garisan. Kenapa even though dia bigger tapi still kena lorek bawah? Because you kena tengok dari y positive. So you have to check kalau you punya equation ada x ada y, you kena tengok dari y and your y has to be positive. So jawab saya, adakah y positive? Yes. So tengok dari y. So when you tengok dari y, you punya mata dekat sini. So when you tengok dari sini, you actually it's not bigger, it's smaller. So you have to lorek bawah garisan x equals 103y. So I will go to the garisan x equals 103y and lorek bawah garisan. Which garisan is x? Okay, here. So lorek bawah kan? So sini, sini, sini. Continue. Next, inequality, 3x plus 2y smaller than 1600. So let's check whether our y positive or not first. So y sudah positive. So kita boleh baca dari sini. So you can see this is smaller. So kita kena lorek bawah garisan. Tapi bawah garisan yang mana? Yang inilah. Yang 3x plus 2y punya garisan lah. So 3x plus 2y lorek bawah. Okay, mana 3x plus 2y? This one. This is the 3x plus 2y. Tapi bawah garisan. So like that, like that. Okay. Okay. And then the third inequality pun kena tengok juga. You have to look at all three inequalities. So 2x plus y bigger than 600. So tengok daripada y positif. So y sudah positif, tengok dari sini. So you can see it's bigger. So you have to lorek atas garisan. Atas garisan 2x plus y. So let's go to the 2x plus y punya garisan and find out the atas garisan punya region. So it's here and here. So obviously, which one is the final answer? You have to choose the region that satisfy all three inequalities. Okay, yang ada tiga arrow. Yang ni tak boleh ada dua arrow saja, ini satu saja, ini satu saja, ini ada tiga arrow kan? That's the answer lah. So now you know the answer D. You should erase all this. Okay, yeah, erase nicely. But remember, this is the answer, because this one has three arrows, right? Now you shade this. Okay, and I recommend when you shade, you use ruler supaya dia nampak kemas. Make sure like all the lines are parallel like that nicely. Jangan draw sampai outside here. Shade nicely like that during the exam. Okay. Oh, one more thing. When you shade, make sure you don't shade until where? Make sure you don't shade until like below the x-axis. Make sure you stop at here. Same thing also. This one you stop at here. This one also you stop at here. Okay. Wait, I should make this line longer actually. Okay, like that. So why you have to stop here? Why you have to stop at the x-axis? Because there is two more inequality that is hidden, which is x bigger 0, y bigger 0. Remember when you do A, x bigger 0, y bigger 0. You know why? Because the x and y represents number of shoe. Bilangan shoe tak ada negative. That is why the shaded region will always be in the first quadrant. In other words, it's always like above the x-axis and on the right side of the y-axis. So you cannot shade until down here lah. That's what it means. Okay, and I forgot to call it R, right? Yeah, so I have to write R. Okay, let's go back to the soalan. I think I finished already part B. Yeah, because they only asked to shade the region R, 3 marks. Okay, I'll take it. Done already. Okay, now it's time to do C already. Okay, C1. Let's read. Use the graph constructed. State the minimum number of pair of brand A that should be sold. Okay, brand means cari X or cari Y? Okay, if you forget already, you can take out balik the arrow. This thing very useful one. Walaupun tak ada markah, I always tell my students to draw this whole thing. Even when I teach them mathematics, linear inequality pun, I always teach them to draw this. But a lot of students, they very lazy one. They always want to do fast. They don't want to do all this and then buat careless mistake. And then when they ask to find x, then they go and find y and then blame the blame the teacher. But usually if you draw this, you will not get it wrong one. So you can see they want to find minimum number of shoe A. So it's x lah, cari x. So now you know already cari x. Tapi kalau dia nak cari x, dia kena bagi y tau. Yeah. If they want to cari X, dia kena bagi Y. If they want to cari Y, then dia kena bagi X. Dia tak boleh dua-dua pun tak bagi. So if you look carefully, ada tak dia bagi Y? State the minimum number of A. Brand A means nak cari X minimum. Nak cari X minimum. But do you realize they never give me the Y? Okay. If they give me the Y, for example, Y is 100. Then it's easy already. I just go Y 100. And then I want X minimum. So the moment I touch, I tarik bawah. That is the X minimum. Kalau dia ada bagi lah. Tapi dia tak bagi tau. Okay, kalau dia tak bagi then you will go straight away to the shaded region and choose the paling kiri punya point. Because they want X minimum. Meaning you will choose, because there's so many points inside the shaded region, right? There's so many points, right? But if they never give you Y, you will just choose out of all these points inside the shaded region, which point will give you the paling minimum punya X coordinate? Of course, it's this point. And the reason is very simple, because it's the paling kiri punya point. This is your shaded region, and this will give you the X minimum. Okay. But you only do it like this when dia tak bagi Y. Dia tak bagi Y, suruh cari X minimum, then you straight away go to the shaded region, choose paling kiri. But what if they want X maximum? And what if they don't give you Y and they want the X maximum? Then you choose paling kanan lah, this one lah. And what if they want to find Y minimum? Then tengok paling bawah lah. Y maximum tengok paling atas. Okay, X minimum tengok paling kiri. So this is the point. And you have to tarik bawah. So you have to tarik bawah because you're trying to find the X. So you tarik, use a ruler, join nicely, put a dotted line. Okay, it's a bit blur, but I think it's at 120. Yeah, because this one is 100, this one 110, 120, right? Yeah, this is at 120. Okay, so that is the X minimum 120. Because satu kotak kecil is 10. Yeah, because 100 divide 10 mah. Eh? So 100 divided 10 is 10 lah. So satu kotak kecil is 10. So 100 plus 10 is 120. So you just go to the working and write 120 for your X minimum. Okay, sudah siap. Second question. Find the maximum profit if 300 pairs of brand A shoes are sold. This is what I'm talking about. Kalau dia bagi X, kita cari Y. Kalau dia bagi Y, kita cari X. So ini dia nak cari apa? Maximum profit if 300 pairs of brand A shoes are sold. Wait, what? That means 300 is the brand A shoe, so 300 is the X lah. So when X equals 300, then I can find Y already. I can find Y already. But the soalan never ask you to find Y. Yeah, they never say us to find brand B shoe. If they want to find brand B shoe means they want to find Y, but they want to find maximum profit, right? But it's okay. Kita biarkan dulu, jangan cari profit dulu. Kita cari berapa bilangan brand B shoe dulu. Nanti baru kita masuk dalam formula profit. So go to the graph, pergi X axis cari 300, and then draw a dotted line. Wait, but it's here. So 300. So wait, they want maximum or minimum? Oh, maximum. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Because if they want minimum, then it's zero already. Because this is already the shaded region punya minimum. Yeah, paling minimum Y already. But they want maximum, so that makes sense. So I have to go up lah. Because maximum. So maximum you have to go until you the last contact point with the shaded region. And as you can see, it's here lah. Okay. And then after you reach here, you join to the y-axis. Okay, so this is your brand B shoe number of pair, 350. So that is the answer. But wait, it's not the final answer yet because they didn't ask for the number of brand B shoe, they asked for maximum profit. So how do you find the profit? You use the profit formula, and the profit formula, you have it just now. So this is the chase price, this is the selling price, and to get the profit, you will take the selling price SP minus with the purchase price, or you can say the buying price lah, same thing. So it will be 25x minus 15x. I mean 25x plus 15y minus with 15x bracket minus with bracket 15x plus 10y. So it's like 10x plus 5y lah. Or you tengok sini pun boleh mah. Because remember the third inequality is about profit. So just you do this 10x plus 5y. So just go back and then write the profit. So I write here max profit. Okay. In exam you write the full name, maximum. Don't write short form like that. Okay. I forgot the what is it? Let's think of it. 10x plus 5y. Okay, boleh boleh. So 10 bracket plus 5y bracket. Okay, for the x you start with 300 because that is the number of brand A shoe, and then number of brand B shoe is 350 because that's the maximum number of brand B shoe. So the maximum profit you will get is 10 times 300 plus 5 times 350. Okay, 4750 is the answer. Okay, and that is all. Okay, this question is a bit unusual because usually for linear programming, they will ask you to find the maximum profit, minimum profit, but not like this. They will usually ask you to do the dotted line. You have to find the LCM, cari gandaan sepunya terkecil, and then push until the minimum bucu or either the maximum bucu. Yeah, most of the question have that part, but this set paper they decide not to ask like that lah. They decide to ask like this. So it's considered unusual actually, because all the linear programming question almost all lah, they will confirm ada satu soalan yang macam ni punya, where you have to do the dotted line and then do the sliding one, yang tu lah, the slide question. But this one they never ask. So that's all. Alright, this is the whole paper. I already go through the whole thing. So I'll see you next video lah. And please subscribe if you find my video useful. So see you next video. Bye bye.